This audiobook contains 4 censored sentences and 484 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. The Ino Shika CH trio had planned to make an appearance. But once Nara Shikaku learned that the Hokage himself wouldn't be going, he reassessed the situation, weighed the risks, and ultimately chose to stay away. How could someone as astute as Shikaku fail to notice the growing tension between Konoha's leadership and the Uchiha clan? Attending Kansas' wedding would have been a dangerous statement, one that could easily turn them into targets. The Ino Shika CH alliance had always thrived under the Hokage's favor. Siding with the Uchiha now would jeopardize that position. Their choice, then, was obvious. They would stand with the Hokage. Even so, unwilling to sour relations completely, the trio made sure to send wedding gifts in secret, ensuring their neutrality without drawing unwanted attention. A few other clans quietly followed the Ino Shika CH trio's example, sending gifts in secret, but the fact remained, not a single representative from any other clan or family came to attend. Only one outsider showed up at the wedding, Uzumaki Kushina. Everyone else present belonged to the Uchiha clan. Damn that Minato-kun, couldn't he skip training for just one day? Kushina grumbled as she adjusted the ribbon in her hair. You just had to go off with that pervert Jiraiya-sama, leaving me to attend Mikoto-chan's wedding all alone. Her muttering softened into a smile when she caught sight of the bride. Congratulations, Mikoto-chan. Thank you, Kushina-chan, Mikoto replied gently, her voice carrying a quiet warmth. Just 2 days ago, they had been chatting like always, and now Mikoto was a bride. It all felt so sudden, almost unreal. As Mikoto looked at Kushina's bright, genuine smile, a faint flicker of guilt passed through her heart. Between her husband and her best friend, Mikoto had already made her choice. Her husband now held the greater place in her heart, and for that, she could only feel a quiet pang of guilt toward Kushina, an unspoken apology for what might soon come. After all, she knew she would one day aid Kanzu in his schemes, even if it meant turning against the very friend now smiling beside her. But the carefree Kushina noticed nothing amiss. She simply lifted a cup of sake and clinked it lightly against Mikoto's, her laughter bright and unaware. The wedding itself was simple, exactly as Kanzu preferred it. Not a single major clan or Konoha Shinobi showed up. Kanzu muttered with a scoff, amusement glinting in his eyes. How utterly ignorant of them. Chapter 37.2 The wedding night, IR 18. Inside the bedroom, Kanzu lay on the bed with Mikoto, now his wife, nestled in his arms. Dressed in nothing but her wedding lingerie. His hand idly caressed her long black hair and her smooth back as he spoke in a cold, detached tone. Not a single major clan or Konoha Shinobi showed up to our wedding. It's because you've offended too many people, Kansama, Mikoto said softly, lifting her head to look at him. Had he not openly clashed with Konoha's leading clans, they would have at least shown some form of courtesy and made an appearance. Doesn't matter, Kanza muttered. They made me unhappy today, so I want to make things easy for them in the future. Some clans had quietly sent wedding gifts, and for that, had shown a bit of leniency. But the ones who ignored him, completely those who pretended he didn't exist, they would regret that decision soon enough. I can't help but feel that Kansama picks fights on purpose, Mikoto thought. And she wasn't wrong, he was doing it deliberately. His current short-term goal was clear, to obtain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, a feat that required 1 million evil points. So far, Kanzu had gathered only a quarter of the required amount. If it didn't stir up trouble, how else was he supposed to reach his goal? Besides, the eternal Manjiki Sharingan was merely the beginning. His true ambitions reached far beyond to the Rinnegan, and eventually the legendary 9 Tomo Rinne Sharingan. That goal was still distant for now. First, he needed to focus on obtaining the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. At the very least, it would eliminate the looming threat of blindness. But let's put that aside for now, Kanzu said, a lustful grin tugging at his lips. It is our wedding night, after all. Let's enjoy it to the fullest. He had already shared something deeply meaningful with Mikoto long before this day, and truthfully, every evening spent with her felt just as special as a wedding night, but that didn't matter. He still intended to savor this one completely. Mikoto's cheeks turned bright red at his words. Lowering her gaze shyly, she stammered, That Kan-sama, I've prepared a special gift for you, a special gift? What is it? Kanzu asked, curiosity flickering across his face. Mikoto's ears flushed a deep scarlet as she shyly took his hand, her fingers trembling around his. Stammering, she whispered, This is... Kanzu's eyes lit up the moment his fingers brushed against the lace of her white undergarment. Through the delicate fabric, he could feel a small, heart-shaped outline resting against her. He didn't need to think twice to understand what this gift was. What Mikoto had prepared for him was a very intimate and personal gift. I read about it in a book I secretly bought not long ago, she confessed, her face burning red. And since tonight is our wedding night, I wanted to give you something special, but since you already said you wanted something else, I wondered if this would be a good replacement. Her voice grew softer with each word, as if the shame was pressing down on her. Yet her resolve remained as she revealed her most intimate gift. Mikoto, Kanzu murmured, his tone low and unreadable. Hearing her name, she lifted her head, eyes shimmering with nervous hope that he would accept the gift she had prepared for him. Instead of scolding her, Kanzu simply grinned, a teasing glint flickering in his eyes. You perverted woman. Mikoto's face flushed crimson. Her gaze dropped, mortified, as she whispered in a trembling voice. If it's not to your liking, then before she could finish, Kanzu cut her off, his smirk deepening. Not to my liking? How could it not be? My wife, secretly adventurous, offering herself to me on our wedding night? I'd have to be mad not to like it. Oh, really? You like it? Mikoto asked, her eyes flickering up at him, hope blooming through her embarrassment. Fufu, of course. I like it, he murmured, lips curling into a wicked grin. Leaning close, his breath ghosted against her ear as he whispered in a low, husky tone, Come now, let me properly enjoy the gift you've prepared for me. Eager to claim her in the most forbidden way, Kanzu pulled her closer onto his lap. Hi, Kan-sama. Mikoto breathed, her voice quivering with a blend of shyness and yearning. She straddled him gently, leaning into his touch, her body tense yet willing. Then, with a soft exhale, she closed her eyes and surrendered herself completely to him. Choo-choo soon. Wet sounds filled the bedroom as their lips collided, fierce and hungry. Kanzu kissed her hard like always, rough and claiming like he owned her, his tongue forcing its way past her lips and tangling with hers. Mikoto leaned into him, warmth spreading through her veins. Their breaths mingled, unsteady and close. The moment between them felt electric, suspended in time. Saliva slicked their mouths as his tongue stroked and twisted against hers, deep and demanding. Each pull ended with a wet pop as he bit her lower lip, dragging it between his teeth before letting it go. Dana-sama, she whimpered, her voice trembling with pleasure. Her tongue hesitated for a moment before shyly pressing back against his, soon twisting and tangling with hungry, desperate swirls. Their saliva mingled, slick, hot, and messy, smearing across his jaw as the kiss deepened into something rough and ravenous. Kanzu growled low in his throat, the sound reverberating through her chest. His hand gripped her hair, pulling her head back as he leaned close, his breath warm along her chin, neck, and collarbone, brushing away the moisture from her lips. Then, with a fierce intensity, he returned to her mouth, crushing his lips against hers and kissing her deeper, harder, claiming every breath she had left. Their teeth clicked, her breath hitched. Kanzu devoured her mouth until her lips turned swollen and raw beneath his bites. When they finally broke apart, both panting, thin strings of saliva clung between their mouths, glistening in the dim light. Their chests rose and fell in unison, desperate for air as their eyes locked, her black, pupil-less gaze meeting his dark, abyssal stare that seemed ready to swallow her whole. "Kansama," she breathed, biting her lip in trembling desire to be swallowed. "Fufu, someone's really needy tonight, I wonder why." Kanza chuckled, reading her desire. Makoto began, but her voice faltered. Her eyes turned misty as emotion welled up within her. Her life hadn't unfolded the way she once imagined. She had been pressured into something she didn't want. Her engagement with Fugaku had crumbled, leaving her feeling betrayed and discarded. Out of spite and to prove her usefulness to him, she had even taken part in her Fugaku's downfall and exile, all while telling herself things would get better after that, that once she proved her usefulness to Kanzu and settled with him, everything would finally make sense. But then her grandfather, her only remaining family, the one she truly loved and cherished, had died, sacrificing himself so she could gain the strength to protect herself. She received the strength he wanted for her. Yes, but his death left a hollow ache in her heart, an emptiness that time could never fill. Ever since the day she was first forced into submission, misfortune had followed her step by step. But now, at last, something good had finally happened. She was married. True, the man she had married was the very one responsible for much of her suffering. Yet, somehow, he had become her only anchor. By taking her as his wife, he had given her something she thought shed lost forever. Hope. Hope that her life could still change, that things might finally turn for the better. A mix of pain, relief, and fragile longing swelled inside her, tightening her chest until she could barely breathe. "I just want to love you, Kansama, and I wish to be loved by you," she whispered at last as tears fell down her cheeks. It was the only truth she could hold on to now. Nothing else mattered, not the past, not the mistakes, not what she had lost. Only the man before her did. He might once have been her abuser, but now, as her husband by her own choice, he was the only one she wanted to love and to be loved by in return. She no longer cared about what he had been. She only wanted him as her husband, the man she would love without end, and who she hoped would one day love her back the same way. "To love me and be loved by me?" Kanza murmured, his voice low, uncertain. The words lingered in the air, stirring something deep within him, something he couldn't quite name. For a brief moment, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. To love a woman, he wasn't even sure if he was capable of that. Especially her, the one he had broken, the one he had used and bent to his will. In truth, love wasn't even the question. At this point, he didn't see her as anything more than his black swan, a symbol of beauty, loyalty, strength, and possession rather than a partner. Yes, they were married, and she was his wife. But in his eyes, it still didn't feel that way. So when he thought about loving her, he couldn't find an answer. Makoto's eyes softened as she noticed his hesitation. "Then it'll wait," she said gently. "It'll wait for the day when you can tell me that you love me, Kansama." She smiled faintly, the sadness in her expression hidden behind resolve. "But until then, let's not talk about that anymore," Kanzu said, cutting her off and sidestepping the subject entirely. And without giving her a chance to utter a word, he pulled her into his arms again, his lips crashing against hers, harder, wetter, hungrier than before. Makoto didn't protest. Instead, she responded eagerly, needily, pouring all her feelings into the kiss. She wanted to please him, to show through her actions what her words could never fully express. As their kiss deepened, Makoto's hands, once looped tightly around Kanza's neck, began to wander. Her nails grazed his shoulders before tugging at the straps of his vest. She slid the straps aside, as if she were tugging down the straps of a bra. And it worked just as she intended. The fabric slipped down around his waist, bearing the sculpted lines of his chest and abdomen that made her feel hot. Just as men like beautiful women, too, are drawn to attractive men, and Uchiha Kanzu, he wasn't just handsome. He was undeniably one of the most striking men in all of Konoha, perhaps the most, with his bad boy, gangster-like temperament that made young women like her fantasize about him. So when Makoto felt her heart race at the sight of him, she didn't even try to feel guilty. After all, he was her husband. It was only natural. And with trembling fingers, she traced over the hard planes of his torso and back, scratching lightly as their bare skin pressed together, sharing warmth and desire in every touch. Kansas' hands didn't stay idle either. They slid down her waist to cup her ass, still red and welted from the spanking head given her 2 days earlier. When he squeezed, she gasped, the sting mixing with lingering soreness. Her flinches and soft hisses were of no concern to him. He wanted to hear more of those reactions. So he broke the feverish kiss for her to hiss and cry out as his fingers dug deeper into her soft flesh, kneading with rough intent. And just like he wanted to hear, each squeeze made her wince and tremble, drawing more breathless, broken whimpering from her lips. MFFF on, I be Burnus really now? He murmured with a wicked grin, his hands tightening their grip as he kneaded her flesh with more fervor just so that it stings more. Each rough squeeze made her tremble and arch in his arms, her breath hitching in shaky, desperate gasps. But he didn't relent and kept pushing her. Even if it stung, Mikoto didn't complain or beg him to stop. She simply gasped and accepted this as his method of pushing her limits, and in fact felt quite challenged as her body trembled and flinched under his firm touch. When the heat of embarrassment from enjoying that pain became too much, she buried her flushed face against his chest, pressing herself closer and letting him do as he pleased with her. But she wanted to please him too, and then her gaze drifted to his chest, to his nipple. At once, she knew what to do. She had read about it in the same romance novel that had inspired her to be bold with him tonight. The book had said that closeness and gentle affection could be very meaningful. Kansama would surely enjoy it if I was tender with him tonight, she thought, almost certain. After all, she always loses herself whenever he touched her so intimately. Surely, he'd feel the same, right? With that thought, she leaned in and let her breath brush across his skin where he was only an inch away. The instant she made contact, Kansas' hands froze mid-motion. Then, as if reacting on instinct, he gave her buttocks a hard, possessive squeeze, his fingers digging deep into the soft flesh, which made her hiss in pain. Mikoto, he growled her name, eyes narrowing as he looked down at her. The intensity in his gaze alone made her tremble. In that instant, she realized she might have overstepped. After all, letting someone tease or lick their nipples wasn't that a kind of loss of control. She knew better than anyone how dominant and controlling Kanzu was, and worried that he would find her action unacceptable. Fear flickered through her as she imagined his anger. Her voice wavered, and she quickly tried to explain. I was just trying to please you. I only want to make you feel good. Kansama, is that so? Kanzu asked, his tone unreadable. She nodded quickly. Why, yes, I swear. A low chuckle escaped him. Fufu, very good, he said at last, a grin tugging at his lips. You did succeed in that, so keep doing it. WH what? Mikoto stammered, taken aback for a moment. I said keep doing it, Kanzu repeated, his voice low and commanding. Don't make me say it again. Traditionally, allowing such a thing might be seen as a loss of control. But for Kanzu it wasn't. He was confident in his power, utterly certain of who held dominance here. This wasn't a surrender. It was permission, and permission itself was another form of control. And he had to admit that brief touch, that short lick, it sent an unexpected shiver through him. Hi, she nodded instinctively, then hesitantly stuck out her tongue again, giving his nipple another tentative lick while looking at his face, trying to gauge his reaction. But even as she licked him, his expression remained unchanged, calm, unreadable. Of course, that didn't mean there was no response. She felt it in the sudden, subtle twitch beneath her, but she noticed the subtle tension beneath his clothing. Even though the movement was small, she felt it distinctly. Kansas' face and voice betrayed nothing, but that single twitch told her everything she needed to know. He was affected. The thought sent a thrill coiling low in her belly, replacing her shyness with newfound confidence. With a warm, shaky breath against his skin, Mikoto pressed closer to him, the steady rhythm of her pulse matching his own. The quiet moment felt reassuring and steady, like a small current of electricity humming beneath the surface, pebbled from the cool air and the thin sheen of sweat between them. "It tastes salty," she murmured softly between breaths. Of course, it was salty. After all, she was tasting the faint tang of sweat that lingered on his skin, but she didn't dislike it. In fact, she savored it, moving her tongue delicately at first. He hummed softly, his chest rising sharply as the muscle beneath her touch tensed. But he didn't move away. If anything, his hand grew bolder, resting firmly against her lower back with more deliberate pressure. He pulled her closer onto his lap, and the two sat pressed together as a tense. Quiet heat passed between them through the fabric of their clothing, and she could feel the pressure building more vividly than ever. Her cheeks flushed crimson, but his praise made warmth flood through her as she redoubled her efforts. Fushi pressed her lips gently now, drawing his nipple between them with a soft. She moved closer, her expression focused and intent, her lips parting gently before drawing back with a soft sound. Her breath caught briefly, and she paused, glancing up at him. A glistening trail that caught the light from the lamp as she followed it with languid precision, dipping into the faint ridges of his pecs before returning to lavish the sensitive peak once more. She felt it stiffen and darken beneath her devoted attention. "Kansama, why your nipples hardened?" she murmured against his chest, her voice soft and breathy, yet tinged with amusement. It was a rare moment, one of the few times Shed ever felt this kind of playful confidence or tease him. Usually, it was him who toyed with her, leaving her flustered and flushed. But today, she nuzzled close against him, and seeing it react to her licks, she felt a flicker of control. Even if it was a control Head allowed her to have, the sensation thrilled her. It made her crave more. Driven by that intoxicating rush, she shifted to his other nipple, lavishing it with the same teasing intent. Her tongue traced broad, gentle teasing touches that sent a warm flush through her whole body, her breath quickening beneath the soft lace of her bra with every subtle movement. She raised her other hand to the warmth, fingers splaying across his chest as she pinched and rolled the first nipple Shed already slickened. The dual assault earned her a low, guttural hum from his throat. Yeah, that's how better he didn't stop her or scold her. But his grip on her shoulder tightened in silent warning before a sharp tap landed. She winced as the sting registered, forcing a gasp. The pain reminded her of where her limits lay. She wasn't meant to tease him for her own amusement. Such actions warranted punishment. The very thought made her shiver as memories from 2 nights ago flashed through her mind. The pain, the tears, the overwhelming helplessness. I don't want that. She didn't want to feel that again. In a desperate attempt to apologize for crossing the line, she pressed close to him, hoping her remorse would be enough to let her mistake pass just this once. She continued trying to soothe him in any way she could think of. She worked with renewed focus, no longer for her own amusement, but to satisfy him. "Keep going," he ordered roughly, punctuating his command with another sharp tap. She made a soft sound, but didn't pull away from the discomfort. Instead, she continued her efforts. 2 sharp strikes, that was all it took to put Mikoto back in her place. "And you wanted to tease me?" Kanzu snorted in amusement, a faint grin tugging at his lips as he decided to change the rhythm from his end. His hands gripped her once more, but this time he didn't press the tender flesh. Instead, his fingers slipped beneath the lace, sliding across her lower back until they brushed against the small, heart-shaped cap of the hidden plug nestled snugly there. "Found it," he murmured lazily against her ear. Mikoto's body tensed at once, a shiver racing down her spine as nervousness and anticipation coiled tight in her stomach for what was to come. Kanzu's fingers traced the edge of the heart-shaped cap, teasing her sensitive skin in contact with it before gripping it firmly and giving it a slow twist. A soft, an involuntary whine escaped her lips as the subtle rotation tugged at her, sending a spark of strange pressure radiating inward, part sting, part stretch, that made her body tense in response. With firmer pressure, he twisted again, the motion deliberate and unhurried. A sharp, unfamiliar sensation made her gasp, her back arching instinctively against his chest. "Ha, Kansama!" she breathed, her voice trembling as she pulled back from him. Kanza didn't bother to answer with words, only a low, approving hum that rumbled through his chest and into her body. His free hand slid back to her hip, guiding her movements into faster, shorter, more insistent rhythms. The friction made her clothing cling and shift against her skin, while his lips trailed along her neck, nape, and collarbone, pressing kisses and leaving gentle marks in his wake. The combined sensations built intensely. The deep, overwhelming sensation building inside her, unlike anything she had ever felt. The slow, deliberate rhythm of his movements drawing her closer, and the warm press of his mouth along her skin. The combination was unbearable, too much, too good. NHHHE and muffled sounds spilled from her lips despite her efforts to hold them back, as an overwhelming sensation flooded her senses in dizzying waves. It hit so hard she felt she was about to lose control right there and then. "Kakan-sama, im ebauto," she gasped, her voice breaking into a desperate sob as her body trembled against his. "Oh yeah? Then go ahead," Kanzu said simply, giving his permission without hesitation. The moment the words left his mouth, her composure shattered, and a cry from her throat as the overwhelming feeling hit like a crashing wave. "Ha NNGH. Ainen." She trembled against him, her body quivering with overwhelming emotion, tears streaming down her flushed cheeks as she slumped against his chest, completely breathless and spent. Breath coming in short, shaky gasps. Haha, before she could even catch her breath. A sharp smack landed Cha. Kanza's voice followed, cool and commanding. "Come on, Makoto, it's no time to rest. We've only just begun. Look at this mess you've made. Get up, quickly, and clean me up." She barely had a moment to react before Kanza's strong hands gripped her waist and lifted her off his lap, making her yelp, "Kya!" But he didn't pause. He shifted his position against the headboard, reclining diagonally with the support of several pillows, his head resting comfortably while most of his body lay flat. Then, he positioned her so her face hovered near his lower body and she faced away from him. It wasn't exactly a mirrored pose, but close enough. The difference in their height left her a bit out of his reach, yet perfectly positioned for him to admire the view, which was exactly how he wanted it. After all, he had certain standards he wasn't willing to lower. In his own opinion, Makoto wasn't yet worthy of his full attention, so this arrangement suited him just fine. "Come on, put that mouth of yours to work," he ordered, delivering another sharp slap to her, but cheeks before pressing the sole of his foot against her head, forcing her face down toward the thick bulge straining against his boxers, slick and glistening with her juices. H-High Makoto stammered, her breath hitching as the damp fabric brushed her lips, smearing something across her face. Her half-lidded eyes glimmered with a lingering expression as she parted her lips and bit down softly on the shape beneath the damp cloth, as a familiar taste filled her mouth, causing a muffled sound to slip out before she could stop it. Meanwhile, Kanza focused on her as his fingers hooked into the waistband of her clothing before slowly tugging it down, inch by inch, bearing her trembling form to the air. The wedding night 2R18, Kanzu hooked his fingers into the damp waistband and slid her underwear down inch by inch, exposing her trembling form. As the fabric slid down, a small red heart-shaped object nestled at the rim of her back, peeked out. The rim clenched and pulsated faintly around the base of the butt plug, flushed a delicate pink from the intrusion and lingering traces of earlier stimulation. Looking at that clenching and pulsating rim, a grin curved his lips. A surprise gift from my wife for our wedding night. Eager to thoroughly enjoy the gift she had prepared, he tugged the delicate fabric lower, intending to remove it completely. But when it reached halfway down, the garter straps caught against the lace. Halting his motion, with a brief pause, He carefully unfastened the small clips along the sides of her stockings, slipping them off one at a time and setting them aside, before easing the rest of her outfit down so the cool air met her skin until the fabric could go no farther. He paused when he saw how things were arranged. "This works too," he murmured, leaving the undergarment where it was. Her lower body was partially exposed, the damp fabric clinging halfway down added to the visual. He preferred it that way, with nothing left in the way. Kansas' gaze lingered on her, noticing the faded marks from his discipline 2 nights ago still visible on her pale skin. "First things first," he murmured with a smirk, the sight stirring his desire to assert control again. Both hands came down in a sharp, resounding slap. "Ja! Ja!" Makoto tensed instantly as the sting rippled through her body. Fortunately, the fabric still separated her from him. Otherwise, it might have been dangerous. The cloth softened the pressure just enough to turn the sharp graze into something bearable. The contact sent a brief sting through him, and he winced beneath her attention, shifting uncomfortably at the sharp tease of her bite. Shifting his focus, he gripped the heart-shaped cap of the stopper, his grin widening as he began to ease it out, inch by tortuous inch, slow and deliberate to draw out every shiver. Mikoto's entire body quivered under the pull, her jaws clenching tighter around the object in her mouth until it finally slipped free with a faint, wet release. Plop! She released him at once. A loud, unrestrained sound tore from her throat as her back arched sharply, her body tensing and trembling in hot, erratic waves. Hot NNGH. The small polished object gleamed under the dim candlelight, cool and smooth against his fingers. It wasn't large, 3 inches at most, slender enough to be a beginner's piece. That made sense. It was a gradual process. The body learned to stretch and adapt over time. Mikoto had only begun 2 days ago, fumbling through the practice in secret, hoping to surprise him on the wedding night by offering him something special. A fitting mark for their wedding night. It's just that with so little preparation, what he intended for her tonight would be a struggle. She felt unprepared for the intensity of his intentions. But that didn't matter to him. He meant to have his way with her tonight, no matter how much it hurt her. And if the pain came sharp and unrelenting, that would only make it all the sweeter. But let's begin slowly. Grinning, he looked toward her, his attention drawn to where the toy had just been removed. The area still showed faint traces of use, sensitive and responsive, as if still yearning for what it had lost, before it slowly began to pucker shut, reluctant to close completely. He slid his middle finger across the area, then drew it upward, tracing along her skin until it reached the tight ring. For a few moments, he circled the rim gently, pressing just enough to make her shiver, before moving closer with steady, careful contact. "MMF Kakan-sama." The sensation drew a soft sound from Mikoto, her body tensing as the moment grew more intense, her emotions spilling over. She had been pulling at his clothing, moved by the intimacy between them. But her grip faltered as the elastic snapped back against her knuckles, stinging them a little. But instead of pulling away, she let her hands stay trapped inside the fabric, lips and tongue working through the cloth in slow, devoted movements. MMPH. At the same time, Kanzu had also began pressing against her in careful, unhurried motions that coaxed her open, then added a second digit to stretch her wider, drawing sharper pushes from her hips. MMPH, and it's stretching, she murmured. "Mikoto, you feel really tight," Kanzu said, his free hand resting on her, the two of them lost in an intense, close moment. Fingers pressing firmly against her skin while his right hand worked in slow, deliberate movements. He could feel the warmth of her body, her muscles tightening around him, trying to pull him closer. Yet he pushed back against the resistance. He worked carefully, easing her closer with each gentle movement. Soft sounds filled the bedroom as she gradually relaxed, inch by inch. Mikoto's quiet whimpers pressed against the fabric of his boxers, her mouth moving with growing urgency. "Kei-kansama," and more, she gasped, her hips rolling back instinctively, chasing the intense sensation of his intrusion. More? What a needy woman, you are begging your Danasama for more. Huh? Kanza chuckled, delivering a sharp slap to her rear before following through. He continued the intimate act as Makoto's muffled, breathless voice pleaded through the fabric. Makoto arched and cried out softly, her body jolting forward as she stretched tensely. Her hips shifted back instinctively, chasing the sensation as tension rolled through her in frantic waves, gripping tightly in a desperate hold that tried to pull them even deeper. Haha, how does it feel, my dear Yom-san? Getting exactly what you wanted? Kanzu teased, feeling her body respond to his touch as he began to move slowly. The sensation also pulled a low sound from his throat, his body tensing against her eager mouth in response. HNNHN no. It's too much, Makoto whimpered, her body tensing as the sensation pushed her to her limits. Fufu, but isn't this what you wanted? Kanzu teased with a grin. Besides, I'm only getting started. He began to move his fingers in a slow, deliberate rhythm. He pushed deeper, each movement drawing soft gasps and trembling sounds. My pH on. Looks like you're feeling it, Kanza murmured, keeping his rhythm steady as her body trembled beneath him. Then, catching sight of the faint mist rising, his eyes gleamed. But it seems this one needs attention too, he teased, voice low and amused. We can't leave it untouched now, can we? His other hand joined in. His thumb found her sensitive spot. Mikoto's breath hitched sharply as the tension between them deepened into something overwhelming, leaving her trembling in helpless response. The intense sensation sent electric jolts through her nerves, her body caught in a whirlwind of overwhelming feeling. She bucked wildly, caught between two powerful forces. Her muffled cries rose into a symphony of desperate pleas. MMPH. K-Kansama T too much, G-Gunna, as fresh waves of overwhelmed sensation washed over her. Kanza's grin widened at her unraveling. His thumb pressed into a tighter, faster rhythm that left her trembling and breathless, her body shaking in frantic, involuntary waves. Hey, that's it, Mikoto. Let all out for your Danasama, he murmured with a dark smirk, quickening his pace. Each movement pushed her closer and closer until her body seized, shuddering violently as the overwhelming sensation finally tore through her. Ayan, Kakan-sama iim tsekumink, she cried, her voice breaking as her body tensed and trembled. Her legs quivered violently, toes curling tight against the sheets as her eyes rolled back. Her entire body convulsed in rhythmic spasms, clamping down on his fingers with desperate force, refusing to let go as her body trembled. Kanza's lips curved in amusement at her reaction. His fingers never stopped moving, pressing deeper as she clung to him, dragging out the torrent until she was a trembling, oversensitive wreck, white flashing in her eyes, her body slick with sweat under the dim light. Makoto, you really are shameless, he rasped, voice rough with satisfaction, drenching your Danasama in your own arousal. Makoto could barely respond. All that left her lips were faint whimpers and ragged breaths as her body went limp, collapsing forward until she rested against him, exhausted. Seeing her slump, Kanzu exhaled softly. Guess we'll take a short break here, he murmured. Makoto shivered at the sudden emptiness, her body still trembling as the cool air washed over her, leaving her flushed and unsteady. She drew a breath and steadied herself, trying to find her composure in the quiet aftermath of the moment. A soft, needy sound escaped her lips. Enengiha Kansama. It's okay. Take a breather, Kanza murmured. Meanwhile, let's get you more comfortable. He gently wiped his damp fingers across her warm skin before reaching for the waistband. Lifting her carefully, he carefully helped her out of the damp clothing and tossed it aside. Then, repositioning her the same way as before, he held her close against him as she caught her breath. While he did all that, Makoto had regained a bit of strength and composure. Though guilt clouded her flushed face, she had gotten carried away on her own again without bringing him to release. I need to properly serve Kansama, she thought, forcing herself to shake off her lingering frustration. With renewed determination, she yanked his boxers down fully. Leaning in, she began properly this time, her focus shifting to the next stage of their intimate encounter. Slurp lick, Kansas breath caught at the sudden warmth of her embrace. Her lips close to his as she leaned in with devoted care, an overwhelming closeness that made his hips shift upward involuntarily. Gluck, slurp fuha. NGH, that's good. Yes, keep going, he groaned, his hands holding her close, their intimate moment deepening as she expressed her affection with tender enthusiasm. She hummed softly in response, the gentle vibration sending a warm sensation through him. Kansama, it feels so good. Before pressing deeper, her eyes watering slightly with a determined flush, working fervently through the scene. While Makoto intently continued her efforts, Kanza decided to amuse himself further, and he knew exactly what to do. With a sly grin, he picked up the small object, dragging it through the wet puddle that had pooled on his chest until it gleamed freshly coated. Then, with a firm twist, he pressed it back into place. NNH. Makoto gasped as a sudden pressure spread through her, enough to make her body shiver. Once the object was snugly seated, Kanza delivered 2 sharp slaps to her backside. Ja! Ja! The sting once again bloomed hot and vivid across her skin, making her exhale a hot burst of air from her nose. At the same time, he gave her a command. Makoto, push it out. She paused, one hand still resting lazily as she glanced back over her shoulder, dazed and flushed. Push it out, Yup, push it out. Kanzu replied with a smirk and an unhurried nod. Confusion flickered in her eyes. Tentatively, she reached back with her free hand, fingertips brushing the heart-shaped cap as if to pull it free only for Kanzu to swat her hand away. No, he said, lips curling. Push it out naturally, unnaturally? She echoed, a soft whimper slipping out as the realization sank in. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, the heat spreading all the way down her neck. Without a word, she turned her focus back to him, both hands reaching toward him as her hair fell forward like a curtain, concealing the flicker of hesitation in her posture. But she still obeyed. High, she murmured faintly. She pressed her lips together softly, bracing herself with quiet determination as she tightened her grip. The motion made the object resist for a moment, but as she strained harder, a soft grunt escaping her lips, NNGH. HRRN it yielded, sliding out slowly, smoothly, in a wet, deliberate motion. It tumbled onto his chest with a soft thud, leaving her flushed and trembling in the aftermath. "Han damn, es so depraved," Kanza murmured, his breath catching sharper as the moment intensified, the sight igniting a fresh surge of heat in his veins. He wanted to watch that happen again, and unable to resist, he picked up the slick object again, rolled it briefly in his fingers, then pressed it firmly into place. The sensation drew a muffled hum from her lips. MMPH. Again, push it out, he ordered, voice a bit husky with eagerness to watch that same scene play out again. Though still flushed with embarrassment, she obeyed again, the motion smoother this time. More practiced. HRRN. NGH, a muffled, soft grunt escaped her lips with the effort as she removed the object. The sound of it had him grinning, pulse racing, and he made her repeat it a few more times. Let's do it again, each round drawing a sharp exhale from him and a muffled whine from her as she braced herself. By the 5th attempt, Mikoto's cheeks burned hotter than ever, her breaths coming in ragged huffs as she strained once more. NNGH. HNN, the object slipping free yet again, a faint stretch lingering as she adjusted. Again, Kanzu said, his voice low and unhurried, showing no sign of tiring as he pressed it back into place once more. Eventually, the cool slickness of the toy slipping and once more drawing a choked sob from her throat as she tensed around it, her mouth faltering on his skin with sloppy, distracted licks. Schlick, Keikan-sama. It's too embarrassing. NGH. Mikoto whimpered, her voice cracking around the words. Tears of humiliation pricked her eyes as she pulled back slightly, Her expression conflicted, but her resolve crumbled, and she leaned in again, despite herself. Kanzu's hand rested firmly against her back as he murmured, "Shoo, just one more, Mikoto. You've come so far." His voice softened with a trace of affection, coaxing her on. With a trembling breath of surrender, Mikoto obeyed. She pushed herself harder this time, the effort pulling a raw, guttural sound from deep in her chest. HRRN, Plop. Splatter. The plug popped free again, and with it, a rush of sensation broke loose, spilling over his chest in warm, wet streaks. Both her body twitched and clenched in the aftermath, quivering helplessly under his heated gaze. Mikoto panted softly, "Ha-ha," each breath spilling hot from her lips. Please no more," she begged softly. "TCH fine. All right," Kanza muttered, setting the item aside with a sigh. Truth be told, he had been tempted to do it again. The way she reacted was far too enticing. But since she clearly didn't want it, he decided to relent, at least for now. Of course, just because he wasn't continuing with the toy didn't mean he was finished with her. After setting the item aside, Kanzu placed both hands gently on her, his fingers hovering near the area. Then, without hesitation, he leaned in close. Mikoto trembled and let out a shaky breath as Kanzu pressed against her, holding her steady once more. She instinctively pulled back, but Kanzu kept his distance, keeping only halfway close, then began to push deeper, causing her body to tense under his deliberate control. "Oh, ow, I had hurt," Mikoto whimpered, eyes squeezing shut as the sharp sting shot through her. Kanzu could see her body tense, her voice turning into strained whimpers, but rather than easing up, it only drove him to push further, his tone cold and almost amused as he continued. "Why, yes," Mikoto gasped out, nodding faintly, continuing to devote her attention to him. The pain sharpened as Kanzu stretched her wide, her entire body tightening and trembling under the strain. "I can see the damage," he murmured, his tone darkening with predatory fascination. Her skin, pulled to its limit, revealed the tissue beneath. Kanzu's gaze lingered hungrily as he held her close, watching her breath catch and her body tremble under his touch. Mikoto whimpered softly. Tears streaked down her flushed cheeks as the strain became almost unbearable. Yet she uttered no complaint, surrendering completely to his guidance. Instead, a wave of relief overtook her, her body trembling as a powerful wave of release passed through her once more. And in GHAHA, a powerful surge overwhelmed her. Kanzu watched intently as her body trembled visibly, each movement captivating in its raw intensity. "Fufu, soon will be claiming this very prize," he murmured darkly, releasing his grip as she caught her breath, her body slowly settling again, slow and reluctant. "Ha-ha," Mikoto panted, her breath coming in ragged bursts as the tension finally began to ease. She thought she could relax, if only for a moment, until Kanzu's hands returned. His fingers pressed deeper into her, stretching her open further than before. The sudden tension made her whole body jolt. Her breath caught as she took him in further, struggling slightly around his eyes while waves of sensation coursed through her. Her thighs trembled, toes curling against the sheets as a fine sheen of sweat made her skin glisten beneath the lamplight. Kanzu chuckled lowly, holding her close as she caught her breath, the tension in the room slowly easing around them, only to hook his fingers back in and repeat the motion again. On Mikoto's end, her mouth and hands worked tirelessly, every motion growing more fervent as he pulsed against her lips. "Kansama, you're about to finish," she gasped between kisses, quickening her pace with trembling urgency. "Yeah, I'm almost there," Kanzu groaned, the tension coiling tight inside him. The feeling was so intense, so consuming, that he could barely focus on what he was doing anymore, his rhythm faltering as the sensation overwhelmed him. "Then let me know when you're ready." "Kansama, please, let me have a taste," Mikoto pleaded breathlessly, her voice heavy with emotion as she leaned closer to him. Her tear-glazed eyes met his filled with desperate, worshipful need. Gluck slurp, gluck. Her relentless service broke his control. His hips jerked forward on instinct, a guttural groan tearing from his chest as the tight coil of pleasure snapped. He throbbed hot and heavy, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Fuck Makoto, take it all NGH. Overwhelmed, she trembled at the intensity of the moment. Makoto finally pulled back to catch her breath, coughing softly. Hot S so much, she breathed, wiping her lips as she steadied herself. Watching him catch his breath, she leaned in again, pressing a slow, dazed kiss to him with quiet reverence. Devoted smile curving her mouth. Ha! Kanzu exhaled, chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. His hands remained on her, fingers resting gently. When Makoto finally finished, she gave one last affectionate smile in his direction, cleaning away every trace before pressing a reverent kiss to the surface. Dana-sama, thank you for your gift, she whispered breathlessly, her tone filled with devotion. Well then, get up. Let's get going, Kanzu said, his eyes darkening with intensity. Yesh, Makoto breathed out, her body still trembling, flushed and spent. Despite her exhaustion, eagerness burned in her gaze. She was ready, desperate even, to surrender herself completely to the moment. Kanzu, too, was far from satisfied, his body still tense with restless energy. Twitched with renewed life at the thought. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. It's about time I take what you've so carefully prepared to offer me. Chapter 37.4 The Wedding Night 3. All right then, Makoto, lie down, Kanzu said, patting the mattress beside him. Hi. Dana-sama. Makoto nodded shyly. Her cheeks flushed as she shifted onto her back. The sheets creased beneath her, and her damp, disheveled black hair fanned out across the pillows like dark silk, stray strands clinging to the sweat-slicked curve of her neck and face. Now, spread those legs of yours, he ordered in a low tone. Makoto hesitated briefly, then followed his command, spreading her legs as wide as she could, knees bent and trembling slightly. I like this. Yeah, that's perfect, Kanzu said with a smirk, his gaze drinking in the sight before him as he leaned closer. Gathering saliva in his mouth, he spat lightly, then slid his fingers down to begin teasing her again. Makoto moaned softly, her breath trembling. Kansama, please go easy. Her legs shifted, threatening to close, but Kanzu stopped her by pressing a firm hand against her leg. Hold these. I don't want them getting in my way. Hi, she breathed, obeying. She lifted her knees up toward her chest, adjusting her position as she glanced toward him for reassurance. Yeah, that's better, Kanzu said approvingly as he settled close to her. His arousal, thick and veined, had already hardened again, standing ready and pulsing with heat. The sight of her, twitching in rhythm with her heartbeat, made his restraint waver. Every instinct in him wanted to be close to her right then, but he resisted. Instead, he held her close, pulling her body against his in slow, deliberate movements. Her skin was warm against his, and a soft sound escaped them both as they pressed together. Hanan Makoto moaned, biting her lip as the heat of his body pressed against hers. Each slow grind sent sparks shooting through her, the friction both torturous and intoxicating. Her gaze stayed fixed on him, and without realizing it, she began to rock her hips, tilting them higher and lower, instinctively trying to line herself up with the movement of his body, as if hoping that it would slide in. Kanzu, of course, noticed her subtle attempts and grinned darkly, refusing to give her what she wanted. His deliberate teasing only made her whimper, her eyes glistening as she looked up at him, silently begging him to stop teasing her and just give in already. Fufu first, let's free these beauties. How long were you planning to keep them hidden? Kanzu teased with a low chuckle, still dragging his body in slow, deliberate glides against hers. His hands, never still for long, slid upward and tugged the lace cups of her bra, down in one smooth motion until they rested against her stomach. Her breasts spilled free at once, full, shapely, tender, and softly conical, bouncing before settling naturally under gravity's pull. Her nipples stood erect and flushed deep, enticing pink, completing the sight that made his grin widen. Gazing at her, Kanzu couldn't look away. He reached out with both hands and gently placed them on her shoulders, giving them a reassuring squeeze. No matter how much time we spend together, I never get tired of it, he murmured with a grin, giving her an affectionate look. You really do have a wonderful figure, Mikoto, just as expected of my wife. Thank you, Dana-sama, Mikoto breathed, smiling softly. Yeah, Kanzu's grin deepened, taking on a dark, menacing edge. Without warning, his palms came down sharply, once, then again, striking the air beside her. The sharp sound echoed before he seized her wrists, twisting her arms behind her back with a grip that stung just enough to make her gasp. Mikoto's body jolted as she struggled to respond, her face flushing with heat. And in each trembling breath seemed to shake her. Yeah, that's it, Kanzu said approvingly, his grin widening as her voice filled the bedroom like music to his ears. His hands continued to toy with her breasts, fingers rolling and squeezing before his tone dropped lower, darker. And tell me, Mikoto, do you want to be close to me? His gaze stayed locked on hers as he leaned in, his voice low and steady. She nodded quickly, hunger flickering through the haze of exhaustion, her own voice raw and trembling. Why, yes, I want to be with my Dana-sama. Kanzu chuckled, the sound rough and pleased. If that's the case, he drawled, leaning closer, you'll have to earn it. Mikoto bit her lip, a deep flush spreading across her cheeks, yet she showed no trace of hesitation. Dana-sama, please let me feel your love and warmth, she whispered, her voice trembling with shy surrender. Hee, you've really learned how to ask me for what you want, haven't you? Kanzu chuckled approvingly as he shifted closer, pressing forward with a. He pressed against her before slowly pushing forward. The pressure mounted as her body slowly yielded inch by agonizing inch. She cried out. She gasped as an intense wave of sensation overtook her, a deep, relentless ache burning through her entire being. Her breath caught in a trembling sigh, tears pricking at the corners of her eyes as sweat slicked her entire body. Every muscle in her frame was taut, straining against the harsh assault, but she didn't pull away. No. Instead, with shaking hands and quivering resolve, she reached back, her sweaty palms pressing against the tense curves of her lower body, bracing harder as she endured the painful intrusion. Even through the pain, she forced herself to hold still, desperate to serve him, to please him despite the agony. Keikan-sama. Why, you can continue. I'm all right. I can handle it, she gasped between ragged breaths, her voice trembling as she fought back tears from the searing pain. Yeah, he murmured softly, his tone almost gentle as he moved his hand from her breast to her forehead, wiping away the sweat before caressing her cheek tenderly, even as he continued his relentless pace. That fleeting moment of tenderness from him gave her the strength to endure, to keep going, and she did, driven by sheer devotion to serve him, even if it shattered her completely. Her determination dulled the edge of the pain as she clung to him instinctively while he drew her closer. The intensity of the moment pulled them together, deepening the bond between them in ways words could not capture. Its surface rippling in helpless resistance. Mikoto's eyes rolled back, the whites flashing as pain and a strange, overwhelming sensation collided within her. Her heart pounded violently against her ribs, so fast it made her dizzy. She bit down hard on her lower lip to smother the scream, clawing its way up, tasting the faint tang of blood where her teeth broke skin. Hot damn, Mikoto Kanzu groaned, his voice rough as he steadied himself against her. He stayed still for a moment, hips pressed close against her, letting her adjust while she trembled beneath him, hot and unrelenting. Sweat gathered at his temples as he breathed through the intensity, savoring the moment that threatened to undo him. At this same time, his fingers traced slow, soothing circles along her thigh. Breathe through it. Mikoto, that's my good wife. he murmured with restrained concern as he watched her face twist in that mixture of pain and distress. Her lips parted on shaky gasps, chest rising and falling rapidly as she struggled to relax. She gave a faint nod, vision hazy at the edges from the relentless burn. Forcing shallow breaths, she willed her body to obey. Hi, Kansama, I'm trying, she whispered, her voice fragile and uneven, hands still trembling. Well, then going to start moving, he said, and slowly he did. He pulled back slightly before leaning forward again with careful control. Each measured blow tested her limits without mercy. The impact reignited the pain, sharp and searing, yet laced with something dangerously close to exhilaration. Her body tensed helplessly in protest, straining against him with involuntary tremors that drew a low, guttural groan from his throat. Makoto whimpered, tears streaming down her cheeks, tracing hot, salty trails into her disheveled hair. Yet even through the emotion, she pressed closer to him, drawn by a desperate longing her mind refused to name. He held her gently, slowly. She steadied herself as he worked beside her, his movements careful at first, as if testing her limits. When he sensed her settling into the rhythm, he pressed forward with more weight behind each motion, each retreat only partial before he leaned back in with greater force. The steady pressure around them shifted and tightened, the motion demanding her full attention until she had no choice but to meet him at every turn. Schlick slap, schlick, her ragged breaths tumbled out in uneven waves, her voice breaking beneath the relentless force that shook her entire body. Aeon, ha, didn't too much. It's all right, I know you can endure it, Makoto, Kanzu rasped, his voice thick with determination as he kept striking his target over and over, steady, full strokes that made her toes curl and her arms tremble where she struggled to keep herself spread open. She cried out, her body reacting with each thrust while she moved with the force of his movements. Kanza brushed his fingers along her flushed face, tucking strands of raven hair behind her ears so he could fully see her expression, her eyes glassy, her lips trembling. He traced a finger along her mouth and asked with a dark smirk, "Do you like being taken like this, Makoto?" "Why, yes, Kinsama. I like it so much," she breathed, her voice breaking in a gasp before she could even finish, her back arching as her grip on herself faltered. "Foo-foo, that's good," Kanza chuckled, leaning closer to her. He pressed his lips to hers while holding her close, his hips moving against her in a steady rhythm. The air between them grew heavy, their breathing quick and unsteady. Meanwhile, Makoto responded instinctively, her mouth moving against his hand, her soft, urgent motions matching the cadence of his movements. A sudden wave overwhelmed her completely, her body drawn taut, every nerve burning with unbearable intensity until she trembled beyond control. Deep, greedy pressures that drew a low groan from his throat. "MMPH, yes, that's it, Makoto. Show me how much you love this." Kanza rasped, voice rough with satisfaction. His free hand found one of her shoulders. She struggled beneath him, her body trembling as a wave of overwhelming intensity overtook her. "NNGH, Didana-sama," she gasped, her voice breaking. Her voice breaking as she struggled, her body reacting instinctively to each heavy movement, even as the overwhelming strain threatened to overwhelm her. "Hey, is that so?" "Then go on," Kanza murmured with a wicked grin, his left hand sliding down between her trembling thighs. His fingers pressed against her, curling in rhythm, feeding the heat coiling tight inside her. The overwhelming sensation shattered what little control she had left. "And," she cried, voice breaking as the feeling tore through her. Her body arched violently, every muscle locking as an intense wave crashed over her like a storm. Her body clenched in rhythmic spasms while she convulsed wildly, overwhelmed by uncontrollable bursts of emotion that soaked his hand. "Yes, that's it." Makoto cried out for him, overwhelmed as his powerful thrusts grew erratic. Her whole body trembled as tears streamed down her face while she gasped around his hand. "Hi-ha-da-na-sama," she gasped, breathless and overwhelmed. Kan's fingers, slick and trembling, lifted back toward her mouth. "Here, taste yourself," he ordered darkly. "Yes," she whimpered. She parted her lips as his fingers brushed past them once more. Her tongue moved in a slow, dazed circle around them as she tasted something unfamiliar. She pulled away slowly, eyes unfocused, humming faintly in quiet submission as soft sounds filled the room. A soft gulp could be heard. As he held her hand tenderly, Kansas' other hand reached toward the discarded item lying on the sheets. "Fufu," he chuckled darkly, holding it up with amusement before setting it aside with a slow, deliberate motion. Then, bringing it to her lips, he murmured, "Now hold it between your lips." He withdrew his fingers from her mouth and replaced them with the toy, pressing it past her trembling lips. "Feel every sensation." She whimpered, voice muffled in humiliation as her cheeks burned crimson. Still, she obeyed, closing her mouth around the object as she performed the task obediently, her expression shifting with each motion, like a subdued child forced into compliance. The unfamiliar taste flooded her tongue, forcing her to endure every moment of her submission. "MMPH. Haha, perfect," Kanza murmured approvingly, watching with satisfaction as Mikoto complied. He resumed his rhythm, harder now, more deliberate, each motion executed with ruthless precision. Mikoto reacted helplessly, her cries muffled around the toy still in her mouth, each sound vibrating against it in a lewd hum. "Of course, these beauties can't be ignored either," Kanzu added with a grin, his free hand reaching for her chest. He slapped her breasts sharply, watching them bounce and flush red before pinching her nipples between his fingers, twisting until fresh tears welled in her eyes. The overstimulation was relentless, every nerve in her body alive, sparking under his touch. Kanza leaned forward, his shadow falling over her trembling frame as his pace quickened, pressing her smaller body against him. Kanzu chuckled darkly as he leaned close to her, a low laugh rumbling from his chest. Her body quivered beneath him. His lips traced a warm path up her chest to her nape, teeth grazing the sensitive skin before he bit down just enough to leave a mark, then moved to her collarbone, leaving a trail of kisses in his wake. Mikoto trembled violently, the small object slipping from her grasp and rolling aside, forgotten. "Kakan-sama," she cried out, her voice breaking as sudden emotion overwhelmed her, every muscle trembling. Her elbows gave out, slipping from beneath her as her grip failed entirely. She can't hold on. Her stance fell wider in exhaustion, but Kanzu caught her immediately, his hands clamping down on her thighs with possessive force. "No, you want," he growled, pinning her in place as he moved against her with relentless, unyielding intensity that shook the bed beneath them. Kansama freed at last. Mikoto's trembling hands slid up his back, nails tracing light, desperate scratches across his taut muscles. Her fingers tangled in his hair, massaging his scalp with tender, reverent strokes that spoke of longing, surrender, and a desperate need to give him everything. "Does it feel good, Kansama?" She gasped breathlessly, her voice trembling but eager. "Yeah, it feels incredible," Kanzu groaned, his gaze burning into her flushed face. "I love being with you like this. It's the best wedding gift you could have given me." I'm glad, she breathed, a content, warm smile curving her lips. Despite the roughness of his advances, she felt a strange happiness, a satisfaction that her pain and devotion weren't in vain. That smile, yearning, submissive, yet radiant, ignited something feral in Kanzu. His restraint shattered. His movements grew harder, faster, more erratic. Mikoto blinked up at him in dazed confusion, the fog of overwhelming sensation clouding her gaze. "Kakan-sama?" Before she could even finish, he shifted his hips and moved against her. The warmth welcomed him instantly after the intensity of the moment. His movements were sharp and forceful, an overwhelming rhythm that made her cry out, "On Kakan-sama." Her voice broke as she clung to him, overwhelmed by the familiar intensity. "Bah! Bah!" Ba, ba, ana aigrigalles, she cried, her voice trembling as tension coiled hot and tight in her belly. I'm about to, but before she could reach that moment, Kanzu pulled away abruptly again. Her body clenched around nothing, a wave of frustration washing over her. Kakan-sama, she gasped, breath hitching. Fufu. Kanzu chuckled darkly and, without warning, drove back into her with brutal force. The sudden pressure reignited the burn, making her cry out as he plunged in deep, pounding with ruthless precision. Plah, 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 plah. Then he began alternating, relentless, calculated, sadistic, switching between her and him every few movements, never letting her body settle. Each shift kept her teetering between unbearable sensation and raw overstimulation, pushing her closer to breaking while his own body throbbed violently, straining for release. Keikan-sama, please let me catch my breath. I can't take it anymore, Mikoto pleaded, her voice trembling as she strained under his relentless pace, denied him moments rest again and again. Just a little longer, Kanzu rasped, his breath uneven. I'm close too. Well finished together. Hi, she whimpered, nodding weakly, her mind dissolving into a haze of heat and overstimulation. Her legs quivered violently, every muscle trembling, sweat glistening on her flushed skin under the dim light. Kanzu kept up his merciless pace, driving forward in a steady, punishing rhythm as his own breathing turned ragged. Deep groans rumbling from his chest. Hearing them, Mikoto instinctively tightened her hold on him, pulling him closer with surprising strength, wordless, desperate, and utterly lost in him. Keikan-sama, please, Mikoto begged breathlessly, her voice muffled and trembling around the plug still held between her lips. Fufu, is that so, Mikoto? You want more of me? Kanzu's low chuckle came between ragged breaths. Very well then, take it all. He pressed forward with sudden force. He continued until he reached his limit, her cry of pain echoing through the room as the burn flared anew, merging with the intoxicating pleasure that racked her body. Her ankles tightened around his back, heels pressing into his skin as she pulled him closer, her trembling form surrendering completely, every nerve set ablaze. His movements turned urgent. His rhythm broke into frantic, uneven movements. His breath came hot and ragged against her ear as his grip tightened around her, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. NNGH. Mikoto, I'm going to give you everything I have as your wedding gift, he growled, his fingers digging in her hips hard enough to bruise, holding her pinned beneath him as the tension built to a blinding peak. Her world dissolved into the overwhelming rhythm. The wet sound of skin, the ragged breath, the helpless sobs that turned into breathless sounds. Tears streaked down her flushed cheeks as pain and pleasure blurred, the relentless intensity pushing her beyond her limit once more. MMPHI, yes, she cried out, her body arching violently as wave after wave of intense feeling overtook her, trembling and breathless against the damp sheets below, lost in the height of the moment. Splurt, splurt, the sight of her breaking beneath him shattered Kanzu's control completely. His body faltered once, twice, before pulling her flush against him with a guttural roar. Go take it, Mikoto. Spurt, spurt, splurt, his whole body throbbed violently as if thick. He held her close as they reached the peak together, their bodies trembling in the aftermath as waves of release washed over them both. Her muffled whimpers fading to quiet, trembling breaths. That's my good wife, Kanzu murmured, brushing stray strands of hair from her flushed face as he stayed close beside her, holding the moment a little longer before finally stepping away. Tears streamed down Mikoto's flushed cheeks, her breath breaking into deep, rag gasps. As tremors rippled through her body. Her legs gave out, falling limp and quivering, toes twitching in the aftermath. A fine sheen of sweat clung to her skin, cooling over her heaving chest, leaving her boneless. Dazed and utterly spent, Kanzu lingered a moment longer, chest rising and falling in heavy pants, before finally pulling away with a heavy sigh. His body softened as the intense moment faded, leaving them both breathless and still. Her body trembled faintly in the wake of his absence, still adjusting to the sudden emptiness. Mikoto's eyes widened in panic, her trembling hand twitching toward herself as if to stop something from escaping. "In no, Dana-sama, why your precious gift?" He caught the motion easily, a faint, tired smirk tugging at the corner of his lips as amusement flickered through the haze of exhaustion. "Not to worry, I've got you covered," Kanza murmured. Reaching up, he grabbed the object resting beside her head and secured it firmly into place. With a slow twist, he pressed it in deeply, holding it in place as the heart-shaped cap settled snugly against her. "Keep it all in for me," he said softly. His gaze drifted lower, fingers sweeping up the traces that had escaped and now trailed down her skin. Bringing them to her lips, he added, "And here the spilled out." He slipped his fingers past her parted lips. Mikoto obeyed without hesitation, her expression calm and attentive. She drank the mixture with a soft hum, eyes fluttering half shut, before Kanzu finally withdrew his hand and set it aside with quiet satisfaction. When she was done, Kanzu exhaled deeply, and pulled back before collapsing beside her. For a moment, neither spoke. Their breaths mingled in the thick, humid air, ragged and uneven, the room still heavy with warmth. "That felt great," he murmured, turning his head to glance at her disheveled form. "Why, yes, Kansama," Mikoto breathed, her voice dazed yet blissful, still lost in the haze of pleasure that clung to her senses. Her body trembled faintly, her body still aching for the fullness and warmth she'd been denied, but she didn't voice it. It didn't matter. If Kanzu was satisfied, if he was resting, then that was enough. Her own need was secondary. His satisfaction was everything. Of course, Kanzu noticed. His gaze trailed over her weary frame, her flushed skin, and the way her chest still rose and fell with exhaustion. "Fufu, it seems I still can't rest. Can I?" Kanzu murmured, the tension rising between them as his desire sharpened with renewed hunger, the urge to completely overwhelm her still burning strong. Without another word, he rolled her on her side, lifting one leg over his hip before pulling her close in one smooth, decisive motion. She gasped softly, her eyes widening as the moment pulled her back from her dazed bliss. "Kakan-sama?" Mikoto breathed, startled by his sudden closeness as her body tensed against him. "Don't worry, I can still go another round," he chuckled darkly, his hand finding her as he added. "So, just relax and enjoy the rest of our wedding night." He pulled her close again, steady and sure. "Hai, Kakan-sama," Mikoto breathed shakily, her voice rising in emotion as her expression shifted, her eyes closing, mouth parting, a blissful expression softening her beautiful features during an intense, demanding moment. The sounds and motion of the night gave way to mourning. Chapter 38. Bullying Sarutobi Asuma the day after the wedding. Kanzu arrived at the police headquarters, just as he and his men were about to plot their next move to rack up more evil points. Suda came rushing in with urgent news. Word of Hitaki Tsukumo's mission failure has spread across the village surprisingly fast. Kanzu wasn't shocked in the slightest. The one behind the leak was most likely Shimura Dan's, that cunning old fox. And third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen? He had probably played a role, too. If Hiruzen had truly wanted to suppress the news, it wouldn't have been difficult for him, not with the power of the Hokage's office. "If I ride the wave of public opinion, I should be able to rack up quite a lot of evil points," Kanzu mused. He felt no guilt about taking advantage of Hitaki Tsukumo's downfall. They weren't friends, and Kanzu had no personal ties to him. "Never mind," he said aloud after a pause. For now, Kanzu still had some shred of a bottom line left. He had just learned Hitaki-style kenjutsu from Hitaki Tsukumo. Turning around and attacking the man now felt too shameless, even for him. Kanzu still had a bit of a bottom line, although it was only marginal. Otherwise, he would have already started slaughtering civilians for evil points. After all, Killing a person granted at least 100 evil points. Although 100 points per kill wasn't much, with enough kills, it would add up. Besides, even killing ordinary people would still yield evil points, but Kanzu didn't want to become a mindless killer chasing after evil points. TCH, am still not evil enough. Kanzu sighed inwardly. Not evil enough. Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, and many people he has killed might have had something to say about that. I got married yesterday, and not a single clan in Konoha gave me any face. You know what to do, right? Kanzu said flatly. Understood, Patriarch, Shin replied without hesitation. Of course, he understood Kanzu wanted to stir up trouble for those clans. And these days, they had become quite skilled at that. Then were you waiting for get on with it, ordered Kanzu. Shin smirked, leave it to me, and left the office. After Shin left, Kanzu turned his attention to Hazuki. Any movements from Fugaku's group? Lately, he hadn't had the time to keep an eye on them, but he knew they wouldn't stay quiet for long. He had assigned Hazuki the task of using her underlings to check out their situation, and he wanted to hear if she had learned anything. It's been confirmed they're all staying with the Sarutobi clan. Hazuki reported in a somewhat mechanical tone of voice. MBU are present in the area, but we haven't been able to uncover what they're up to. Ever since Shinkara's death, the ninjas who had betrayed the Uchiha clan had all gathered around Fugaku. And now, Fugaku himself was residing under the protection of the Sarutobi clan. So it really was you, Hokage? Kanzu muttered darkly, ignoring Hazuki's mechanical tone of voice. Back when Fugaku had been taken by that mysterious figure, Kanzu had suspected Sarutobi Hiruzen was behind it. Now, the pieces had fallen into place. Sarutobi Hiruzen's youngest son, he's still enrolled at the Ninja Academy, isn't he? Kanzu asked, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Yes, Hazuki confirmed. Sarutobi Asuma is still studying at the academy. Good. I understand. Hiruzen had clearly taken in Fugaku in an attempt to use him against Kanzu. But did he really think Kanzu wouldn't strike back? Kanzu arrived at the Konoha Ninja Academy just around dismissal time. This school, founded by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was also where Kanzu himself had once graduated. Good grief, the kid already looks old, Kanzu muttered under his breath upon spotting Sarutobi Asuma. Although children could enroll in the academy at the age of 4 or 5, Asuma already seemed a bit haggard for his age. At the moment, he was trailing behind a little girl with black hair and striking red eyes, a precocious and adorable child. That had to be Yuhi Kurenai. Kanzu stood at the front gate, drawing curious glances from the students. Some of the more mature kids couldn't help but sneak peeks at him, ignoring them. Kanzu waited until Asuma was just about to pass by with Kurenai, then, without warning, he lashed out with a swift kick, sending Asuma flying. Asuma spat out a mouthful of blood and crumpled to the ground, nearly passing out from the pain. If Kanzu hadn't held back, that one kick could have killed him. Without hesitation, Kanzu walked over and stomped on the boy's head. He showed no shame in bullying a child, nor any intention of letting up. Ding, host has bullied a weak child reward. B-rank ninjutsu, fire style. Ash pile bruning. 3,000 evil points, a B-rank ninjutsu, and 3,000 evil points, far more than Kanzu had expected. Maybe the system thinks I went too far bullying a child. He mused and rewarded me generously for it. He glanced down at Sarutobi Asuma, still pinned beneath his foot. Kid, someone reported that you were harassing your female classmates and sneaking into the bathhouse to peep at women. Pretty bold for your age. Asuma couldn't respond. The pain in his abdomen had robbed him of breath. Fear filled his young eyes. Wait, Sarutobi Asuma, harass girls? One of his classmates exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Harassing girls sounds about right, another muttered. He's always been bothering Kurenai-chan. Disgusting little creep. I didn't think he was that scummy, a girl added, glaring at Asuma with contempt. Following Kurenai-chan around was one thing, but spying on women in the bathhouse? Ugh, better be careful around him from now on. Don't let him get away with anything, another girl whispered to her friends. With everyone pointing fingers and whispering around him, Asuma was as good as dead socially, at least. Kurenai glanced at him with obvious disgust. At this moment, she had no liking for him whatsoever. Honestly, why would she? Asuma wasn't good-looking. He resembled an underdeveloped orangutan who would like him unless they were blind. How could someone as ugly as him even think that she would one day become his lover? If it ever happened, it'd probably be because he kept harassing her and pressured her using his father's name, which left her feeling trapped with no real way out. "Take him away," Kanzu ordered coldly. "The police force won't allow a troublesome boy like this to go unpunished." With a clap of his hands, two teenage Uchiha ninjas stepped out from behind him and moved forward to seize Asuma. "Stop right there." An ANBU ninja, wearing a mask, leapt out of the shadows to intercept them. "I figured you'd show up," Kanzu said, almost bored. He met the ANBU's charge with a brutal kick. The ninja barely had time to look shocked before he was sent flying and knocked unconscious. Kanzu didn't spare him a second glance. His expression remained calm. He had already sensed the ANBU lurking in the shadows when he first arrived. That ANBU was likely sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to protect his youngest son. Clearly, the old Hokage still placed great importance on Asuma's safety. "Patriarch, should we take this guy back with us too?" one of the Uchiha asked. "No need. Just bring the kid." As Kanzu turned to leave, his eyes briefly landed on a black-haired, red-eyed little girl, Yuhi Kurenai. She was undeniably cute, but Kanzu had no interest in Loli. If it were the grown-up version of Kurenai, he thought, then maybe I'd be interested to fool around with her for a bit and keep her around as a maid. Shaking his head, Kanzu returned to the police HQ with his subordinates and simply gave the order to entertain Asuma and waited quietly, expecting Sarutobi Hiruzen to come knocking. Meanwhile, the ANBU ninja, who had been knocked out at the school gate, regained consciousness with the help of a teacher. "Where's Asuma-sama?" The ANBU demanded the moment he came to. "He was taken away by the police force," the teacher replied calmly. Upon hearing that Asuma had been taken away by the police force, the ANBU ninja grew anxious. But he also knew there was no way he could just march into the police headquarters and retrieve the boy. Everyone in the village knew by now Uchiha Kanzu was arrogant and fearless, and no one dared challenge him directly. Without delay, the flustered ANBU rushed off to report the situation to the third Hokage. He arrived at the Hokage building and immediately informed Hiruzen. Uchiha Kanzu, Hiruzen muttered, his face darkening. There was no mistaking it. Kanzu's sudden arrest of Asuma was a deliberate provocation. He hadn't even settled the score with Kanzu for what happened to Shinosuke. And now the man had gone after his youngest as well. Without another word, Hiruzen left the Hokage building and made his way to the police headquarters in person. This time, if Kanzu couldn't give a proper explanation, Hiruzen wasn't going to let it slide. He wasn't eager to start a war with Kanzu, but that didn't mean he was afraid to. If it really came to a fight, how could Kanzu, no matter how powerful, stand alone against the third Hokage and the might of Konoha village? Chapter 39. God of Shinobi? More like God of Braggarts. Saname Hokage-sama, please follow me. The Patriarch is expecting you, Suda, who had been waiting outside the building. Hiruzen's expression was grim. New ID come, did he? The fact that Kanzu had someone waiting for him at the entrance only confirmed that this was deliberate provocation. Patriarch, the Saname Hokage has arrived, Suda announced as he led Hiruzen into the office, then quietly stepped out. Of course, Hiruzen wasn't offered a seat and had to remain standing while Kanzu casually sat on a chair and drank from the cup of tea presented to him by Hazuki, standing beside him. At the Hokage office, everyone visiting has to remain standing. Only Hiruzen sits, but at the office of the captain of the police force, everyone has to remain standing, even the Hokage, and only Kanzu sits. Staring at the standing Hiruzen, who felt a bit awkward, Kanzu was amused, and before Hiruzen could say a word, Kanzu spoke, first cutting straight to the point. Saname Hokage-sama, your parenting has been an utter failure. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. Your eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, already has a history of assaulting members of the police force. And your youngest? He may be just a child, but he's clearly following in your footsteps, already picking on younger girls and snooping around the women's bathhouse. Huh? Hiruzen was taken aback by the accusation. What are you talking about? He asked aloud while his mind raced. How does he know about that? No one should know. After all, the peeping had been done through his crystal ball, something only the ANBU were aware of. Is there a traitor among the ANBU? He wondered briefly, before quickly dismissing the thought. No, that's impossible, because even within the ANBU, only the Hokage guard platoon was aware of it, and Hiruzen was fairly confident they wouldn't say a word. He's probably just spouting nonsense to smear my name, Hiruzen thought to himself. Unaware of the thoughts in Hiruzen's mind, Kanzu continued. Tell me, how did you even become a father? Completely unqualified. Kanzu said sharply. Is it a genetic issue? All the Sarutobi children are born ugly, crooked, and hearts, being a bunch of perverts and dog lickers, or is it simply a failure in your parenting? Either way, I think you should reflect on it. Hiruzen felt momentarily stunned by the unexpected scolding and disrespect. Wait, wasn't I the one who came here to confront him? How had the tables turned so quickly? How was he the one being lectured by Uchiha Kanzu? What's the matter? Not convinced? Kanzu continued, his tone unrelenting. Do you think just because you're the Hokage, your sons can run wild and do whatever they please? The safety of Konoha falls under my jurisdiction, he declared. I won't allow scum like that to thrive in this village. If he's this rotten as a child, imagine what kind of disaster he'll become once he grows up. Even if he's the Hokage's son, they'll still execute him if necessary, Kanzu said coldly. Hiruzen's face darkened. Is he seriously going to keep pushing this? Uchiha Kanzu, enough with the self-righteous talk, Hiruzen snapped. We all know what kind of man you are. Drop the act and hand over Asuma. Hiruzen's fury was palpable, and he was in his ripe age at the moment. At this peak, his power was nothing to scoff at. While the title god of Shinobi might have been exaggerated, no one weak ever became a Kage. His strength had already reached the peak of the Kage level. In fact, Hiruzen represented the upper limit of what a ninja, without a special bloodline or special cheat tier jutsu, I'm looking at you, Minato, could achieve. Beyond that, you'd need a cheat. His killing intent was overwhelming, but unfortunately, it didn't intimidate Kanzu in the slightest. If they really fought, Hiruzen wouldn't even have the chance to land a blow. One clean strike from Kanzu, and the Sarutobi clan would be preparing a funeral for their patriarch. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Bawako would have to tell everyone that her husband never returned with the milk. Killing Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't be difficult for Kanzu, but what would be the point? At most, it would earn him 100 evil points. The system didn't differentiate between a powerful Kage-level shinobi and a regular civilian with no chakra. The value was the same. In that case, keeping Hiruzen alive might bring even greater benefits. It's not impossible to release Sarutobi Asuma, Kanzu said calmly, leaning back in his chair. But I must say, Hokage-sama, your attitude leaves me rather disappointed. At that moment, Kanzu looked more like the Hokage than Hiruzen did. And yes, he looked like Hokage, not Hokage. Hiruzen's face grew grim. Uchiha Kanzu, my patience has limits. Don't test me, it won't end well for you or the Uchiha clan. And don't think you can throw your weight around just because Uchiha Mikoto has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. His tone was serious, his expression like still water, cold and unreadable. By mentioning Mikoto's eyes, Hiruzen was making one thing clear. The Uchiha clan's secrets were not hidden from him. Looks like there's a traitor within the Uchiha clan, Kanzu muttered, not losing his smile, but if one were to look closer, they'd notice a touch of coldness in his eyes. Very few people had witnessed Mikoto awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, and Kanzu had given strict orders to keep it a secret. Yet somehow, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew. Hokage knew of that there was only one explanation. Someone from within had leaked the information. And Kanzu had no tolerance for traitors, especially those who betrayed their own for the benefit of outsiders. But yes, I'm arrogant, Kanzu said with a smirk, turning his gaze to Hiruzen. So what? What do you do about it? Do you really dare to go to war with the Uchiha? You know full well the destructive power of Susanoo, don't you? Even if the Uchiha can't defeat the whole of Konoha, we can still inflict damage. Enough damage to cut off Konoha's roots for at least a decade or two, and when that happens, do you really think the other great shinobi villages won't take advantage of Konoha's weakness? Kanzu's words struck Hiruzen like a hammer to the chest. The Hokage had come here hoping to intimidate Kanzu into releasing Asuma, but instead, Kanzu had chosen to rip the mask off and confront him head-on. A counter-threat clear and deliberate. But the worst part? What Kanzu said was exactly what Hiruzen feared most. Dans had once suggested joining forces to suppress the Uchiha, but Hiruzen had refused. This was a reason why. Especially after learning through special channels that Uchiha Mikoto had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Hiruzen's wariness of the Uchiha had only deepened. He knew all too well the destructive power of Susanoo. The Valley of the End itself had been carved out during the battle between Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage. Even if Uchiha Mikoto's Susanoo couldn't match Madara's, the devastation it could unleash on Konoha would be no less than a full-blown tailed beast rampage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in calling you Hokage-sama out of courtesy, Kanzu said coldly, but if I choose not to, you are worth nothing in my eyes. Not even the floor to be stepped upon beneath my feet. Kanzu stood up and stepped forward, towering over Hiruzen. There was a major difference in their height, with Hiruzen being only 163 centimeters. Meanwhile, Kanzu is 192.5 centimeters with a condescending grin. He reached out and pressed his index finger against the top of the Hokage's head. Ding! The host has committed the crime of insulting a village's Kage. Reward: 10,000 evil points. So? Even it earns a reward? Kanzu blinked in mild surprise, then his grin widened, even more arrogant than before. I heard they call you the god of Shinobi, right? But in reality, you're more like the god of braggarts and incompetence leeching off of others. And still the so-called strongest Hokage? The only categories it'll place you in as the strongest are incompetence and crookedness. You're good at bragging. I'll give you that. Could you even lay a finger on the first or second Hokage? The first Hokage could kill you 1,000 times without even lifting his finger. Just hearing the bunch of your self-given titles makes me cringe. Ding. Target: ruthlessly humiliated. Reward: evil value 20,000 Uchiha Kanzu. That's enough. Hiruzen roared, his eyes sharp as blades as he looked up at him. What? You want to spar with me? Kanzu said mockingly. I don't mind. Suddenly, the terrifying chakra hidden within Kanzu surged outward, radiating pure, killing intent. The pressure alone made Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively tense. Feeling the danger bearing down on him, Hiruzen's rage began to cool, replaced by a flicker of unease. No wonder he dares act so arrogantly in front of me. I underestimated him. He had assumed Kanzu was still at the quasi-Kage level. But now, it was clear Uchiha Kanzu had already reached full Kage level strength. The pressure Kanzu released just now, there was no mistaking it. He definitely has enough strength to threaten him. Otherwise, Hiruzen wouldn't have felt that sense of danger. What will it take for you to release Asuma? Hiruzen asked, forcing down his anger as reason took over. Kanzu's power was a serious threat. If Kanzu could hide his strength this well, then what else had the Uchiha clan been hiding? Has he awakened the Manjiki Sharingan as well? Sarutobi Hiruzen knew the conditions for unlocking the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami, a trusted disciple of the second Hokage, had once told him. And given that Senju Tobirama was known for his deep distrust of the Uchiha, the fact that Uchiha Kagami became his student said a lot about Kagami's character. According to Kagami, the Manjiki Sharingan could only be awakened through the trauma of witnessing the death of a close friend or relative. But Hiruzen couldn't recall Uchiha Kanzu ever having close companions. His parents had died when Kanzu was still very young, and that was when he had awakened his Sharingan. No such incident happened after that. So logically, Hiruzen concluded Kanzu shouldn't have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. That didn't mean Uchiha Kanzu was easy to deal with, far from it. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen found him even more troublesome than Uchiha Mikoto, despite her having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. It's not impossible to release Sarutobi Asuma, Kanzu said coolly. But first, tell me this. Hokage who informed you that Mikoto had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? Traitors who betrayed their own clan had to be rooted out first. The Uchiha may be proud and arrogant, but they looked after their own, especially when it came to sharing benefits and protection. Anyone who enjoyed the advantages of being Uchiha while secretly betraying the clan, Kanzu, would never tolerate such a person. Hearing the question, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered just for a moment. If the Sandaime Hokage chooses not to answer, I won't force you, Kanzu added. But in that case, little Asuma will remain imprisoned in the prison cell. I wonder if little Asuma can endure such hardship at his age, Kanzu said with a faint smile and added wickedly. And maybe little Asuma might also lose something precious in order to ensure that he doesn't step on that path again. With each word from Kanzu, Hiruzen's expression grew darker. Kanzu claimed he wasn't forcing anything, but every sentence dripped with veiled threats. Had Hiruzen not been so wary of Kanzu, he might have exploded with anger by now. Kanzu leaned back in his chair, calm and composed, as if he were seated on the Iron Throne itself. Even if Hiruzen refused to reveal the traitor's identity, Kanzu had other ways to find out. After all, only a handful of people had witnessed Mikoto's Manjiki Sharingan awakening. Kanzu could interrogate them one by one, and with the Sharingan's power of hypnotic suggestion, especially after unlocking the Manjiki. How many could truly resist? Chapter 40. An opportunity for the traitor to redeem himself in the end. Sarutobi Hiruzen left with Sarutobi Asuma, and Kanzu got the information he was after. Though he walked away with his son, Hiruzen was seething. Asuma had been beaten so badly he was barely recognizable. Rather than the son of a shinobi, he looked more like the son of a monkey. That humiliation, that insult, Hiruzen wouldn't forget it. He etched Kanzu's name deep into his mental ledger. No matter how dangerous Kanzu was, no matter the threat he posed, Hiruzen would eventually find a way to deal with him. He couldn't ignore what Kanzu had done today, not just to Asuma, but to him, the Hokage. Kanzu, of course, knew Hiruzen was furious, but he wasn't worried. He wasn't the least bit afraid of retaliation. Besides, neither he nor the Uchiha clan had much to lose right now. The current Uchiha still hadn't faced the devastation of the Third Great Shinobi War. Their forces were intact. Their confidence was unshaken. Time to deal with the traitor, Kanzu muttered. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had already confirmed that Hiruzen had unwittingly exposed the traitor's identity in his desperation to retrieve Asuma. Kanzu hadn't expected the traitor to be him. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Kanzu immediately summoned all the Jonin level and higher-ranked ninja within a clan. The Uchiha had dozens of Jonin, but not all were present. Many were away on missions or working late at the Konoha Military Police Headquarters. In the end, only a dozen or so managed to attend. Among them were 5 elite Jonin of the Uchiha clan: Uchiha Suda, Uchiha Shin, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Araki, and Uchiha Yui. Suda and Shin were Kanzu's trusted confidants. Mikoto, Araki, and Yui, on the other hand, had remained neutral during the past internal struggle between Kanzu and Uchiha Fugaku. Now that Kanzu had officially taken the position of Patriarch, they had aligned themselves under his command. The Patriarch summoned us. Something serious must have happened, Yui murmured. Seated at the head of the table, Kanzu slowly opened his eyes. He tapped his fingers lightly against the table, letting the sound echo through the room as his gaze swept across everyone present. The invisible pressure in the room was suffocating. Many of them found it hard to even breathe. Our Uchiha clan has a traitor, Kanzu said coldly. Someone who has sold us out from within, and that traitor is among you. His words dropped like a thunderclap. Patriarch, who is it? One of the Jonin asked, unable to hold back. But notably, no one questioned whether Kanzu was telling the truth. I want to name the traitor, Kanzu replied. Instead, I'm giving you a chance to step forward. This is your one chance to save your life. I suggest you take it. The moment he finished speaking, silence fell over the hall. No one moved. No one spoke. The oppressive quiet stretched on, but still, no one came forward. It seems you don't intend to take the chance I was about to offer Araki-san, Kanzu said at last, turning his gaze on one man. Uchiha Araki, known for being quiet and unassuming, stiffened. Among all the elite genin in the clan, Araki was the most low-key. He was known for his sincerity, and he had always stayed out of internal disputes. Kanzu was mildly surprised when he first discovered that the traitor was actually Araki, someone no one had suspected. The moment Kanzu named him, Hazuki, who already knew who the traitor was, moved without hesitation, pressing a kunai and restraining his arms against Araki's neck. Patriarch, Araki said, his expression darkening, you accuse me of being a traitor. Do you have any proof? Proof? Kanzu replied coldly. Does Sarutobi Hiruzen's testimony count? He took a step forward, his voice calm but firm. If you truly want to prove your innocence, I'm offering you a chance. Willingly submit to the Sharingan's hypnosis. If you pass, they'll believe you. Kanzu's eyes bore into him. Araki's face twisted, and in a flash, he activated the body flicker technique in an attempt to escape. You're trying to run under my nose? Kanzu's palm shot out and grabbed Araki by the face mid-movement, then slammed him into the ground with such force that the floor cracked beneath the impact. Thud! Traitor scum! Everyone in the hall glared at Araki with fury and disgust. No one had sympathy for traitors, especially not within the Uchiha clan. Many among them held strong nationalist views. They didn't care much for Konoha, but they cared deeply for their own clan and bloodline. The others in the room despised traitors like Araki with a passion. Many of them looked as if they'd skin him alive if given the chance. Patriarch, allow me to kill him, Shin said, his voice filled with fury. Not yet, Kanzu replied, raising a hand to stop him. The dead are the least valuable. He turned his gaze back to the fallen Araki, looking down at him coldly. Do you want to know how you were exposed? Ido, Eraki mater de buterdi. I want to know. He was still unwilling to accept how things had unraveled so quickly. Simple, Kanzu said. Sarutobi Hiruzen told me. I captured his son. Sarutobi Isuma. Hiruzen wanted him released. You were the bargaining chip. Araki's eyes widened, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning as the truth hit him like a hammer. He had betrayed his clan, sold out everything for Sarutobi Hiruzen only to be discarded in the end. Sandaime Hokage, he growled, his face twisted with rage and disbelief. He had trusted Sarutobi Hiruzen, and in return, had been thrown away like trash. Go ahead, be angry. Hate him all you want, but that's it. You chose to be someone else's dog, and now you've been discarded like one. You're pathetic. Kanzu's words were sharp and merciless. When it came to venomous words, Kanzu might not be the most ruthless in the world, but he was certainly among the best. You deserve it. Seeing the anguish on Araki's face, not a single member of the clan showed any sympathy. Who would pity a traitor? A traitor like you ought to be executed on the spot. Kanzu said coldly, but I'm willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself. He gestured for Shin and Suda to release him. As long as you complete the task I assign you, you'll live. Fail and start digging your own grave. Kanzu's tone darkened. You can refuse, of course, but if you do, death will be the least of your worries. Your family will suffer with you. What mission? Araki asked quietly. Even he had weaknesses. He wasn't alone, he had a family. Go and kill Sarutobi Shinosuke, Kanzu said coldly. As long as he dies, you live. If he doesn't, then you and your entire family die together. Patriarch, you're sentencing me to death, Araki replied bitterly. Even if he succeeded, he knew he wouldn't survive for long. Shinosuke was the son of the Sandaime Hokage. Killing him would be a death sentence either way. At least this way, you still have a chance to live, Kanzu said indifferently. And more importantly, your family will be spared. Kanzu's words struck hard. Araki fell silent. A moment later, he gave a slow, reluctant nod. He had no choice. Refusing meant dying here and now and dragging his family down with him. In that moment, Araki deeply regretted ever selling himself out for Sarutobi Hiruzen's shallow favors. But regret no longer mattered. It was already too late. Chapter 41. Kanzu's Dangerous Ideas. Eat this. Kanzu tossed a pill toward Araki. Araki caught it, eyes narrowing with a flicker of hesitation. But after a brief pause, he chose to swallow it. He was certain it was poison, but if he refused, he would die immediately. At least this gave him a chance. I don't care what method you use. I'm giving you 3 days, Kanzu said coldly. If Sarutobi Shinosuke isn't dead by then, you and your entire family can reunite in the Pure Land. With that, Kanzu dismissed him. What he had just handed Araki was indeed poison. But as long as Araki valued his life, he wouldn't dare run. And even if he was willing to die, Kanzu was confident he wouldn't risk his family's lives. Patriarch, Tsubaki said cautiously, a worried look on her face. You've ordered him to kill Sarutobi Shinosuke, but if Sarutobi Shinosuke dies, Hokage-sama will undoubtedly turn against the Uchiha. Killing Sarutobi Hiruzen's son, how could the Hokage not go berserk? The one doing the killing is Araki. What does that have to do with the Uchiha clan? Kanzu said coldly. Do you really think I gave that traitor a chance to live? He swept his gaze across the hall, locking eyes with every Uchiha present. Il don't faut betrayal. So I suggest none of you even think about turning against the clan. Otherwise, in the next instant, the 3 Tomo in Kanzu's eyes spun and transformed into the Manjiki Sharingan. A wave of surprise rippled through the hall. Manjiki Sharingan. Huh? Manjiki Sharingan? Has Patriarch also awakened the Manjiki Sharingan? The Patriarch had indeed awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Now, with 2 members of the Uchiha clan possessing Manjiki eyes, their hopes of restoring the clan's former glory seemed closer than ever. Since Uchiha Madara's departure, the clan had steadily declined. After the death of the first Hokage, Senju Tobirama ruled with a heavy hand, suppressing the Uchiha at every turn. And even after his death, his disciples Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Dans continued that suppression. The Uchiha clan, long suppressed by Konoha's upper management, had been holding back their resentment for years. After Araki kills Sarutobi Shinosuke, well announced that he betrayed the Uchiha clan and was expelled, Kanzu declared coldly. He wanted Sarutobi Hiruzen to suffer a loss that he couldn't avenge, one that would leave him with no outlet for retaliation. If Sarutobi Shinosuke were killed now, there was a good chance Sarutobi Konohamaru would never be born. But did Kanzu care? He didn't care whether Uchiha Itachi or Uchiha Sasuke were born in the future, nor even Uzumaki Naruto, the supposed protagonist of this world. As he was thinking of all the geniuses and saviors that aren't going to be born because of him, certainly he recalled the name of another unparalleled genius, the birth of whom shouldn't have been affected by his action. Our Uchiha clan has a young genius, doesn't it? Uchiha Shursui? Kanzu asked suddenly. Yes. Suda replied with a nod of admiration. Shursui truly stands out. He's one of the most promising among the younger generation. Seems like he's destined to rise. With both the Patriarch and his wife having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, and now a little genius emerging, the future of the Uchiha clan looked promising. Many among the Uchiha believed that their Patriarch might one day compete for the position of Hokage. If Kanzu became Hokage, the Uchiha would undoubtedly become the most powerful clan in Konoha. Suda, Kanzu said, turning to him, you'll be responsible for training him. Make sure the first thing he learns is loyalty to the Uchiha clan. And loyalty to the Uchiha clan meant loyalty to Kanzu himself. Uchiha Shursui was undeniably a prodigy. Kanzu was curious if he intervened early enough. Could Shizui's beliefs and character be reshaped? If Shizui's ideals could be realigned, Kanzu wouldn't mind grooming him to become one of his future generals. But if he remained as he was in the original timeline, Kanzu wouldn't bother killing him. He'd simply take his Manjiki Sharingan for himself when the time came. Understood, Patriarch. He'll train him well, Suda said seriously. Kanzu gave a slight nod. For now, the current Uchiha Shui wasn't enough to warrant his full attention. At least not until he awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. Only then would Kanzu start to take him seriously. But Shui was not even 3 years old and had just begun learning to control chakra. It would be a long time before he'd be anywhere close to awakening the Mangeki. Tsubaki, Makoto, Kanzu called out, turning his gaze toward the two. Even though he hadn't activated his Mangeki Sharingan, the mere pressure from Kanzu's presence was overwhelming. He had quickly cultivated the aura of a true leader since becoming the patriarch, and both Tsubaki and Makoto couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. You two will join the Konoha police force from now on. Any objections? Previously, neither Makoto, nor Tsubaki, nor even Araki. The traitor had been part of the police force. But Kanzu had decided it was time for that to change. No objections, patriarch. Tsubaki and Makoto responded tersely. In the current climate, right after a traitor had been exposed, neither dared to question Kanzu's orders. Report at the police HQ tomorrow, Kanzu instructed, dismissing them before turning to head back to his own residence. The house was impeccably maintained thanks to Makoto. However, keeping someone of her caliber, nearly Kaga level, confined to household chores felt like a waste of her talents, even if Makoto herself didn't seem to mind the quiet life. What's on your mind, Ken-sama? Makoto noticed Kanzu's absent expression as he returned. Just thinking about how to do more evil things, he replied casually. I see Makoto wasn't certain if he was being serious or just joking and decided not to pay much attention to it. Kanzu didn't care and remained busy with his own thoughts. While his evil points continued to grow, it had yet to surpass 300,000. The current pace was far too slow. Kanzu needed to make a much bolder move. How many evil points would I gain if I destroyed Konoha Village? Kanzu mused. The dangerous thought surfaced briefly in his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Even if he truly intended to destroy the village, his strength was still insufficient. After all, he only had the Mangeki Sharingan, and the Shurkai state of Raijin Jaka couldn't be sustained for long. Besides, Kanzu had no intention of leaving Konoha for the time being. It was better to harvest slowly, cutting the roots bit by bit. Uprooting everything at once might bring a large reward in the short term, but it wouldn't last in the long run. It's better to start the third great Shinobi War, he thought. Another dangerous idea took root. The war was bound to break out eventually anyway. If he could give a little push, he might rack up a significant amount of evil value in the process. Chapter 42. Developing ninjutsu. The trigger for the third great Shinobi War was the disappearance of the third Kazekage. Suspecting Konoha's involvement, Sunagakure launched an attack on the Land of Fire's border and officially declared war on Konoha. In truth, the third Kazekage had been killed by Sasori, who didn't even leave the body behind. Instead, he turned it into one of his human puppets. But the Kazekage's disappearance was merely a pretext. Even without it, the third great Shinobi War would have erupted regardless. Sunagakure had long set its sights on Konoha, and they weren't the only ones. Many villages coveted the Land of Fire, rich in natural resources and home to the powerful Hidden Leaf Village. To put it bluntly, the Great Ninja Wars were wars of profit. Grudges and hatred were only secondary motivations. Sasori of the Red Sand, the third Kazekage, "I'll steal your thunder," Kanzu muttered with a smirk. Kanzu had already entertained the idea of killing the third Kazekage. He wanted to personally ignite the fuse of the third great Shinobi War. But not yet. The nations aren't ready to fight right now. It had only been 40 years since Konoha's founding, and according to the original timeline, the Third Ninja War wouldn't erupt for a few more years. But Kanzu had no intention of waiting that long. At most, he would wait one more year, then he would ensure the war breaks out. Once war erupts, accumulating evil points would become much faster. Even if killing one human only grants 100 evil points. What if he kills hundreds? Thousands? Now, he is no killing machine, but it's different when it comes to a war. In a war, he has no other choice but to kill as many as he can, and if he kills enough, then he would also earn enough evil points. Although the third ninja war wasn't likely to start immediately, Kanzu was already laying the groundwork. And who said the death of the third Kazekage was the only way to trigger it? There were plenty of other methods to start a war. For instance, if Kanzu were to weaken Konoha's military strength, wouldn't the other Shinobi villages catch wind of it and pounce like wolves? All this just to earn more evil points. What a burden, Kanzu muttered, half in amusement and half in frustration. He opened the system shop, browsed through it briefly, then shut it again. Kanzu's top priority was obtaining the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. No matter how tempting abilities like Kimi, Flying Raijin, or the Sage Body might be, he had resolved not to spend any of his evil points on them until he acquired the eternal Mangeki. The system offered several types of Sage Bodies. Kanzu could afford some, such as the Sage Body of the average Shinobi of the Senju clan or the Uzumaki clan, but he wasn't interested in those. What Kanzu desired was the perfect Sage Body, that of Senju Hashirama. The Sage Body possessed by Hashirama wasn't even in the same league as the ordinary ones inherited by the rest of the Senju clan. The next day, after finishing up with the breakfast prepared by Mikoto, Kanzu made his way to the training ground. Accompanying him was Mikoto. He had no intention of keeping her at home like a decorative vase. He brought her along to train and grow stronger. Mikoto specialized in ninjutsu and jinjutsu. As for taijutsu, she was competent, but like most kunoichi, she was generally at a disadvantage compared to male ninjas in terms of raw physical strength. Of course, there were notable exceptions. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, for example. Another was Uzumaki Kushina, Mikoto's close friend. While Kushina was a master of sealing techniques, her taijutsu wasn't weak either. What made both women exceptional was that they possessed strong bodies, which not only provided vast chakra reserves, but also significantly enhanced their physical capabilities. Mikoto herself was adept with fire-style and lightning-style ninjutsu. Kanzu, showing no hesitation, began teaching her Chidori. Mikoto was deeply moved by Kanzu's willingness to teach her without reservation. In a ninja world, it's important to understand that even fathers and sons, siblings and friends often hesitate to teach each other ninjutsu without holding something back. Mikoto was someone who could be easily moved by small gestures, which, naturally, worked in Kanzu's favor. Kanzu had also been working on developing a new ninjutsu technique, a project he had been refining for over a day. Ever since acquiring Chidori from the system, Kanzu had been researching ways to evolve it into something greater. Today, he finally made a breakthrough. Lightning style, Raikiri. Kanzu successfully released Raikiri, the bolt of chakra piercing cleanly through a solid steel pillar. Its destructive force clearly justified its rank as an S-class jutsu. Compared to Chidori, Raikiri was not only more powerful, but also lacked the major weakness of its predecessor. Chidori required a full-speed charge to build up momentum, relying heavily on velocity to amplify its piercing power. Without the Sharingan, it was a dangerously difficult jutsu to control, something Raikiri had overcome to a certain degree. Due to the high running speed required, Chidori can easily miss its target if the user can't see clearly. Worse, it opens the user up to counterattacks. That's why the Sharingan's perception is critical for using it effectively. However, the need for a sprint to activate the jutsu is a drawback in itself. The further the sprint, the stronger the impact, but this dependence on movement limits its versatility. Raikiri, on the other hand, is different. It can be activated from a stationary position and still delivers immense power, arguably even more than Chidori. Amazing, Mikoto murmured, genuinely stunned as she witnessed Raikiri's force firsthand. She is an expert in lightning style, therefore. She understands the attack power of the jutsu used by Kanzu. The jutsu had pierced cleanly through a solid steel pillar almost effortlessly. That kind of power was overwhelming. If it could Barato steel so easily, then against flesh and blood, it would be unstoppable. It might even be capable of breaking through Susanu's defense. Moreover, Mikoto couldn't help but remark that she had never seen this particular lightning jutsu before. Curious, she asked, "Kansama, is this a new jutsu? Did you develop it yourself?" "Did I develop it?" Kanza murmured, blinking. Considering that little Kakashi was still just a kid, there was no way he could claim credit for creating Chidori or Raikiri yet. As for the moral question of stealing Kakashi's future technique and making it his, well, wasn't Kakashi famously known as the copy ninja only because of the Sharingan he stole from the Uchiha clan? He even gained the title Kakashi of the Sharingan despite not being an Uchiha himself. So if Kakashi could steal the Uchiha's eye, then why couldn't Kanzu steal Kakashi's Chidori? Besides, even if Kakashi hadn't taken Sharingan, Kanzu had no issues claiming someone else's glory as his own. With a proud smile, he nodded and said, "That's right, I developed it myself." "So, what do you think of this jutsu?" "It's really lethal," Mikoto murmured, almost to herself. "It is, isn't it?" Kanzu chuckled. "Lethal enough to pierce straight through a woman's heart in one swoop and make her fall in an instant." Mikoto tilted her head, her expression full of question marks. "Anyway, putting that aside, do you want to learn this jutsu?" Kanzu asked. "Will you teach me?" Mikoto replied curiously. "Of course," Kanzu nodded. "You're my precious black swan. I'll teach you whatever's necessary to make you become the perfect version of yourself." Mikoto murmured shyly, saying, "I'll do my best to become the perfect version as per your tastes." Kinsama Kanzu nodded. Of course, I'm sure you'll be able to become that," then added after a pause. But let's agree not to try to reach out for each other's hearts using this technique." "Okay. We don't need the chirping of 1,000 birds to tell us about our feelings. I've got a little dragon that handles that job just fine." Mikoto blinked and tilted her head again, still confused. "Chirping of 1,000 birds, little dragon?" Kanzu sighed in exasperation. "Sometimes, you really need Redditors in your life. It's the world that's wrong, not me." Shaking his head, he continued, "Anyway, let's get started. At the basic level, it's an A-rank Jutsu Chidori. Once you fully master it, it becomes the S-rank Raikiri. Though it may not match the third rankage Hell Stab in raw power, there are variations of this technique that make it incredibly versatile and worth mastering. That technique, renowned as the strongest spear in the ninja world, was something Kanzu still longed to see for himself. Now that the third rankage is still alive, Kanzu truly has a chance to witness that legendary technique. After successfully explaining things about Chidori to Mikoto and guiding her practice, Kanzu began to focus on his own things, such as perfecting the Raikiri, but he didn't stop there. He continued exploring other jutsu, particularly the integration of nature-less Rasengan with nature transformation. The Rasengan had immense potential after all. Even the protagonist, Uzumaki Naruto, used endless variations of it all the way to the end of the story. Fire style, Rasengan. A fiery red, spiral-shaped sphere formed in Kanzu's hand. He hurled it forward, and it exploded after traveling more than 10 meters. Using the body flicker technique, Kanzu quickly retreated from the area. Within seconds, the explosion's flames consumed the spot where he had just been standing. "Still not stable enough," he muttered. It erupted just a few meters after being thrown. Kanzu had envisioned the technique striking an enemy, and then releasing flames that would engulf them entirely. Unfortunately, it was still incomplete and unstable. For now, Kanzu would have to continue refining it through trial and error. The technique already showed considerable power, even in its unfinished state. Its destructive radius spanned tens of meters, and the temperature of the flames was incredibly intense. If I had the terrifying chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan, I might have completed this long ago. The multiple shadow clone technique was incredibly useful for developing new jutsu, but Kanzu didn't have chakra that vast. While he did use shadow clones to assist in his training, he could only create a limited number. Chapter 43. Uchiha Mikoto's Choice at Kansama. "Aren't you going to the police HQ today?" Mikoto asked. It was nearly noon, yet Kanzu was still at the Uchiha training ground, continuing his practice. "There's no need to go. I trust they'll manage things just fine." If I had to personally oversee everything, I'd collapse from exhaustion, he replied. Kanzu had already started acting like a hands-off leader. Unless there was something Shin, Suda, or Hazuki couldn't handle, he wouldn't step in. After all, what was the point of having subordinates if they couldn't shoulder responsibilities? Kanzu wasn't the type who felt compelled to hold every bit of authority personally. He believed in strength. If you had power, you naturally had control. On that note, I also need to think of the management of the Uchiha clan as a whole. He thought, turning to the woman in front of him. Mikoto, I want you to help me handle the affairs of the Uchiha clan. Kanzu wanted to take a step back from day-to-day responsibilities, but the authority of the clan head had to be entrusted to someone he could rely on completely. Until now, the three people he trusted the most were Uchiha Shin, Uchiha Suda, and Uchiha Satoru. But now, Mikoto had become one of the most trusted as well. Me? Mikoto pointed at herself in shock, before shaking her head immediately upon hearing his words. Kansama, such a responsibility, I don't think I can. Why not? Aren't you my black swan? Shrugged Kanzu. She is already deeply loyal to him after all the mental conditioning she has been put through. And he knew her nature, not that she had become his wife. She would never betray him. That certainty made her the perfect choice. Moreover, she has the Manjiki Sharingan, so her strength was also not a problem. She would be able to handle most things without any trouble. Besides, being the clan head didn't involve constant work. Unless something major happened, the position wasn't particularly demanding. It's an order from me, so do it. It doesn't matter if you face a problem as long as you don't disappoint me. It will be fine, added Kanzu. Since it's an order from Kansama, then nodded Mikoto. Even if she wasn't confident enough to be able to manage the affairs of the clan, she wasn't going to refuse an order from Kanzu. Good. Kanzu nodded, then called out, Hazuki. In an instant, a kunoichi around 15 years old with the striking beauty of the Uchiha clan appeared before Kanzu and Mikoto. Bowing respectfully to Kanzu, Kanzu-sama, then she glanced at Mikoto with some hatred and anger hidden in her eyes, but reluctantly bowed to her as well. Mikoto-sama, she doesn't really seem to like me, thought Mikoto as she returned the greeting with a polite nod. Hazuki-chan, she recognized Uchiha Hazuki, one of the kunoichi who guarded their mansion from the shadows. Trained and raised personally by Kanzu since childhood, Hazuki was fiercely loyal to him. It was just that Hazuki clearly didn't seem to like her, even though Hazuki never voiced it. The hatred and anger in her eyes were obvious to Mikoto. I wonder why she hates me, she thought, glancing at Kanzu, then back at Hazuki. In those eyes, she noticed subtle hints of devotion and even love directed toward him. And then she also thought of her own position as Kanzu's wife and wondered, is that the reason? Unaware of Mikoto's thoughts, Kanzu gave his order with firm authority. Hazuki, from now on, Mikoto will be handling the clan's affairs. Assist her with everything she needs. Understood? Hearing Kanzu's command, Hazuki's eyes shrank. She stared at Mikoto in disbelief, momentarily unable to respond. Uchiha Mikoto, you not only the wife, but also Hazuki, bit her lip in frustration. Is there a problem, Hazuki? Kanzu asked, narrowing his eyes. His words snapped Hazuki back to reality. She quickly shook her head. En no, Gansu-sama. Then, bowing, she accepted the order. I understand reluctantly. She turned to Mikoto and offered a begrudging bow. Mikoto-sama, please command me as you see fit. I, as well as the rest of the Zodiacs, live to serve the Patriarch and you. Indeed, Hazuki was one of the kunoichi trained by Kanzu to handle matters in the dark in total. There are 13 of them, though not everyone is aware of the identity of the other Zodiacs. They are Kanzu's personal secret forces like the ANBU and Arut. Of course, their existence is a secret even within the Uchiha clan, and these 13 Zodiacs live a normal life on the surface. With most of them not even being ninjas, but in reality, they are all skilled kunoichis, each one possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan. I will, Mikoto said softly, her voice steady with determination, not willing to let Kanzu down. Even if Hazuki didn't like her, Mikoto wasn't going to let that affect Kanzu's orders. She also believed Hazuki wouldn't allow her own feelings to interfere with carrying them out. In the end, Kanzu was able to delegate some of the responsibilities pertaining to the clan onto Mikoto, who accepted them as per his orders and began to manage them while making use of the zodiac still. Whenever she handled clan matters, Mikoto would always consult Kanzu for his opinion. This time, Kanzu had fully embraced his role as a hands-off leader. Of course, that didn't mean he was idle. His top priority remained the same: increasing his strength. Nothing mattered more than power. Becoming the patriarch and taking control of the Uchiha clan had always been a means to an end for Kanzu. It was all about accumulating evil points to grow stronger. His goal had always been crystal clear. That evening, after returning from the Konoha police force, Shin reported the day's events to Kanzu. As was routine, today, the police force has taken several actions, including shutting down multiple shops operated by other clans under various pretexts. Most notably, the casino run by the Shimura family had been completely destroyed by Shin under the guise of legal authority. Though Shin hadn't formally reported all his actions, Kanzu already knew what had happened. He had gained a surge of evil points as a result. Even if the gains were small individually, consistent actions added up quickly over time. "Patriarch, there's news that might interest you," Shin said. "It's about Hitaki Tsukumo," and began to report. After Hitaki Tsukumo failed to save his teammates last time, some people began inciting the villagers of Konoha to gossip about him. Even the very people he rescued have now come forward to accuse him. "Hitaki Tsukumo hasn't stepped outside for days," Shin reported, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. Hitaki Tsukumo, a high-ranking member of Konoha's leadership and the head of the ANBU, held a prestigious position. Given the strained relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha's leadership, Sasuke naturally found some pleasure in Tsukumo's misfortune. "Don't bother reporting anything about Hitaki Tsukumo to me," Kanzu said disinterestedly. He already knew how it would end. Hitaki Tsukumo would eventually take his own life. His death, in fact, was advantageous to Kanzu, with his goal of triggering the Third Great Shinobi War in mind. Tsukumo's absence would weaken Konoha's deterrent power, making the other villages more inclined to act. After all, Konoha's White Fang had a formidable reputation across the ninja world. His death would remove a significant obstacle. "Understood," Patriarch nodded Shin, catching Kanzu's lack of interest in the Hitaki family's affairs, and said a few more things before leaving. Soon after Shin left, Hazuki arrived, and Kanzu directly asked her, "How is Araki? Has he made any moves?" He had fed Araki poison and ordered Hazuki to assign a zodiac to monitor him closely. "Not yet," Hazuki replied, shaking her head, and added coldly, "If he doesn't act against Sarutobi Shinosuke within 3 days, they'll personally sever the traitor's head." Hazuki deeply despised traitors. If Kanzu hadn't stopped her, Shin, and the others from taking action against Araki, the man would have been dead yesterday. "There won't be any need for that," Kanzu added. "The poison I gave him will take his life in 3 days. He'll die regardless whether he completes the mission or not." In truth, Kanzu had never intended to spare Araki. Even if the task was completed, Araki's death was already sealed. Also, keep a close eye on Fugaku and his supporters. If any of them attempt to leave the village, eliminate them the moment they step outside, Kanzu ordered. "Disloyal clansmen have no place among us. Since they've chosen to follow Fugaku, they'll have to pay the price. In addition, keep a closer watch on the Root organization," Kanzu instructed. Dan's, the leader of Root, had previously sent someone to approach Kanzu only to have that person ruthlessly killed. Kanzu knew Danzo wasn't someone who could be trusted, so heightened surveillance was necessary. After giving his orders, Kanzu dismissed Hazuki. Turning to Mikoto, who was cleaning up the table, he said, "How about inviting your friend, Uzumaki Kushina, over tomorrow?" Hearing this, Mikoto, who had been holding a tray of refreshments, visibly paused. She knew all too well that Kanzu harbored ill intentions toward Kushina. If he wanted her to visit, it was undoubtedly for some wicked purpose. "Can I say no?" Mikoto asked him softly, expecting a scolding or punishment like the last time. To her surprise, he didn't show any anger, rather gave a casual shrug. You can. Huh? Taken aback, she looked at Kanza's calm expression. Do I really have the authority to decide? She wondered. She was unable to read his expression at all and wondered to herself, would I be displeasing Kansama if I refused to call Kushina-chan here? She didn't want to hurt Kushina, but more than that, she didn't want Kanza to be dissatisfied with her. After a long internal struggle, Mikoto sighed and silently apologized to her friend in her heart. I'm sorry, Kushina-chan, but this is what Kansama wants, and he is more precious to my heart. I will invite Kushina-chan over for dinner, she finally said. Mikoto had made her choice. Hearing her words, Kanzu, who had an unreadable expression until now, smiled faintly, good girl, and patted her head as though patting a swan for her obedience and choice. He was happy that between him, her Dana-sama, and Kushina, a friend, Mikoto had chosen to follow her Dana-sama's order, even if it meant betraying Kushina, her friend. Being praised by Kanzu and feeling the warmth of his hand on her head, Mikoto smiled delightedly. Yes, Kansama. Chapter 44. Afraid that I am targeting the Ninetales, Jinchuriki? Mikoto invited Uzumaki Kushina, but she didn't come. Jiraiya had decided to take her for training that day. Kushina originally intended to ask for leave in order to visit her friend Mikoto, but Jiraiya was firm in his refusal and wouldn't allow it. With no other choice, Kushina sent someone to deliver a letter to Mikoto, apologizing and promising to visit after the training was over. When Mikoto received the message, she let out a sigh of relief. She had chosen to side with Kanzu and help him, but the guilt weighed heavily on her. For now, at least, Kushina had escaped, if only temporarily. But at the same time, Mikoto became nervous after all. She had failed to call over Kushina. Kansama Kushina-chan, she went to train with her teacher, Jiraiya-sama. So she won't be able to come today, Mikoto informed Kanzu nervously. Without lifting his head from the scroll he was reading, Kanzu replied calmly. It's fine if she's busy. Kansama, I really did invite her. She even agreed yesterday. But all of a sudden Mikoto said nervously, afraid Kanzu might think she hadn't kept her word. Hearing her words, Kanzu raised his head to look at her. Didn't I say that it's all right, Kansama? Mikoto murmured, noting the traces of disappointment in his eyes. Hewi disappointed Kasame, she thought, even though she had indeed tried to call Kushina. The fact that Kushina didn't come meant failure to complete the task Kanzu had given her. She had failed, and that meant punishment. The word echoed in her mind, and her face paled slightly at the thought. Last time, it was a spanking so harsh that she couldn't sit properly for an entire week. And yet, she still felt she deserved to be punished. I failed. It's only natural that I be punished, she thought, burdened by guilt for disappointing Kanzu. With that belief, she silently prepared herself and accepted the consequence. Then, kneeling in front of Kanzu in a submissive posture, she exposed her bare bottom, ready to be spanked. Kansama, I apologize, she whispered, voice trembling. Please forgive me, and please punish me. Watching her actions, Kanzu smiled and reached out with his right hand, gently caressing her bare ass cheek, as if preparing it for the spanking. While praising her, Mikoto, you really do seem to understand your place now. In fact, he was a bit surprised that she had willingly positioned herself to be spanked, but he was satisfied to see this. Meanwhile, Mikoto nodded and said softly, please punish me for disappointing you, but please don't be angry with me. Very well. Then, Kanzu replied with a smirk, giving her cheek a firm squeeze. Are you ready? He asked, raising his hand. Why, yes, Mikoto whispered, bracing herself for the pain that was to come. But no matter how long she waited, the pain never came. All she heard was the rustling of clothes, which confused Mikoto. She turned her head to look at Kanzu. Kansama? At that moment, she felt a pair of hands grab her from behind. Before she could prepare herself, Kanzu pulled her close in an intimate embrace, causing her eyes to roll back. She had expected a spanking, but instead, Kanzu had held her closely. Their intimate moment deepened. Some time later, A tired Makoto sat in Kansas' arms and asked with uncertainty, "Consamavihui volsanti penisit." She was supposed to be punished, which meant a spanking and being handled very roughly, yet Kanzu had done neither, as if he had no intention of punishing her at all. It left her wondering if something was wrong. Not that she was unhappy with the rare gentleness he showed her today, but it confused her. After all, punishment and tenderness didn't usually go hand in hand. Kanzu chuckled, gently caressing her hair. "How could I be angry with my black swan this time?" He kissed her neck and added, "Uzumaki Kushina couldn't make it, that's on her. As for you, you did your part. I'm satisfied with the choice you made." "Huh?" Makoto blinked in surprise. It really was a test, that's right. Kansas' instruction to invite Uzumaki Kushina was indeed a test. He wanted to see that after having been punished by him once, and now married to him, what choice would Makoto make? And even with guilt heavily weighing on her heart, she chose him as she should, as his black swan and lawful wife. That alone made Kanzu very pleased. Makoto was relieved. "I see, but there is still a problem," said Kanzu, stroking her hair. "A problem?" asked Makoto, tilting her head. "It seems Konoha's higher up doesn't want Uzumaki Kushina to have any ties with you or the other Uchiha," he added. "Huh? Why?" Makoto asked, confused. "You may not know this, but Uzumaki Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The fact that Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was indeed a tightly kept secret. Very few people in the village knew about it, certainly not at this stage. Even Makoto, a very close friend of Kushina, had never known. "Kushina-chan is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" she murmured in disbelief. After hearing this information, Makoto was genuinely shocked. She had known Kushina for so many years, yet never learned this secret. But it made sense. No matter how close they were, Kushina couldn't have told her such a deep secret. The higher-ups in Konoha strictly forbade her from revealing such information to anyone. And Kushina herself might have been afraid that Makoto would develop a disgust towards or might treat her like a monster once she found out about this secret. "The Sharingan is a tool that can bend the tailed beasts to our will," Kanzu explained. "There are traitors within the Uchiha clan, and news of your Manjiki Sharingan awakening has already leaked. The third Hokage knows about it. An Uchiha with a Manjiki coming into close contact with the Nine-Tails, that's bound to stir up painful memories for them. So tell me, do you really think Konoha's top brass would be comfortable letting the Jinchuriki anywhere near you? Sharingan can control tailed beasts directly, something Uchiha Madara once proved. Only a few decades ago, he used the Nine-Tails to attack Konoha and clashed with Senju Hashirama in a legendary battle. Back when no one knew Makoto had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, it was one thing. But now, they couldn't afford to take any chances. Especially now, with tensions escalating between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kanzu. It was only a matter of time before they completely fell out. At the same time, hearing the deepest secret of Kushina, Makoto suddenly thought of something and looked at Kanzu, Kansama, but she hesitated, thinking she might be overstepping, and stopped herself. "I know nothing," but Kanzu had already read through her doubts, and meeting her eyes, he asked her, "Are you wondering if I'm planning to target the Nine-Tails sealed inside Uzumaki Kushina?" After a while of silence, Makoto nodded, yes. But she didn't know that Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Makoto had assumed Kanzu's interest in her was just like it had once been in herself, simply another toy he wanted to play with and possess. But now that she knew the secret, one even she had been unaware of for so long, she couldn't help but wonder if Kanzu's interest in Kushina was actually driven by his desire to possess the Nine-Tails sealed within her. And she didn't know how to feel about that. Part of her felt relieved that, unlike her, Kushina wouldn't be broken by Kanzu. But then her thoughts turned to the Nine-Tails and the possibility that Kanzu wanted it for himself. If that were true, it would mean extracting the beast from Kushina's body, and that meant one thing. Her death. Is Kansama going to kill Kushina-chan? Makoto wondered, feeling troubled at the thought. She certainly didn't want Kushina to die, but she also couldn't bring herself to oppose Kanzu if he really wanted to do that. In the end, all she could feel for her best friend was a heavy mix of guilt and pity. But Kanzu's next words brought her a strange sense of relief. "No need to worry, I'm not targeting the Ninetales," he said casually. "The Ninetales is barely a pet for me." He truly didn't hold the Ninetales in high regard. Though the beast's strength was immense, likely on the level of the Super Kage, it was still susceptible to the power of the Sharingan. As long as the Ninetales remained sealed within a Jinchuriki, it posed no immediate threat. And even if it broke free, Kanzu's Mangeki Sharingan could control it difficult, perhaps, but not impossible. If his eyes evolved into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he wouldn't even need to control it directly. His Susanoo alone would be enough to subdue the Ninetales and leave it helpless. So, why would he be interested in that beast? Hearing that Kanzu wasn't truly interested in the Ninetales, Mikoto felt a slight sense of relief. At least Kushina wouldn't die. But that relief was short-lived, as she also understood that her earlier suspicions had been right. "Then the reason Kansama is interested in Kushina-chan?" she asked softly, despite already knowing the answer. "Yes, just as you thought," Kanzu replied, gently caressing her head. "My intentions towards her, they are somewhat similar as were towards you." The reason Kanzu had his eyes on Kushina was mainly because acting like a scoundrel and predator helped him earn a significant amount of evil points. Kanzu didn't fully understand the system's reward mechanics, nor did he bother arguing with this predator system masking itself as the villain system. What he did know was that playing the villain, especially in morally depraved ways, clearly racked up the most evil points. Inflicting psychological pain, torture, trauma, and guilt on a victim is, in a sense, more evil than simple murder because the person continues to suffer. So, it does make a certain amount of sense. Kanzu himself doesn't mind doing such things in fact. He even takes a certain pleasure in them, owing to his twisted nature and his own warped sense of morality. If he didn't enjoy that, why would Mikoto be sitting on his lap like an obedient swan? Besides, Kushina's looks were on par with Mikoto's. And considering her feisty personality, it would be fun to play with her. How could a gooner like him not be tempted? He was no longer the same Kanzu who once focused solely on strength and treating the pleasure of flesh as an afterthought or coping mechanism. Back then, before his cheat ability had awakened, Kanzu had no choice but to train relentlessly just to survive the looming Second Ninja War. Without that desperation to grow stronger, he'd likely be dead already. But now, having reached the peak of Kage-level strength, Kanzu could afford to loosen up. With that power came the luxury to pursue other aspects of life. Mikoto, who understood Kanzu's nature all too well, having been his victim herself, sighed. The only joy in what was coming was, at least she won't die, but she couldn't deny that, in this situation, death might have been the kinder fate for her. To be dead, rather than mentally shattered, might have been preferable. Yet, she knew that such a thought was hypocritical because she herself had chosen the path of a broken mind over that of a lifeless body. Forget it, Kushina-chan's fate is already sealed. And, as Kansama said, rather than trying to escape that reality, it's better to accept it, embrace it, and with that, there's no point in dwelling on it. With that, Mikoto decided to push thoughts of Kushina aside for now. Instead, she brought up another matter, recalling Kanzu's earlier mention of a traitor within the clan. Are there really traitors in the clan? Who are they? She asked. The traitor is Uchiha Araki. It was him. Mikoto was slightly surprised. Araki had always seemed honest and unassuming. She hadn't expected him to be a traitor. You, of all people, should understand from your own experience that just because someone seems a certain way on the outside doesn't mean they're the same on the inside, said Kanzu with a smirk. Right, Mikoto mumbled, glancing at her husband. After all, Kanzu himself was the greatest example of that in her life. He might appear admirable on the outside, but deep down, he was a complete scumbag. Bad Mikoto, you shouldn't be thinking like that about Kansama. Whatever Kansama does is right. Whatever he does, it's always for the good, letting out a soft sigh. She asked, has he been dealt with? Not yet. I've given him a task. You should be carrying it out right now, Kanzu replied with a sneer. He wondered if Sarutobi Hiruzen would lose control once he lost his son. But he's already been branded a traitor. Will he really follow your orders? Makoto questioned, unconvinced. She felt that killing him then, and there would have been the better choice. His life is in my hands, and so are the lives of his family members. They're still within the Uchiha compound. Do you think he'd dare disobey? I see nodded Makoto, understanding that there was no escape for Araki. As for what task Kanzu had given him, she didn't press further on that. She wasn't interested. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're afraid that I am targeting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Kanzu murmured with a dark smile. You should be. I fully intend to. There is absolutely no way for anyone Kanzu set his sights on to escape him. Not this time, and certainly not in the future. Even now, he hadn't truly made a move. If he did take the initiative and apply a bit of force, dealing with Uzumaki Kushina wouldn't be difficult at all. As for the consequences of targeting Kushina, Kanzu wasn't the least bit afraid. Never underestimate his audacity. He had the nerve to insult Sarutobi Hiruzen right to his face. He had the nerve to publicly defame Uchiha Fugaku and have him exiled from the Uchiha clan using the testimony of his own fiancée. There was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Chapter 45. Sarutobi Shinosuke's death. Sarutobi Shinosuke has finally left the village. In the shadows, Araki, who had been keeping watch on him, felt a surge of excitement. He had been observing Sarutobi Shinosuke all day yesterday, and for most of today. Finally, the man had left the village on a mission. If Shinosuke hadn't left today, Araki would have been forced to take action inside Konoha itself, something that would almost certainly cost him his life. Araki didn't want to die. Not everyone possessed the resolve to stare death in the face. He had no way to cure the poison. As for turning to Sarutobi Hiruzen for help, that was out of the question. He wasn't a fool. Hiruzen had already sold him out once. Why would he help now? In fact, Hiruzen's betrayal had filled Araki with hatred. Killing Sarutobi Shinosuke would at least be some form of revenge. After both Sarutobi Shinosuke and Araki left the village one after the other, Shin, who had stationed people to monitor Araki, immediately reported the development to Kanzu. Patriarch Sarutobi Shinosuke has left Konoha village, and Araki is already tailing him. Should I follow as well? Hazuki questioned. Leave it be. Kanzu shook his head, dismissing Hazuki. There were very few people who could counteract the poison in Araki's body. Kanzu could only think of two, Tsunade and Chiyo. Tsunade was unlikely to capture Araki to detoxify him. And as for Chiyo, the advisor of Sunagakure, she would never help a Konoha ninja. The only path left for Araki was to complete the mission and return to Kanzu for the antidote. If he really kills Sarutobi Shinosuke and makes it back alive, he'll have a special reward waiting for him, Kanzu said with a cold smile. He waved Hazuki off to resume her duties, confident in the outcome. If Araki was able to strike, it shouldn't be a problem after all. Sarutobi Shinosuke was only a Junin, while Araki was an elite Junin. Don't underestimate the gap between a Junin and an elite Junin. 5 regular Junin working together might still find it a little difficult to defeat a single elite Junin. Outside Konoha village, Araki was trailing behind Sarutobi Shinosuke, but hadn't made a move yet. It wasn't the right place. They had only just left the village and were still too close. If he failed to eliminate Sarutobi Shinosuke instantly, reinforcement from Konoha would quickly arrive. The moment you stepped out of Konoha, you were already dead, Araki muttered coldly, eyes locked on his target with disdain. His strength as an elite Junin had been earned through countless life-or-death battles. In contrast, Sarutobi Shinosuke had risen through the ranks smoothly, with little actual combat experience. The difference in battle prowess was obvious. As Shinosuke traveled swiftly through the dense forests of the Land of Fire, leaping effortlessly from branch to branch using chakra to run along tree branches, he suddenly frowned. Strange, why do I feel like I'm being watched? As a Junin, his perception was still sharp, especially since Araki's murderous intent was far too intense to ignore. But even if he checked the situation and tried to see if anyone was following him, he didn't find anyone tailing him, which made him wonder, is it just my imagination? This area is still within Konoha's range. Enemy ninjas wouldn't dare come this close. It must be my imagination, Sarutobi Shinosuke muttered, shaking his head. That moment of doubt, however, would become the very cause of his death. Once they had traveled far enough from Konoha, Araki could no longer hold back. Concealed in the shadows, he launched his attack using a shuriken technique. Thin threads were attached to the shuriken, allowing him to control their trajectory mid-air. By the time Shinosuke sensed the danger, it was already too late to fully dodge. One shuriken grazed his arm, and another embedded itself deep into his abdomen. "Who's there?" Shinosuke shouted in shock. He hadn't expected an ambush during this mission, especially not within the Land of Fire, where assignments usually went without incident. Fire style. Dragon Fire Jutsu. A blazing dragon of fire surged toward Sarutobi Shinosuke. Gritting his teeth through the pain, Shinosuke quickly weaved hand signs and activated the body replacement technique. However, he was a fraction too slow. The flames licked his body, leaving scorched burns across his skin. Thankfully, he managed to evade the worst of it at the last moment. Had he taken the full brunt of the jutsu, he would have been incinerated on the spot. Someone from the Uchiha clan. From the nature of the jutsu, Shinosuke immediately deduced the attacker's identity. The Dragon Flame technique was a jutsu of the Uchiha, only they used it with such precision and lethality. There was no doubt his assailant was one of them. From the shadows, Araki's gaze burned with cold fury, his killing intent unrestrained. "Was it Uchiha Kanzu? Did he send you to kill me?" Shinosuke asked, fear creeping into his voice. "The dead don't need answers." Araki moved in an instant. With just a few swift strikes, he sent Shinosuke flying. The severely wounded Shinosuke crashed to the ground, coughing up blood. Lying there in pain, Shinosuke was filled with regret. Why did I even leave the village? He thought bitterly. Wouldn't it have been better to stay in Konoha? Let people gossip, at least I'd still be safe. He hadn't accepted this mission for money, but to prove himself. Rumors had spread behind his back, whispers that had only become a genin through nepotism. Determined to silence them, Shinosuke had taken on a relatively straightforward S-rank mission, hoping that a successful record would shut the critics up for good. But if had known he'd be ambushed the moment he stepped outside Konoha, he would never have left. Even if he had stayed within Konoha village, there was still a chance he'd be attacked, but at least within the village, Sarutobi Shinosuke might have had a chance to survive. "Your father dared to betray me. I can't touch him for now, but I can still kill you, his son." Staring coldly at Shinosuke, Uchiha raised his blade. In a moment of panic, Shinosuke tried to react, but it was too late. The sword came down, and his head was severed. No one ever knew exactly how Sarutobi Shinosuke died in the original timeline. But in this one, he was killed by Araki's hand. And now, with Shinosuke dead, there would be no way for Sarutobi Konohamaru to exist. How could he be born when the seed provider was already gone? Lifting Shinosuke's severed head, Araki incinerated the rest of the body with a fire technique, reducing it to ash. After carefully erasing the traces of battle, he quietly returned to Konoha village. Chapter 46. A gift for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Back in Konoha village, Araki felt a pang of nervousness. If anyone discovered he was the one who had killed Sarutobi Shinosuke, there would be no escaping death. "The traitor has returned," Shin sneered upon hearing of Araki's arrival. But he knew full well the patriarch never intended to let this traitor walk free. Araki's return meant only one thing: success. Sarutobi Shinosuke, a genin, would have had a hard time surviving against Uchiha Araki, an elite genin. Keeping a low profile, Araki slipped back into the Uchiha compound and went straight to Kanzu's house. "You're back. That was quick," Kanzu said calmly as he raised his head from the scroll he was reading while sitting in the yard and turned to look at the man. Thud! Araki dropped to his knees before Kanzu. "Patriarch, I admit I was wrong before. Here is the head of Sarutobi Shinosuke. I beg you, please forgive me. Just this once I have completed the mission you entrusted me with. Please, I beg you." He unsealed a scroll and presented the severed head. Sarutobi Shinosuke's lifeless eyes were wide open in frozen shock. "Forgive you?" Kanzu sneered. "Do you really think that's possible?" He gave a cold smile. "Go home and take a look. I prepared a special gift for you." Araki's face turned pale at those words. Without daring to plead further, he immediately used the body flicker technique and rushed back home. The moment he arrived, the stench of blood hit his nose. He stumbled inside and collapsed to his knees. Blood stained the floor, and lying before him were the corpses of his loved ones. His wife and son not far away. A kunoichi with dark gray hair sat on the steps, casually cleaning the blood from the short blade that was used for murder. "Hazuki, was it you?" Araki asked, grief-stricken and furious, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning as he stared at him. "Araki-sama," Hazuki said politely yet coldly, "the worst mistake you made was betraying Kanzu-sama. Kanzu-sama does not tolerate traitors. And your family has paid the price for your mistakes." Araki's three-tomo Sharingan locked on a Hazuki, his rage boiling over. "Hazuki, you bitch, he'll kill you." With a furious roar, Araki drew his sword and charged. Still useless without awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, Kanzu muttered indifferently from atop a nearby rooftop, observing the scene below. Even after witnessing the brutal death of his loved ones, Araki still hadn't awakened his Mangeki. Kanzu didn't believe it was due to a lack of emotion. His outburst made it clear he cared. No, it was simply because Araki lacked the potential to evolve. After all, he was already in his 40s at this point. He couldn't awaken the Mangeki since he hadn't done so up until now. Lightning style, Chidori's sharp spear. A streak of piercing thunder crackled to life, extending like a lightning-forged sword. It shot through Araki's body, paralyzing him with searing energy. Mid-fight, Araki collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Patriarch Hazuki turned toward Kanzu, bowing with respect, though a shiver ran down her spine. Kanzu was truly unfathomable. If Kanzu hadn't made a move, Hazuki wouldn't have noticed that he was there at all. And if Kanzu's target had been her instead of Araki, she likely would have ended up the same way. For the Uchiha clan, having a powerful patriarch was a blessing. "You promised me a chance to atone, why?" Araki asked in agony, his voice trembling. Kanzu looked down at him with a mocking smile. "You actually believe that? From the beginning, I never intended to let a traitor like you live. If I let you go, how would I intimidate others who harbor disloyal thoughts?" Kanzu was making an example of Araki, a warning to the rest of the clan about the price of betrayal. The strike just now wasn't fatal. You still have one last bit of value left to exploit. Kanzu had deliberately avoided Araki's vital points. If he had aimed to kill, Araki would already be dead. As Kanzu stared into Araki's eyes, his Sharingan morphed into the Mangeki. In an instant, Araki's will was consumed, entranced by Kanzu's powerful Genjutsu. "Deliver Sarutobi Shinosuke's severed head to Sarutobi Hiruzen," Kanzu ordered Araki. Still under the influence of hypnosis, Araki struggled to his feet, hastily tended to his wounds, grabbed the severed head Kanzu tossed him, and turned to leave the Uchiha compound. "Patriarch, wouldn't that mean provoking the Hokage directly?" asked Hazuki in shock, stunned by Kanzu's boldness. "Exactly. I want to provoke Sarutobi Hiruzen." Ding! Crushed Uchiha Araki's heart reward. 30,000 evil points as the system notification echoed in his mind. Kanzu smirked. He had gotten exactly what he wanted. Having a Uchiha kill Hiruzen's son and then personally deliver the severed head. It was psychological warfare at its most brutal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's reaction would likely be worse than swallowing poison. "Remember this," Kanzu said coldly to the still confused Hazuki. "From this point on, we are enemies of Sarutobi Hiruzen." Hazuki didn't fully understand why Kanzu was so determined to provoke Hiruzen, but Kanzu knew all too well he and Hiruzen were destined to be enemies. Hiruzen already viewed the Uchiha clan as a threat. Even if Kanzu didn't push things this far, Hiruzen would eventually make a move against them. "Cool, accompany me to the Hokage building. Let's enjoy the show Kanzu said as he began walking toward the Hokage's office. Hazuki hurried after him, a smile on her face. She couldn't help but wonder if a war between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan was about to begin. Patriarch, should I go for Suda-san and Shin-san and tell them to gather all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan to go with us? She asked cautiously. What for? Kanzu replied. Are you worried Sarutobi Hiruzen will lose his mind and attack us in a fit of rage? Hazuki couldn't help but nod, wouldn't he? After all, that's his son in Hazuki's opinion. If someone would bring her son's head, she'd go crazy and attack the person like a rabid mad dog, fortunately. Though, she isn't an adult yet, let alone being married, so the chances of something like that happening were zero, but still Sarutobi Hiruzen, no matter how annoying and hateful, shouldn't be any different. Therefore, she believed that he should gather up the members of the police force, just in case. Sarutobi Hiruzen is no match for me, Kanzu said calmly. And for the sake of the village, he won't make a move. Besides, I'm not the one who killed his son, so what reason would he have to attack me? The murderer was Uchiha Araki. Kanzu had nothing to do with it on the surface, at least. In fact, he even planned to help Sarutobi Hiruzen bring the real culprit to justice. Hiruzen ought to thank him for that. The frustration of a father who can avenge his son's death. Kukuku. Chapter 47. As expected of Sandaime Hokage, inside the Hokage building, Uchiha Araki barged into the Hokage's office. Surprisingly, the EMBU guards didn't stop him mainly because nobody expected anyone to be bold enough to storm in unannounced or unsummoned. Thus, for a moment, EMBU guards blinked in surprise, but quickly took action. Protect Hokage-sama. Once the ANBU surrounded Araki, Hiruzen blinked in surprise. Huh, aren't you Uchiha Araki? You're still alive? He was visibly shocked. He had assumed Kanzu would never let a traitor live. Yet here he was, Araki, standing in front of him. No, wait, why is he here? Suddenly, a sense of unease gripped him. His eyelids had been twitching since morning. A foreboding sign, as if warning him that something terrible was about to happen. You're surprised to see me alive, aren't you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? A vicious grin crept across Araki's face. How dare you speak to Hokage-sama like that? The ANBU flared with anger at Araki's disrespect. As members of the Hokage platoon, their loyalty ran deep. Disrespect toward the Hokage was never taken lightly. But Araki didn't even spare them a glance, rather smirked at the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, let me show you something interesting. From a storage scroll, Araki took out a human head and hurled it straight at Hiruzen. Here a gift for you, Hokage-sama. Be careful. Seeing Araki suddenly throw something, the ANBU reacted instinctively kunai, and shuriken flew toward the thing in a flash. Hiruzen's eyes caught a glimpse of the thing midair, and his expression changed drastically. In an instant, he moved to intercept the incoming projectiles, deflecting them before catching the thing with both hands. The moment he looked down at it, his body trembled. It was unmistakably the severed head of his eldest son, Shinosuke. With wide eyes and a growing fury, he stared at Araki. Uchiha Araki, you kill my son? Hiruzen's voice was thick with rage, his murderous intent filling the room. But Araki, still under Kanzu's hypnosis, remained silent. Instead, he calmly weaved hand signs and used a jutsu, fire style. Great fireball jutsu, earth style mud wall. As a seasoned shinobi, Hiruzen reacted instantly, raising a mud wall to block the fireball unleashed by Araki. This was the Hokage building the very symbol of authority in Konoha village. If it were damaged, it would invite ridicule from the other village leaders. Uchiha Araki, you damn traitor. Summoning jutsu. Monkey King Enma. With a puff of smoke, an old monkey appeared at Hiruzen's side. This was Enma, the Sarutobi clan's contracted summoned Monkey King Enma, whose body was as hard as diamond, and who could transform into the indestructible adamant staff. Enma could also perform ninjutsu while in his summoned form. Sarutobi, are you facing a serious threat? Enma asked upon arrival, sensing the tension. He knew Hiruzen only summoned him in extreme situations. Hiruzen didn't respond. Transform into the adamantine staff. He ordered curtly, but this time, he summoned Enma not because his opponent was too strong, but because the rage in his heart demanded release. Extend. Vajranayoi crush him. With a single mighty swing of the adamantine staff, he smashed Araki out of the Hokage building. The blow struck with such force that it left Araki half dead, his body broken and battered. In truth, Hiruzen could have killed Araki instantly. As a peak Kage-level ninja, combined with the power of his summoned beast, eliminating an elite Chunin in one strike would have been effortless. But Sarutobi Hiruzen let Araki live for now. Something about the situation felt off. He needed answers, and Araki was the only one who might provide them. Araki was a known traitor, something Uchiha Kanza knew since he was the one who told him. With Kanza's power, Araki shouldn't have survived. Yet not only had he lived, he had turned on Kanzu and killed Hiruzen's son in revenge. Thinking about it calmly, there was no way this didn't reek of deeper schemes. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you made me betray the Uchiha clan, and then you betrayed me and discarded me. Even if I die, I'll make sure you pay the price. Araki's roar, filled with hatred, echoed through the streets, heard by every Konoha shinobi who had rushed over after sensing the disturbance. Suddenly, one of them shouted, "You damn traitor! We let you escape once, and now you dare to attack the Hokage? Your crimes are unforgivable." A cold blade flashed, and before anyone could realize, Araki's head was severed cleanly and fell on the street with a low thud. "What?" screamed someone. Meanwhile, others turned to look at the person responsible for severing that head with shock and surprise. Uchiha Kanzu. Kanzu slowly sheathed Raijin Jaka, not a single drop of blood staining its blade. "Hokage-sama, you're not hurt, are you?" Kanzu, wearing a mask of solemnity, asked, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen's grim expression. "Uchiha Kanzu, you've gone too far," Hiruzen growled, gripping the staff tightly, his eyes filled with fury. "Hokage-sama, Uchiha Araki became a traitor the moment he attacked you. Killing him is excessive? I'd say even 7 deaths by 1,000 cuts wouldn't be excessive," Kanzu replied, maintaining the mask of solemnity, though his eyes were mocking Hiruzen. The veins on Hiruzen's forehead bulged. It wasn't Araki's death that enraged him the most, it was the death of his son, Sarutobi Shinosuke. Though there was no direct evidence, his instinct screamed that Kanzu had something to do with it. Overwhelmed by rage, Hiruzen nearly lashed out on the spot, but seeing Kanzu's calm and fearless demeanor, he forced himself to hold back. He couldn't act on emotion alone. There was no solid evidence linking Kanzu to the death of his son. Araki was already dead. Any information he might have provided had died with him. If he attacked Kanzu now, Kanzu would surely retaliate. Hiruzen clenched his jaw and swallowed the grief of his son's death. "Enma, go back." With a calm expression, he dispelled his summoned beast. He held it in, just as expected. As expected of the Hokage, his tolerance is impressive. Kanzu couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. He admitted to himself that he could never endure this level of restraint. "Hazuki, take Araki's body back." Kanzu ordered indifferently. The body itself was worthless now, but the pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan still had value. They could be extracted and used to enhance Mikoto's visual prowess. Chapter 48. No way to get Uchiha Kanzu. All of you return to your duties. Hiruzen instructed the surrounding shinobi. As the Hokage, his word was absolute, and the assembled ninjas dispersed without hesitation. However, Kanzu didn't leave immediately. Instead, he suddenly offered an apology to Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama, I just received word Araki was actually the one who killed Sarutobi Shinosuke. I truly had no idea. My condolences." "Hokage-sama, he might have been an incompetent son like his father and brother, but to lose your beloved son like that," his words were like salt in an open wound, and though Hiruzen managed to restrain himself, the mention of his son's death again, while calling him incompetent, tested his patience. "Uchiha Kanzu, I'd like to speak with you privately." With other shinobi still nearby, Hiruzen couldn't afford to lose his composure. His reputation, carefully built over the years, mattered too much to risk. Of course, Hokage-sama. If you wish to speak, how could I refuse? Kanzu replied calmly. The two entered the Hokage building together, and even the Anbu, who typically remained by Hiruzen's side, did not follow them in. Meanwhile, Akimichi-cha couldn't help but ask, Shikaku, what exactly is going on today? Hokage Ahem Hokage-sama's eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, is dead, and it seems he was killed by Uchiha Araki. But Uchiha Araki was also a traitor to the Uchiha clan, and supposedly working for the Hokage, and Hokage-sama seems to have given up on Uchiha Araki, and Venom, although the matter was far too complicated to understand at the surface. Shikaku still managed to deduce things and thought to himself, a bit too much if you ask me, and shook his head to his two friends, it's best not to know too much. There wasn't much concrete information to go on, and Shikaku could only rely on deduction. With his sharp mind, he had pieced together parts of the truth, but chose not to share them with his two friends. After all, there's a very good reason why it is said that ignorance is bliss. Sometimes, knowing too much was dangerous and could lead to disaster. On the way back, members of other clans remained silent, deep in thought. If the Sandaime Hokage could plant an elite genin of the Uchiha as a spy within the Uchiha clan, then could he have done the same with their clan too? They have to be careful and figure out who the spy might be. As for the civilian ninjas, they didn't think too deeply about it. Meanwhile, in the Hokage office, signs of destruction were everywhere: splintered wood, cracks in the walls, and scorched marks. But Sarutobi Hiruzen paid no attention. He simply sat there, raising his head to glare coldly at Kanzu. Uchiha Kanzu, does Shinosuke's death have anything to do with you? Hiruzen's voice was laced with killing intent. What nonsense are you talking about, Hokage-sama? Wasn't your son killed by Uchiha Araki? Kanzu replied calmly and asked him, to ask me such a question, surely you're not letting your grief cloud your judgment, right? There was no way Kanzu would admit to anything. If you don't believe me, I can provide evidence. I can personally help you prove that Uchiha Araki was the one who killed Sarutobi Shinosuke, Kanzu said with a composed smile. And he really could if Hiruzen wanted proof. Kanzu was more than capable of supplying it. But even if Kanzu did present evidence, it would only deepen Hiruzen's bitterness. The Sandaime Hokage was certain Kanzu was involved, even if he couldn't prove it. Even if you are the Hokage, you have no right to slander me, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Kanzu continued. If you insist on doing so, they'll have no choice but to accuse you of defamation. Hiruzen took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing his fury. Uchiha Kanzu, don't test my patience. Don't think I want to act against the Uchiha clan. This is your final warning. Words can mean a lot of things. And sometimes something spoken, while not being in control of emotion, can often cause bad results. It can even become a fuse for war. I advise Hokage-sama to be mindful of that, chuckled Kanzu in response. Hiruzen clenched his fist. But Hokage-sama's warning, I'll keep it in mind, Kanzu replied with a faint smile. By the way, let me also remind you to protect your young I apologize for the mistake, your only son. If something were to happen to Sarutobi-sama next, oh, dear, I can only imagine it, but I am certain that you might not survive the blow. It was a counter-threat, but one that was well calculated. Kanzu spoke so boldly because he understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen truly valued. The man might be hypocritical down to his bones, but his love for Konoha ran deeper even than his love for his own children. For the sake of the village, Hiruzen couldn't afford to fight Kanzu, even if the Uchiha might threaten his only son. Not unless he was willing to accept massive losses or risk the outbreak of the Third Great Shinobi War. In reality, Hiruzen wasn't especially afraid of confronting the Uchiha clan alone. What he truly feared was that other ninja villages might seize the opportunity to strike when Konoha was weakened. As for taking down the Uchiha clan without casualties, that was something Hiruzen didn't even dare to imagine. Given the clan's current strength and the fact that most Uchiha ninjas were elite among elites, there was simply no way Konoha could subdue them without suffering heavy losses. Especially now, with Kanzu possessing Kaga-level power and Uchiha Mikoto having awakened the Meijiki Sharingan, Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't risk open conflict with the Uchiha. Kanzu understood Hiruzen's psychology perfectly, and that's exactly why he acted with such boldness. If Hokage-sama has nothing else to say, "They'll take my leave," Kanzu said, turning to go. "Uchiha, Kanzu," Hiruzen growled, "if you dare lay a hand on Asuma, I don't care if it costs Konoha its existence, it'll make the Uchiha clan pay." Kanzu stopped and glanced back, smirking. "Sarutobi Hiruzen, you're already getting old, and you don't have that kind of courage anymore after having been seated on that seat." If it had been Sarutobi Hiruzen during the First Great Shinobi War, or perhaps even the Second Great Shinobi War, he might have truly possessed that kind of spirit. But now, Kanzu could only laugh at what he had become. Even if Hokage-sama really wants to go to war with the Uchiha, do you think we, the Uchiha, would be afraid of a mere monkey? A terrifying surge of chakra burst forth from Kanzu, shaking the office like a violent storm. The pressure forced Hiruzen to step back instinctively. By the time Hiruzen regained his composure, Kanzu was already gone. Uchiha, Kanzu Hiruzen clenched his fists, seething with helpless fury. He was the Hokage, the leader of Konoha, and yet he had no way to deal with Kanzu. Uchiha is the cancer of Konoha village. Had Kanzu heard that, he might have laughed outright. If anything could be called a true tumor in Konoha, it was Shimura-dan's. And Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was no less than half of one. Upon returning to the Uchiha compound, Kanzu was handed Araki's 3-tomo Sharingan by Hazuki, who had already followed Kanzu's earlier instructions to retrieve them. The 3-tomo Sharingan wouldn't go to waste. Mikoto's Meijiki Sharingan had a special ability to absorb visual prowess, and Kanzu hoped to help her evolve it into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan someday. Chapter 49. Hatake Sakamo commits seppuku. Back at home, Kanzu handed the pair of 3-tomo Sharingan to Mikoto. Unlike the previous few attempts, she didn't question or show any signs of hesitation on her face. Even if she was a bit reluctant in her heart, she didn't let it show on her face, knowing full well that her hesitation or reluctance would displease Kanzu. "These are Araki-san's Sharingan?" asked Mikoto as she accepted them and began absorbing their visual prowess using Kuninoto Kotachi. As for the origin of these eyes, she could make a good guess. It had to be from Uchiha Araki. Based on what she has learned about her husband so far, Kanzu might be cruel, unreasonable, disgusting, deceptive, untrustworthy, and scrupulous, a pervert, a douchebag, a bastard, and a total scum on earth, but he still had a bottom line, even if that bottom line was marginally low. He would never take the eyes of those loyal to him. He'd only go for traitors or enemies. And in this case, Uchiha Araki fits the bill perfectly. "That's right," Kanzu confirmed with a shrug. "That guy's dead. His Sharingan shouldn't go to waste. Since he betrayed us, the Uchiha clan has every right to reclaim what belongs to them." Nodded Mikoto as she continued absorbing the visual prowess. "After a while, how is it?" Kanzu asked. "I can feel that my visual prowess has increased slightly," Mikoto replied, and added softly, "but the improvement is quite limited, despite having absorbed 4 pairs of 3-tomo Sharingan so far. The overall boost in visual prowess was less than she had expected, barely a tenth of what she needed. Stacking up quantitative change can lead to qualitative change. Just keep accumulating slowly. When the opportunity arises, they'll get you a pair of Meijiki Sharingan to absorb their visual prowess." Meijiki Sharingan was rare, but not impossible to obtain. For instance, Uchiha Kagami, a member of the Uchiha clan, once acknowledged and accepted as a disciple by Senju Tobarama, likely awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. Of course, Kanzu couldn't be sure. Had never had much personal contact with Kagami. Though they were from the same clan, Kagami wasn't deeply connected with the rest of the Uchiha. Still, Kanzu wasn't counting on him. Kagami had died long ago. Even if he had awakened the Meijiki, it might no longer exist. If the eyes had survived, they were most likely in the possession of either the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, or his gay buddy Shimura Dance. The one Kanzo truly had his eyes on was Uchiha Shursui Kagami's descendant. Whether or not I take his eyes in the future depends entirely on his choice, Kanzo thought calmly. If Uchiha Shursui prove himself useful and loyal, Kanzo wouldn't need to make a move against him. However, Kanzo wasn't optimistic about Uchiha Shizui's future. A dog will probably always remain a dog, as the saying goes, let alone humans, who pass down their nature through generations. Uchiha Kagami was a dog. Kanzo didn't think his descendants would be any better. If Shursui truly couldn't be reformed, then the best contribution he could make to the Uchiha clan would be donating his pair of Manjiki Sharingan. Aside from Shursui, there was also Fugaku. The only reason Kanzo hadn't killed Fugaku yet was because he expected him to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, after which Kanzo would simply take it for himself. As for whether a Manjiki-wielding Fugaku could pose a threat, Kanzo wasn't concerned in the slightest. If he started fearing someone as mediocre as Fugaku, how would he ever dare face the likes of Six Paths Madara or Tsutsuki Kagaya in the future? In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed since Sarutobi Shinosuke's death. During this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had taken no action. This inaction left many of the families and clans in Konoha, those who had hoped to see some chaos between Hokage and Uchiha, disappointed. In their opinion, even if Araki was a traitor to the Uchiha clan and killed the Sandaime Hokage's son, the Hokage wouldn't let the Uchiha clan off so easily. After all, Hokage is above Uchiha. Hokage is stronger than Uchiha. They expected him to use it as an excuse to suppress and marginalize the clan. Heck, they wanted him to use this excuse to do that very same thing. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the Sandaime Hokage didn't make a single move. This made some people feel that he was being far too lenient, almost spineless. But just when they were disappointed that no news was coming of the conflict between Hokage and Uchiha, suddenly, news so shocking appeared that it literally thumped their hearts. Konoha's White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo, the hero of the Second Great Shinobi War, a shinobi even superior to the Sannin, had committed suicide in his own home. So he still went through with it. The butterfly effect I caused couldn't save you after all. When Kanzo received the news, his reaction was calm and indifferent. Patriarch, with Hatake Tsukumo dead, should we try to seize the position of ANBU commander? Shin asked, and added, if it's Hazuki-chan, she'd be perfect for the role of the ANBU commander, wouldn't she? Although the Konoha military police force held considerable influence, the position of ANBU commander carried even greater power, one of the highest authorities in the village. Hearing Shin's words, Kanzo frowned and said coldly, don't be stupid. How did I say something wrong? Patriarch, don't you want to compete for the position of ANBU commander? Shin still couldn't understand what he had said that was inappropriate and scratched his head. Not just Suda, but Satoru also looked confused. Seeing their blank expressions made Kanzo feel a wave of exhaustion. He admitted that their strength was solid, undeniably among the best of the elite genin, but their political awareness was sorely lacking. Kanzo turned to the fifth person, Uchiha Tsubaki, a middle-aged widow in her mid-30s who had continued to work as a kunoichi even after the death of her husband, and asked her, what do you think, Tsubaki-san? While the position of the ANBU commander is not only very prestigious and powerful, but also very important, strategically no matter who is the Hokage, they'd only appoint someone they can highly trust, as the ANBU commander replied, Uchiha Tsubaki, with a thoughtful expression. Exactly as Tsubaki-san said. Sarutobi Hiruzen would never hand over such a critical position to the Uchiha clan, nodded Kanzo. One question after another struck like blows, and only then did the group finally understand. These youngsters had been so focused on seizing power that they had completely overlooked the political reality. Damn, that Hokage always targeting our Uchiha clan. You'd think we were the ones who killed his father, Shin muttered angrily, but felt better upon thinking of Shinosuke, We did kill his son, though. You need to start using your brain more in more than one aspect, understood? Kanzu said sternly. Yes, Patriarch, all three replied, looking ashamed. He then turned to Uchiha Tsubaki and Uchiha Makoto and said to them, whenever you two have the opportunity, guide them on the political intricacies. It's troublesome if these remain ignorant since Shin, Suda, and Satoru were still quite young, so it didn't matter, but if they remained ignorant, it would be a problem for Kanzu. He didn't worry about Hazuki in this case, since she is not ignorant and understands these matters. Tsubaki and Makoto laughed helplessly and nodded. We will do what we can. Patriarch after that had passed. Kanzu scoffed at Tsukumo. It's pathetic that a dignified Kaga-level powerhouse would commit suicide. How could he not even deal with a few rumors? Shin, Satoru, and Suda joined in with disdainful chuckles, clearly looking down on Hatake Tsukumo. If it were us, anyone who dared to spread gossip would be arrested on the spot. Kind-hearted men get bullied, and docile horses get ridden, Kanzu said coldly. If Hatake Tsukumo had shown some backbone, he wouldn't have ended up like that. Meanwhile, Tsubaki and Makoto felt a bit sad at the famous Shinobi's death. Being from the older generation, they had fought side by side a few times, so it was sad to see such a man dying in such a way. Chapter 50. The Konoha Council collectively attacks Uchiha. Kanzu Hatake Tsukumo committed suicide. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. He hadn't expected Tsukumo to actually take his own life. He had only intended to suppress Tsukumo's influence, not push him to death. What benefit could Tsukumo's death possibly bring him? The reason Hiruzen had ignored Tsukumo's situation and suspended him under the guise of giving him a break was to quietly suppress his rising prestige. But now, with Tsukumo's suicide, it had backfired. His death was a loss especially for Hiruzen. Damn you. Dan's. This was clearly Dan's doing. The entire affair had been orchestrated by him. Now I'll have less leverage against Uchiha Kanzu, Hiruzen muttered bitterly. Hatake Tsukumo had been one of his cards to counter Kanzu and his Uchiha clan. But before it could even be played, that card had been burnt. At Tsukumo's funeral, very few people showed up. The storm of criticism surrounding him hadn't settled. Most people felt no guilt over his death. Some even went so far as to call him a coward. TSK, so that's what's become of Konoha's White Fang. Kanzu shook his head, wondering if Hatake Tsukumo, from beyond the grave, would be furious enough to come back to life and cut down everyone who betrayed him. But even if Tsukumo did return, he probably wouldn't do it. After all, Hatake Tsukumo wasn't like Kanzu. The fall of Konoha's White Fang was undoubtedly a great loss for the village, but it was a cause for celebration in the other 4 great ninja villages. In particular, Chiyo of Sunagakure lit a few firecrackers the moment she heard the news. Her son and daughter-in-law Sasori's parents had both died at the hands of Hatake Tsukumo. Although she felt that it was a pity that she wasn't the one to have killed the White Fang herself, his shameful suicide was ultimately a good thing for her, as she wasn't exactly sure of being able to kill him. Had she been strong enough, Chiyo would have killed the White Fang herself long ago. 2 weeks after Tsukumo's death, Sarutobi Hiruzen convened an urgent meeting at the Hokage building. The sudden assembly was to discuss the appointment of the new ENBU commander. The previous ANBU commander was Hatake Tsukumo. Now that he was dead, it was only natural for a new commander to be chosen. Normally, the deputy commander is promoted to fill in the role of commander. However, the current deputy commander lacked both the strength and prestige for the role, which led many of the major clans to eye the position for themselves. To that, Kanzu could only scoff naive. They truly believed they had chance? Did they not understand that Sarutobi Hiruzen would never relinquish control of such a critical position to someone who might be out of his control? Hatake Tsukumo had only managed to hold that post for so long because he followed Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders like a loyal dog. And even then, Tsukumo's growing reputation and exceptional skill still caused the Hokage to fear him. That was the fate of a perfectly obedient dog. As for those less willing to toe the line, there was no way Hiruzen would ever allow them to become ANBU commander. Kanzo also attended the meeting. He was fully qualified to participate. The position of the captain of the Konoha Military Police Force ensured him a seat at the council. Even without that title, his position as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan alone was enough to grant him a seat at this meeting. The old man Shimura Dans didn't even bother to show up. Kanzo muttered to himself, mildly surprised. Still, the two elders Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu had made an appearance. He could feel the unfriendly stares directed at him from around the room. "What's with the looks?" Kanzo asked calmly, rising to his feet and casting a slow gaze over the assembly. "Is it because I'm younger and more capable than you all, making you lot envious of my talent and skill? Or are you just looking for a reason to aim your frustrations at me? I'm a straightforward person. If you have a problem with me, just say it." Hyuga Hayashi stood up first, eyes sharp. "Uchiha Kanzo, when will your police force release the members of my clan?" he demanded. "My people from the Inazuka clan were also arrested by the Uchiha," said Inazuka Gaku, a staunch hater of Kanzo from the day he took the graduation exam at the Konoha Ninja Academy. "And our Aburin clan as well." The crowd glared at Kanzo with visible hostility and not without reason. Recently, Kanzo's guards have been rounding up members of various clans under various pretexts, and the patience of the other families was wearing thin. Today's meeting wasn't just about vying for the position of the NBU commander, it was also an attempt to collectively challenge Kanzo's growing infamy. "Uchiha Kanzo, your Uchiha clan has gone too far," one elder said sternly. The two advisors, Mitokado Hamura and Udatane Koharu, joined in. Their eyes bore into Kanzo as if had murdered their fathers. As former students of Senju Tobarama, their disdain for the Uchiha was nothing new. Yet, in the face of this united front, Kanzo remained perfectly calm. "We're simply enforcing the law. If your clansmen were arrested, it means they violated Konoha's public security regulations. Or do you expect special treatment just because you belong to a major clan?" Kanzo's words caused noticeable unrest among the civilian ninjas present. The meeting wasn't attended solely by the heads of noble families. Many civilian shinobi were also present, and they made up the majority. Does he really have the nerve to offend so many powerful families? Or is he just reckless? Orochimaru mused silently, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Kanzo. Sensing Orochimaru's gaze, Kanzo looked directly at him and smiled. That simple look made Orochimaru flinch slightly. There was danger in Kanzo's eyes, clear, palpable, and unsettling. "Interesting," Orochimaru muttered to himself, somewhat amused and interested. He wanted to see how Kanzo would handle the storm he had stirred. Almost every clan in Konoha village was launching attacks, verbal and political, against Kanzo. Even his former teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, would find this situation a headache. The question was, how would Kanzo deal with it? Like Orochimaru, Jiraiya also watched the unfolding scene as if it were a spectacle. However, unlike Orochimaru's curiosity, Jiraiya viewed Kanzo with a wary eye. Having learned of Kanzo's past actions, Jiraiya didn't believe he was anything close to trustworthy. As for the Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, he remained calm and composed like an old god above it all. He didn't intervene. In truth, he was eager and happy to watch the scene play out. Why would he try to stop it? Chapter 51. Everyone wants to be the ANBU commander, Uchiha Kanzo. You'd better release the Hyuga clan members your police force has arrested and cancel that ridiculous security management fee. Otherwise, the Hyuga clan will no longer be able to slide this, Hayashi declared, taking the lead as the first to confront Kanzo. Hyuga clan won't be able to slide this? Kanzo's voice was cold. "Hyuga Hayashi Dano, do you think I care?" His eyes narrowed dangerously. The next moment, he vanished. In a flash, he reappeared in front of Hayashi, slammed a hand on his head, and forcefully pressed his face down onto the table. "You're threatening me with this pathetic level of strength? What kind of joke are you spouting? Uchiha Kanzo, how dare you? Attacking someone in the council, you've become completely lawless." Mitokado Hamura stood up, furiously scolding Kanzo. Kanzo glanced at Mitokado Hamura with a half-smile that didn't reach his eyes. The old-timer had the nerve to stand up and oppose him fine. "I will be sure to deal with you after the meeting." After all, Kanzu wasn't the type to forgive and forget. He always settled his debts and made sure that all the interest was paid to him. "Hyuga Hayashidano, you might not like to hear it, but listen to me clearly. You are a worthless piece of trash," Kanzu said coldly, adding, "You say that the Hyuga clan won't let this matter slide? Very well. Let me make this clear. I'm officially at odds with your Hyuga clan. Let's see what a worthless person like you does entertain me out of my boredom." If you can, he raised his hand and released Hayashi, but not without a final warning. It wasn't an empty threat, since Hayashi had dared to be the first to challenge him. Kanzu would make an example of him, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. The humiliated Hayashi glared at Kanzu as the young Uchiha nonchalantly returned to his seat. Being slammed onto the table in front of the entire council had utterly destroyed Hayashi's dignity, igniting his anger. If looks could kill, Kanzu would have died 1,000 deaths in that moment. Unfortunately, Byakugan didn't have the power to kill someone with a look, forcing Hayashi to silently and bitterly swallow his anger, knowing full well that he was no match for Kanzu. "This guy is completely reckless," Jiraiya muttered, casting a disapproving glance at Kanzu. In a situation like this, Kanzu didn't hesitate. He acted instantly, even if it meant slapping his teacher, the third Hokage, in the face. Though Jiraiya often spoke casually and without much deference to Sarutobi Hiruzen, among the legendary Sannin, his bond with the old man was undoubtedly the strongest. Jiraiya couldn't stand Kanzu's arrogance, but since his teacher remained silent, he saw no reason to step in and stir up trouble. Violence wasn't always the best solution, but it was often the fastest. Kanzu had pinned Hyuga Hayashi to the table with one hand, rendering him completely helpless. The others who had been preparing to confront Kanzu immediately went silent. This left Kanzu mildly disappointed. "Is that all you've got?" he thought. "I expected more of a fight. So, it turns out you're all a bunch of cowards sitting on your high horses. Huh, how disappointing still." He made a mental note of everyone who had opposed him today. Sooner or later, heads settle the score. At the same time, Hiruzen was somewhat disappointed to see that no one continued to oppose Kanzu. And he even had to agree with Kanzu that these are indeed all people sitting on their high horses. He had overestimated these people. He thought they might at least make things difficult for Kanzu. But the moment Kanzu publicly humiliated Hyuga Hayashi, the rest grew silent and backed down. Their cowardice wasn't just because Kanzu dared to act, it was the unspoken threat behind it. If Kanzu turned his attention to their clans the way he did with the Hyuga, they knew they wouldn't be able to handle it. Not everyone is daring enough to offend the Uchiha clan. Moreover, the third Hokage's own attitude was strangely passive. Despite Kanzu's blatantly arrogant and disrespectful behavior, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't so much as reprimand him. That silence spoke volumes. It became clear why no one else dared challenge the Uchiha head. They simply weren't willing to risk the wrath of Kanzu or his clan. The tense silence in the conference room was finally broken by Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Today's meeting is to discuss the appointment of the new Yanbiyu commander. Does anyone have any recommendations?" After all, the meeting wasn't originally meant to be an ambush on Kanzu. Its main agenda was filling the vacant position of ANBU commander. Before Hitaki Sakumo was suspended, the position of ANBU commander was still reserved for him. But now that Hitaki Sakumo is dead, a new appointment must be made. While the Hokage holds the highest authority in Konoha village and promotes a facade of democracy, this doesn't mean every decision is entirely democratic. Ultimately, the choice of ANBU commander lies with the Hokage. This meeting was more for appearances than actual deliberation. I nominate Orochimaru-sama for ANBU commander. I believe Jiraiya-sama is more suitable for the role. One by one, various shinobi voiced their opinions, with many nominating either Orochimaru or Jiraiya. Both were strong candidates, not just in power, but in influence as disciples of the third Hokage. Supporting them was also a strategic move, currying favor with either man. "Old man, I have no interest in being ANBU commander," Jiraiya said bluntly. He preferred his carefree lifestyle and had no desire to be burdened with such responsibility. Not to mention, he was already managing an information network for the village. He didn't want a bigger burden. How would he find time to spy on women bathing under the pretense of gathering material and write his crude little novels if he were busy managing the ANBU forces? "Sarutobi-sensei, I don't have time for this tedious post either," Orochimaru echoed, rejecting the nomination just as easily. Jiraiya declined the offer, and Orochimaru did the same. He had no interest in the position of ANBU commander. His status in Konoha was already considerable. He didn't need the title to elevate it further. Orochimaru preferred to hole himself up in his laboratory, studying the secrets of life, death, and all kinds of jutsu in his pursuit of eternal life. He remains so busy that he is not even able to go on his excursion activities that involve kidnapping little children if he has time. He'd much rather go out and kidnap little children. Where does he have time to manage the ANBU forces? Besides, Orochimaru sensed that his sensei was probably not interested in granting him the position, while he was once the Hokage's most favored disciple. Their relationship had grown noticeably distant over the past couple of years. "Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan is more than capable of fulfilling this role," Hayashi spoke up, trying to recover his earlier lost dignity. When Jiraiya and Orochimaru were suggested, Hayashi felt nervous. Competing with them would have left him at a clear disadvantage in both prestige and strength. But with both of them stepping back, he saw an opportunity and seized it. If the Hyuga clan managed to claim the ANBU commander's seat, their influence in Konoha would rise significantly, perhaps even surpassing that of the Uchiha clan. "Hokage-sama, our Shimura clan also wishes to contribute to Konoha," said Shimuryu, the representative of the Shimura clan. Although Danzo himself hadn't appeared, he had sent someone to speak on his behalf. It was clear that he still had his eyes on the position of ANBU commander. Of course, Danzo didn't hold out much hope. He knew Hiruzen would never allow his old rival to control that much power. Danzo already had his own underground organization if he gained control over ANBU as well. Would Hiruzen truly feel secure? Still, even with low expectations, Danzo wasn't about to pass up the chance. There was always the slim possibility of success. After representatives from the Hyuga and Shimura clans voiced their interest, several other families followed suit. The role of ANBU commander was just too tempting to ignore. After all, in Konoha, the position ranked just below the Hokage himself. Aside from answering to the Hokage, the ANBU commander didn't have to show deference to anyone. And more importantly, holding that office offered a path to even greater heights, perhaps even becoming the fourth Hokage someday. Chapter 52. The new ANBU commander is Uchiha. Him. Hiruzen swept his gaze across the room and let it settle on Kanzu. All the other clan heads were actively competing for the position of ANBU commander, except Kanzu. He sat there, calm and silent, showing no interest in the position at all. But Hiruzen didn't believe it. He couldn't imagine Uchiha Kanzu having no ambition for such an important post. The Uchiha clan had long wanted a presence in ANBU. Back when the previous patriarch was still alive, they had already expressed interest more than once to enlist one of their young ones into the ANBU. Heck, Kanzu himself was once sent to him to be enlisted into the ANBU forces by the previous patriarch. Whether that was done to have young Kanzu serve as the Uchiha clan's pipeline into the central power, or to suppress Kanzu's growing influence and infamy that even surpassed Fugaku's by having him serve as an ANBU. After all, the contribution made by the ANBU forces always remains a top-guarded secret. So regardless of what achievements Kanzu made while being an ANBU, it wouldn't matter, as none of that would ever make it out of the archives. There was even a possibility that the previous patriarch wanted Kanzu to die in some extremely dangerous mission that the ANBU forces perform on a regular basis. It's a pity that things hadn't gone as he had intended, because Hiruzen had rejected them. He simply didn't trust the Uchiha and feared their involvement in ANBU might cause future unrest. Hiruzen didn't think that the current Uchiha Patriarch would be any different even if not for himself. Head, definitely recommend someone from the Uchiha clan. Even if he wants it, I won't let him have it, Hiruzen thought grimly. He was already deeply wary of Kanzu. If Kansas Uchiha clan gained control over ANBU, it would be nearly impossible to restrain him. With how boldly and unscrupulously the Uchiha clan operated under Kansas leadership, there was no doubt in Hiruzen's mind they might even start harboring thoughts of replacing him as Hokage. As for the other clan heads, Hiruzen didn't even consider them a threat. He had no intention of letting any family or clan rise too high in power. And if one did, it certainly wouldn't be anyone but the Sarutobi. One Uchiha was already enough of a headache. Hiruzen didn't want another powerful clan rising like them. Despite everything, Hiruzen still hoped Uchiha Kanzu would nominate someone from the Uchiha clan just so he could have the pleasure of ruthlessly rejecting him to show him his place and appoint his own pre-selected candidate. He was looking forward to seeing that sour expression on Kanzu's face as if he'd swallowed a fly when he realized that this wasn't his domain. This was the Hokage's territory, his territory, Sarutobi Hiruzen's territory, and here his word was law. He wanted to show Kanzu that he may have managed to create some trouble for the villagers. He was still an ant in front of the Hokage. But to his irritation, even after everyone else had made their nominations, Kanzu didn't react at all. Instead, he casually let out a yawn and muttered to himself in a sleepy voice. So boring, Hiruzen clicked his tongue in frustration, realizing that Kanzu genuinely had no intention of making a nomination. Dissatisfied, he could only move on. I've already decided who the next ANBU commander will be. The moment Hiruzen spoke, the clan leaders who had been fiercely competing for the position froze. Their expressions darkened. If he already had someone in mind, then why summon them for a so-called discussion? I wonder who Hokage-sama has chosen. Hayashi asked, still clinging to a sliver of hope that he might be the chosen one. In fact, the candidate is from the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen said, glancing in Kansas' direction, hoping to see his eyes light up upon hearing those words. But when he looked at Kanzu, what he saw only angered him. At that very instant, Kanzu was staring at his right hand while rotating his left hand as though he were twisting a lever. With each slow turn, the middle finger of his right hand gradually rose higher until it was fully extended, aimed directly at Hiruzen. When the entire room turned toward him in shock after hearing that the candidate was from the Uchiha clan, they also noticed Kanzu casually raising his middle finger at the Hokage. Although they had to admit that it was really a very unique method of showing the middle finger, it also left everyone both confused and astonished. On one hand, they had to admit it took remarkable audacity to flip off Hiruzen so openly. On the other hand, they couldn't understand why Kanzu would make such a gesture, even though Hiruzen had merely said the ANBU commander was from the Uchiha clan. This bastard. Hiruzen fumed inwardly. He wanted to put Kanzu in his place, but before he could act, it almost felt as though Kanzu had read his thoughts and responded with a fuck you. Of course, Kanzu was simply borrowing a page out of Star-Lord's book, but even he had to admit, telling Hiruzen to fuck off in such a manner, in this kind of setting, was deeply satisfying. That aside, even Kanzu himself was a little surprised that Hiruzen was appointing an Uchiha as the ANBU commander. Meanwhile, Hayashi stepped forward and asked in disbelief, "From the Uchiha clan? Hokage-sama, are you serious?" He felt that the Hokage might have Uchiha Kanzu in his mind as the ANBU commander, and that worried him. Hiruzen took a deep breath and called out, "Come in, Uchiha Fugaku." The doors to the conference room opened, and Uchiha Fugaku stepped inside. His expression was cold, and his first glance was aimed straight at Kanzu, a glare filled with silent hostility. "I recommend Uchiha Fugaku for the position of ANBU commander," Sarutobi Hiruzen declared. After Sarutobi Hiruzen made the announcement, the two advisors seated beside him, Mitokado Hamura and Yuditane Koharu, remained silent. It was clear that Hiruzen had already discussed this with them beforehand. How exactly he convinced them, however, remained unknown. The ninjas present turned to Kanzu with curious and somewhat mocking expressions. Kanzu, on the other hand, stretched out as his eyes landed on the person who had just entered and blinked in surprise. Huh? Since when did someone start a shit in green color? I have heard of shit of many colors, but never green colored. Everyone in the hall stared at him in stunned silence. Kanzu frowned and muttered, "Why are you all looking at me like that? Wouldn't tell me, have you all seen green shit before?" They were all left speechless, especially the man who had just entered the hall. He couldn't help but feel personally mocked. "Uchiha Kanzu," he growled under his breath. Kanzu blinked in confusion. "Huh? That green shit just spoke? Wait, how the hell can shit talk?" He rubbed his eyes. "Damn it. Did I accidentally cast Jinjutsu on myself?" After a second glance at the newcomer, he muttered, "Ah, so it's Fugaku. I apologize for mistaking you for green shit, but then again, considering just how similar you look to green shit, such a mistake is not that big of a deal. Green shit or Fugaku, same thing really. Synonyms. As for everyone in the hall, they looked at each other with speechless expressions, while Kanzu kept his gaze fixed on Fugaku. He was indeed momentarily surprised when Fugaku appeared as the candidate for the position of ANBU commander, but quickly understood Hiruzen's intention. This was a petty move meant to provoke him. By appointing Uchiha Fugaku, an exiled member of the Uchiha clan, as ANBU commander, Hiruzen was trying to get under his skin and use Fugaku to counter him. Hiruzen couldn't do anything to exact vengeance for the murder of his son, so he chose to disgust Kanzu by appointing Fugaku as the ANBU commander. By the way, he probably also hoped to sow seeds to divide within the Uchiha clan. But Kanzu didn't care. To him, Fugaku was, as he put it just a few moments ago, shit green shit, to be exact, a disgraced mutt who had already been cucked and cast out of the Uchiha clan. If not for the future potential of Fugaku awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, Kanzu would have disposed of him long ago. "Yo, green shit, I mean Fugaku, long time no see. You've been doing well, haven't you?" Kanzu greeted casually, his tone light. Fugaku scoffed coldly, clenching his fists as the veins in his arms bulged. "Oh, is that how you greet your patriarch?" "Oh wait," Kanzu smirked mockingly. "I almost forgot you have been expelled from the clan." Being reminded of that, Fugaku's anger increased. "What? Didn't I exile you?" questioned Kanzu, egging him. If Fugaku really lost his temper and started a fight, Kanzu wouldn't hesitate to beat him half to death. To that end, he didn't hold back and continued to provoke him further. "By the way, Makoto was asking about you just last night. In fact, after we did something I really shouldn't talk about openly with outsiders, since it's, well, a matter between a married couple, so I won't be talking about it. Since I don't want to rub it on your ugly green face, she suddenly brought you up." I was like, "What's up? Why did you suddenly mention him?" For a moment there, I thought, maybe she's concerned about you, but that wasn't the case. No. She was just wondering which gutter you might be rotting in. Like a vile rat you are. She even asked if it might be under the Sarutobi clan's compound. You know, a lot of rat gathers there squeaking at each other, hoping to find something, gain something. As he said this, he looked scornfully at the two elders, comparing them to rats before turning to Hiruzen. "No offense to you, Hokage-sama, nothing personal. It's just a rumor going on in the village that the gutters under the Sarutobi compound are crawling with rats. You might want to check them and get them cleaned, lest they become more troublesome than they are worth. After all, rats spread diseases." But that aside, turning back to our conversation from last night, and I told her, no, Mikoto Kukusan's probably not rotting in a gutter like a rat. He may have been exiled from the Uchiha clan, but he hasn't fallen enough to be a rat who lives in the gutters of Sarutobi compound. Rather, he should only have fallen to the point of becoming a dog, and not just any dog, but one with a nice little collar around his neck with the tag of a monkey, the leash of which is held by the monkey in the tag. And, wouldn't you know it, I was right, wasn't I? I should have made a bet with her. That would have been fun. A stunned silence filled the hall. Though Kanzu hadn't said it outright, his story made it clear Fugaku was nothing more than a dog on a leash, and that leash was held by Hiruzen, the monkey. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Everyone's eyes shifted, some to Kanzu, others to Fugaku, a few to Hiruzen, and some even to the rats, the elders beside him. Judging by their expressions, most believed someone was about to lash out. The majority expected Fugaku to lose control first, and even Kanzu thought the same. But to everyone's surprise, Fugaku held back his anger and ignored Kanzu entirely, as if silently saying, "Are you done?" He resumed walking and didn't stop until he was standing beside Hiruzen. Look at that, there's some character development, but then again, suffering does make people mature, I suppose. There's that mumbled Kanzu with a chuckle, not at all offended. If it had been before by now, Fugaku might have vomited blood, but that didn't happen here. Clearly, his temperament had changed. He had become more composed. Hiruzen, taking a deep breath to not let the anger get the better of him, announced, "Uchiha Fugaku will serve as the new ENBU commander." Sarutobi, Hiruzen announced, glancing around at the assembled shinobi. "I trust no one has any objections?" "I do." A voice rang out before anyone else could respond. Kanzu suddenly slapped the table. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed slightly. As expected, so he finally couldn't hold back. Good. Now let's teach him a lesson. You have an objection, young man?" Hiruzen asked, already preparing in his mind how to counter Kanzu's resistance. To make a point, Hiruzen had deliberately addressed him as young man instead of Uchiha Patriarch, captain of the Konoha military police force, or even by his name Uchiha Kanzu, subtly trying to put him in his place, as if he were nothing more than an inexperienced junior in this setting with no real power. Kanzu blinked twice upon hearing Hiruzen's "I am looking down on you" manner of speaking, but continued with a wide, cheerful smile. "Indeed, Grandpa Hokage," he replied mockingly. "Just in case your old age is catching up with you and dementia is starting to settle in, let the young and frivolous me with better memory remind you. The ANBU commander must be strong. Strength is a necessary qualification." Hiruzen's lips twitched as Kanzu called him old and suffering from dementia. Kanzu continued with a calm but cutting tone, "My objection is simple, Kukusan Hirasari, a slip of tongue. What can I say? I am still a bit inexperienced here. Fugaku-san is too weak." His words made Fugaku's rage spike again. But remembering what Hiruzen had told him earlier, that Kanzu's strength might already be Kaga level, Fugaku gritted his teeth and forced himself to remain silent. After recovering from his injuries and relentless training he has been going through after being exiled, Fugaku's strength had improved. He had finally reached a bit beyond quasi-Kaga level. However, the gap between quasi-Kage and true Kaga level was still immense. He knew he wasn't Kanzu's match yet, so he chose to bide his time for now. He would endure and wait until he officially became ANBU commander. "Uchiha Fugaku's strength has my recognition," Sarutobi Hiruzen said, narrowing his eyes. "He's fully qualified to serve as the new ENBU commander." "Your recognition?" Kanzu scoffed. "Even if you're the Hokage, you're not immune to bias. Not to mention a weak little monkey like you recognized as the god of Shinobi Ha. How laughable. There's also a strong probability that you suffer from dementia, because you're old enough to call me a young man. You have more blind spots than everyone else here." The room fell silent in shock. Kanzu's words were beyond audacious. No one else dared to speak so bluntly to the Sandaime Hokage in public. "Uchiha Kanzu, show some respect. It's the Hokage-sama you were speaking to," Jiraiya said with a frown, no longer able to bear the disrespectful words and tone of Kanzu. Kanzu glanced at him briefly, then looked away, clearly not interested in a back and forth, but he made a mental note. "I hope you are prepared for the coming days in prison." "I apologize," Hokage-sama said, Kanzu mockingly, before pointing at Hayashi, and continued, "The Hyuga clan has contributed a lot to the village and worked just as hard. I believe Hyuga Hayashi deserves a fair shot, too," Kanzu continued. "So, I propose a duel between Hyuga Hayashi and the exiled Green Shit-san. Whoever wins becomes the new ENBU commander. How about that?" Kanzu suddenly spoke up in support of the Hyuga clan, catching everyone present off guard. Just moments ago, he had clashed with Hyuga Hayashi, humiliated the man, and even threatened the Hyuga clan, and now he was backing them? The sudden shift fell off. "I agree," Hyuga Hayashi said without hesitation. Despite his earlier conflict with Kanzu, Hayashi chose to prioritize the opportunity in front of him. Becoming the ANBU commander would bring immense benefits to the Hyuga clan, and the temptation was too strong to resist. Very well, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Then let Green SH Fugaku and Hayashi fight for the position. His tongue almost slipped there, but he had quickly covered it up. And as for accepting the proposal for a duel between Fugaku and Hayashi, he had little choice but to agree. If he refused and insisted on appointing Fugaku unilaterally, it would certainly provoke resentment from the Hyuga clan. Agreeing to the duel was the safer political move, and besides, Sarutobi Hiruzen was confident that Uchiha Fugaku could defeat Hyuga Hayashi. If Fugaku couldn't even beat Hayashi, then avenging Shinosuke or standing against Kanzu would be out of the question. Uchiha Fugaku, are you against the idea? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. No, Fugaku replied bluntly. Even if he was against the idea, it didn't matter. Sarutobi Hiruzen had chosen him as the next ANBU commander, and in return, Fugaku was expected to follow his every command. Chapter 53. That's right, you are a worthless failure. Konoha Village Training Ground now. The same group from the earlier council meeting had now gathered here. On the field, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi stood facing each other, eyes locked with sharp intensity. Without wasting a moment, both launched into action. Byakugan. With a burst of chakra, Hayashi's white eyes flared open, and the veins around them bulged, giving him a fierce, almost menacing appearance. Sharingan. Fugaku's 3 Tomo Sharingan spun into focus. He quickly formed hand seals, launching a roaring fireball toward Hayashi. Fire style. Great fireball technique. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist style was known throughout the Shinobi world. As long as Fugaku had any sense, he would avoid close combat with Hayashi. 8 trigrams, air palm. A sharp burst of chakra exploded from Hayashi's palm. The vacuum shockwave collided with the fireball midair, dispelling the flames instantly. Though Gentle Fist was a taijutsu style, the 8 trigrams air palm proved that the Hyuga could strike from a distance as well. It was like watching someone open the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates and unleash the daytime tiger. As kunai and shuriken flew toward him, Hyuga Hayashi swiftly dodged them all, with his Byakugan granting a 360-degree field of vision and no blind spots. He effortlessly avoided every projectile. Nice. Well played. Hayashidano, try to strike him down the middle. Kanzu called out with an amused grin. Then, turning just as enthusiastically, he shouted, Fugaku, stop throwing shuriken like an idiot, use a fire-style jutsu, and burn him alive. The spectators around them were speechless. Who was Kanzu actually supporting? Truthfully, he wasn't supporting anyone. Did it even matter to him who won? No, not at all. His proposal hadn't been to genuinely oppose Fugaku's appointment as ANBU commander. Kanzu just wanted a good show. The outcome meant little to him. He simply wanted to see them fight. After all, the Gentle Fist style was incredibly powerful in close combat. With the Byakugan capable of seeing the chakra network and 361 specific chakra points throughout the body, it was a deadly tool in the right hands. Using the Gentle Fist technique to strike specific acupoints could block the flow of an opponent's chakra. And once a ninja lost access to their chakra, unless they were a master of pure taijutsu, they were effectively crippled. Whether it's jinjutsu, ninjutsu, or even some advanced forms of taijutsu, chakra is essential. Even the Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist techniques require chakra to function properly. TCH, getting chased around like that is pathetic, Kanzu scoffed, watching Fugaku struggle under Hayashi's relentless assault. Still, Kanzu wasn't truly impressed. Though it looked like Fugaku was on the defensive, Kanzu knew he hadn't taken any real damage. In contrast, Hayashi was burning through his stamina. Fugaku's occasional counterattacks with fire-style jutsu forced Hayashi to constantly respond, either deflecting with 8 trigrams air palm or shielding himself with 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Both techniques were powerful but extremely chakra-intensive. And now, with another fire-style attack flying toward him, Hayashi had no choice but to halt his pursuit and once again spin up his revolving heaven to block the incoming flames. As the flames slowly faded, Fugaku suddenly appeared in front of Hyuga Hayashi. Gentle fist art. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hayashi launched a relentless barrage of palm strikes toward Fugaku. Bang! The Fugaku he struck vanished in a puff of smoke. It had only been a shadow clone. Damn, Hayashi muttered. Before he could react, he felt a wave of scorching heat behind him. Danger closed in, but it was already too late to dodge. Boom! A massive fireball detonated, engulfing Hyuga Hayashi in flames. When the fire cleared, Hayashi stood there battered and scorched, burn marks covering his body. If not for his strong Hyuga physique and the chakra he instinctively used to shield himself, he would have suffered critical injuries. What a waste, Kanza mocked from the sidelines. Even with the Byakugan, you still got tricked by a shadow clone. Thud! Hayashi was suddenly kicked aside. The next moment, a kunai was pressed against his throat. You lost, Hyuga Hayashi, Fugaku said coldly, staring down at his defeated opponent. Hayashi clenched his fists in frustration. The battle had been short, and he hadn't managed to injure Fugaku even once. His only moment of advantage came during a brief exchange at close range, but it didn't last long. That should be enough, right? Hiruzen asked, turning toward Kanzu. Kanzu began walking toward the center of the training ground. Noticing this, Hiruzen's brows furrowed. What's he trying to pull now? Jiraiya muttered. If he makes a move on Uchiha Fugaku, stop him immediately. Hiruzen whispered to Jiraiya, unsure of Kanza's intentions. But Kanza didn't approach Fugaku. Instead, he walked over to Hayashi and looked down at him. Even when given a chance, you proved useless. What a disgrace. Hyuga Hayashidano, you really are a worthless failure. Aren't you? Uchiha Kanzu, that's enough. Hayashi snapped, glaring at him. What? You can't handle being called what you are a worthless failure, as I said earlier? Kanzu replied with a mocking grin. Kanzu raised his foot and delivered a harsh kick to Hayashi, sending him flying over 10 meters. Hayashi hit the ground and felt a few bones crack. That single kick earned Kanzu 2,000 evil points. As Kanzu stood there like a schoolyard bully, Hiruzen and the others watched in confusion. They had expected Kanzu to target Fugaku, yet instead, he had turned and kicked Hayashi without warning. Hayashi had truly suffered enough today. Not bad. Your strength's improved, Kanzu said, turning to look at Uchiha Fugaku. Though Kanzu had just called Hayashi a disgrace, he was still an elite genin. The fact that Fugaku defeated him without sustaining a single injury meant his power had clearly grown. It's all because of you, Fugaku replied coldly. If that's the case, shouldn't you say thank you for the gift? Come kneel down at my feet, kiss my shoes, and say I am grateful to you for this, Kanzu-sama. Kanzu ordered with a mocking smile. Fugaku's expression darkened, and without another word, he turned and walked away from the training ground. Oh, leaving already? And here I was thinking we'd catch up for old time's sake, Kanzu called from behind. By the way, you should have told me you were about to become the ANBU commander. Had I known in advance, I would have brought a gift. He paused, then smirked. What? Curious what the gift would have been? A green hat. Of course. It suit you perfectly goes well with that ugly green face of yours. And I would have even asked Mikoto to weave it herself a green hat, personally sewn by Mikoto, just for you. Now, that would have been a brilliant gift, don't you think, Fugaku-san? Hearing Kanzu's idea of a gift personally sewn by Mikoto, Fugaku nearly spat blood from sheer rage. Puffed but managed to gulp it back down at the last moment and stormed off at an incredible speed. He didn't want to remain in front of Kanzu, any longer afraid that if he stayed, he wouldn't be able to control himself and might lash out. Right now, he wasn't a match for Kanzu. If he fought him now, he would only suffer a humiliating defeat. What mattered most at the moment was securing the position of ANBU commander. Only by becoming the ANBU commander could he gain the standing necessary to challenge Kanzu. Otherwise, he wasn't even qualified to stand on the same battlefield. Watching Fugaku leave, Kanzu complained to the beaten-up Hayashi under his feet. He just left Hayashidano. Can you believe the audacity of that guy? Here I want to give him a gift that too personally sewn by my wife, but he just left, didn't even bother to agree to catching up. Hayashi wanted to cry bitterly. Yes, I can believe it now. Please let me go, but not a single word escaped his lips. Chapter 54. Using Tsukuyomi on Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was no further disturbance. Uchiha Fugaku was successfully appointed as the new Yambiyu commander. Seeing that Kanzu didn't make any move, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Fugaku breathed a quiet sigh of relief. They had genuinely feared that Kanzu might stir up trouble again. With the ANBU commander now decided, the meeting naturally came to an end. As they were leaving, Kanzu cast a meaningful smile at Midokado Hamura. Back in the conference room, Hamura had stood up and publicly scolded him. Kanzu may have ignored it at the time, but he was not one to forget. Settling scores later was more his style. Thud! Kanzu suddenly bumped into Midokado Hamura, knocking the elder cleanly to the ground. Are you blind? Don't you have eyes? Kanzu snapped at the elder. Several people nearby, who had not yet left, stopped in their tracks at the scene. Good grief, they thought. This is what it truly means for a scoundrel to act like the victim first. It was obvious to everyone that Kanzu had intentionally rammed into Midokado Hamura, yet he had the gall to accuse the elder of being blind. Hurry up and apologize to me, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hamura's face flushed red with anger, his body trembling with fury. He was the one who had been knocked down, yet not only did Kanzu refuse to apologize, he had the audacity to demand one from him instead. Uchiha Kanzu, you're being outrageous. Hamura snapped. I'm a senior advisor of Konoha's Hokage. If you continue with this insubordination and disrespect, I have the authority to revoke your position as captain of the Konoha military police. It was obvious to everyone that Kanzu had deliberately knocked him down. Hamura had no intention of letting this slide. If he backed down now, where would his dignity go? No apology and a threat on top of that, huh? Fine, let's see how you like this. With that, Kanzu kicked him hard. You senile old fool. Do you even realize who you're dealing with? You think you can just insult anyone? Another brutal kick landed, this time making Hamura cough up blood. Uchiha Kanzu, that's enough. Udatane Koharu was already storming toward Kanzu, fury burning in her eyes. As Udatane Koharu charged at him, Kanzu sneered coldly, amused by her foolishness. Joe, old hag, do you really think he'll go easy on you just because you're pregnant? By the way, which one is this 34? 35? No, it's probably in the 40s. Kanzu wasn't referring to her age, no. He was talking about the number of times she had been pregnant. Frankly, Udatane Koharu is often called the matriarch of the Shinobi world. She has built a large, sprawling family over the years through her multiple marriages, earning her a reputation as a formidable and enduring figure in village politics. The entire Udatane clan, in its current form, was practically delivered by her alone. Before her, it had merely been a small family, but now, thanks to her and her various seed donors, it had grown into a sizable clan. Everyone in Konoha knows this, but no one dares to speak of it, no one, except Kanzu, and that infuriated Koharu. You insolent brat. You old wretch. You must have a death wish, daring to raise a hand against me. Do you even know your place? The wind-style jutsu released by Koharu was effortlessly sliced apart by Kanzu, who then slashed at her without hesitation. His blade cut through her abdomen and groin, blood spraying into the air as her body collapsed to the ground, her condition unknown. You dare attack the captain of the Konoha military police? Considering the wanton consumption of free resources you have been taking, I suspect you're a spy sent by another village to infiltrate Konoha and empty our stocks. Even while delivering a serious blow, Kanzu made sure to frame her actions as treasonous, twisting the narrative to his favor. Then, turning his attention to the bloodied Midokado Hamura lying at his feet, Kanzu raised Raijin and brought the blade down near Hamura's face. The sharp steel glided across his eyes, and a guttural scream erupted from the elder. My eyes! If you're blind, even with your eyes, there's no point in keeping your eyes, Kanzu said coldly, without an ounce of remorse. Everything happened too quickly. By the time Kanzu had destroyed Mito Kato Hamura's eyes, the surrounding ninjas finally reacted. Even Hiruzen hadn't expected Kanzu to actually attack the two elder advisors. Uchiha Kanzu, do you really think you can do whatever you want in Konoha Village? Hiruzen shouted in fury. By assaulting two elders, are you trying to make yourself a traitor? Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu weren't just his longtime comrades, they were his most trusted advisors. Their bond ran deep, and there was no way Hiruzen could just stand by while Kanza harmed them. How bold, Orochimaru commented, watching the scene unfold with amusement. He had underestimated Kanza's audacity. The Uchiha was far more daring than had imagined. One after another, the surrounding shinobi drew their weapons, glaring at Kanzu with hostility. The air grew heavy with killing intent. Attacking two of Konoha's high-ranking advisors was a grave offense. After all, Mito Kato Hamura and Udatane Koharu weren't just figureheads. They handled many of the village's most critical decisions and were considered the Hokage's right and left hands. Such actions could certainly be seen as treason. Let's not get it twisted, Kanzu said casually. I was just defending myself. Udatane Koharu attacked me first. I suspect she wanted me to be her next partner to father her children, as she probably wanted Uchiha genes, and I simply retaliated to protect my dignity. That's normal, isn't it? With that, Kanzu calmly flicked the blood off Raijin Jaka and sheathed the blade without a hint of urgency. Despite the ANBU closing in from all directions, his composed demeanor remained unchanged, leaving many unsure of what to make of him. Still, the tension in the air was palpable. Most of the people present were eager to see Kanzu taken down. His actions had offended far too many. Arrest Uchiha Kanzu, Sarutobi Hiruzen ordered coldly. If we let this slide, it would amount to betrayal of Konoha itself. Move in, Fugako called out, barely able to contain his anticipation. He hadn't expected such an opportunity to come so soon. He had just been appointed ANBU commander, and now the chance to strike at Kanzu was right in front of him. TSK, do you really think Konoha can survive if I decide to go all out? Kanza muttered as he activated his Manjiki Sharingan. Locking eyes with Hiruzen. Tsukuyami. The moment their eyes met, Kanzu cast the powerful Genjutsu, dragging the Sandaime Hokage into the world of Genjutsu. Where am I? Hiruzen murmured, confused. Hiruzen found himself bound tightly. He struggled, but his strength had completely vanished. He couldn't move at all. This is a special space I created with Tsukuyami, Kanzu said with a devilish smile. In here, everything bends to my will, including time and space. He stepped forward, eyes gleaming with sadistic intent. Sarutobi Hiruzen be a good target for me, won't you? I've been meaning to refine my Kenjutsu. Let's explore the most efficient ways to kill someone. Without another word, Kanzu swung his blade and severed Hiruzen's head in one clean strike. But in the blink of an eye, Hiruzen's body reformed alive again, yet trapped. Death inside Tsukuyami may just be an illusion, but the pain is all too real. And beheading was only the beginning. Within that warped world, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea how many times he was tortured to death. But outside, in reality, not even a second had passed. Sarutobi Hiruzen collapsed to his knees with a thud, his face pale as paper and a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. He had survived the First and Second Great Shinobi Wars and was no stranger to life and death. He had always believed he wasn't afraid to die, but the torment he had just endured had shaken him to his core. He was afraid. His mental fortitude is impressive, Kanza muttered, feeling a faint sting of fatigue behind his eyes. Tsukuyami could kill. If a victim's spirit broke completely, death would follow in reality. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's will was extraordinary. He held on. Chapter 55. The deterrent power of the Manjiki Sharingan. What happened to you, old man? Jiraiya asked, quickly moving to support the trembling Hokage. Seeing Hiruzen in such a weakened state, Jiraiya's eyes narrowed. It had to be Kanzu. Was it a Genjutsu? And if so, what kind of Jinjutsu could defeat even the Hokage in an instant? Don't all look him in the eyes. Hiruzen reached out to Jiraiya, his voice weak not from physical injury, but mental exhaustion. Tsukuyomi was a Jinjutsu that attacked the mind, and the trauma it caused wasn't easy to recover from. Still, Hiruzen's condition was better than what happened to Hatake Kakashi, who had once been nearly turned into a vegetable by Tsukuyomi. At least Hiruzen retained the ability to speak. But that was expected. Kakashi had only been an elite Chunin at the time, while Hiruzen was at his peak, well into the ranks of a Kage-level shinobi. Not to mention, Kanza hadn't tortured Hiruzen for 72 hours. Uchiha, Kanzu, you've awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan? Hiruzen asked hoarsely, instinctively avoiding meeting Kanza's gaze. He had seen the blood-red pattern the moment their eyes met. That fleeting glimpse had cost him dearly severe damage to his spirit. Do you want to see the true power of the Mangekyou Sharingan? Kanzu asked, his voice calm, yet heavy with menace. You bastard, you dared attack the Hokage. Jiraiya growled through clenched teeth. The Anbu ninja were ready to act against Kanzu, already forming hand signs to unleash their jutsu and completely restrain him. Don't do it, Hiruzen shouted with all his strength. Just before they could move, if they attacked, things would spiral out of control, and Hiruzen knew Kanzu wouldn't show mercy. He understood all too well the terrifying power of the Mangekyou Sharingan. He had just experienced it firsthand, dragged into an illusory space where no effort could break the Jinjutsu. In that realm, he couldn't even feel his own chakra, rendering all conventional methods of dispelling the Jinjutsu useless. He had nearly been killed in an instant. Even if he survived, his combat strength was reduced to the point where he couldn't even stand up properly without support, which meant that just a moment of eye contact with Kanzu was enough to defeat even the likes of him. Which also meant that even if they all joined forces, it was uncertain whether they could truly defeat Kanzu in direct combat. More importantly, Kanzu wasn't alone. He had the full backing of the Uchiha clan. The consequences of a real war were unimaginable. After experiencing Kanzu's Jinjutsu firsthand, Hiruzen calmed down, his anger faded, and reason took over. Damn it, how did he awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan? Fugaka stared at Kanzu with intense jealousy. He wanted nothing more than to order the ANBU to attack Kanzu immediately, but he knew it would be useless. Despite holding the title of ANBU commander, Fugaku was a figurehead commander in name only, with no real authority. If he weren't, he would never have been appointed to the role in the first place. You didn't disappoint me, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kanzu smirked. He had expected this outcome. He knew Hiruzen would never dare engage him in an all-out fight, especially now that he had revealed the Mangekyou Sharingan. Its deterrent effect was greater than even Kanzu had anticipated. The clan heads present were all stunned. Uchiha Kanzu had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. Fortunately, none of them had pressed the attack earlier when things grew tense. Because they all understood none of them were capable of standing against Uchiha Kanzu and the power of the legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. In their eyes, the Mangekyou Sharingan was on par with the legendary wood style of the first Hokage. They couldn't comprehend the distinction between the Mangekyou Sharingan and the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. You're lucky this time. Next time, make sure to keep your eyes open, but then again, you no longer have eyes to keep them open. Kanzu chuckled coldly, casting a glance at the wailing Mitokado Hamura, who no longer had eyes left, then stared at Yuditane Koharu, who had probably lost the child in her womb, and said to her, "And as for you, you old slut, you'd better stick to delivering babies, because that's the only thing you are good at. Don't you dare stand in my way, lest you no longer remain capable of standing or delivering, or both after giving the warning." Kanzu left. "Old man, you're just going to let him walk away? That's it." Jiraiya turned to Hiruzen, clearly furious. Kanzu's arrogance had crossed the line. Even Jiraiya, who usually tolerated much, couldn't ignore it. And the fact that Kanzu had injured Hiruzen using a powerful Sharingan Jinjutsu only added to the insult. Jiraiya might often argue with Hiruzen, but deep down, he held great respect and gratitude for him. If not for becoming Hiruzen's disciple, Jiraiya doubted he would have achieved anything of worth. Unlike Orochimaru, who was incredibly talented, and Tsunade, who hailed from a prominent clan and was the granddaughter of the Shodaime Hokage, he wasn't anything special, yet he has managed to become a Kage-class ninja. Certainly, it has a lot to do with his grit and hard work, as well as luck that earned him the opportunity to meet the Toads of Mount Maiboku. But Jiraiya really can't deny that Hiruzen also played a lot of role in it. Different from Jiraiya, Orochimaru appeared quite fascinated. The power of the Uchiha clan, the Mangekyou Sharingan, even someone like Sarutobi-sensei has no choice but to yield, he thought, staring off in the direction Kanzu had vanished, a strange glint in his eyes. In the past, Orochimaru hadn't paid much attention to Kekkei Genkai, not even the Uchiha clan's Sharingan or the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. He was a genius in his own right and carried a sense of pride that made him dismiss those who solely relied on the Kekkei Genkai and boasted about it. But now things had changed. For one, Orochimaru has realized that there is an upper limit for someone like him. He cannot continue to grow stronger merely relying on his talent. If he wants to grow stronger, he has to try out other things for that. He has started looking for ways, and now he witnessed the power that brought his teacher to his knees with just a glance and forced him to yield. That kind of power, even Orochimaru couldn't help but feel a flicker of desire stir within him. Kanzu's reveal of the Mangekyou Sharingan wasn't a huge surprise. Sooner or later, he would have had to use it, and yet, he hadn't shown everything. The true extent of his Mangekyou Sharingan remained hidden. Susanoo hadn't even made an appearance, and even Amaterasu that he got from Fugaka hadn't appeared, not to mention there was still a bug-level ocular jutsu in his right Mangekyou. More importantly, aside from the Mangekyou Sharingan, there was Raijin Jakka. If Kanzu was ever pushed to the brink and used that blade without restraint, its Shurikai would likely prove even more terrifying than the Mangekyou Sharingan itself. If Kanzu were able to maintain Raijin Jakka's Shurikai for longer periods, forget about suppressing Kage-level, even Super Kage-level ninjas wouldn't be much of a problem. Even true powerhouses at the Six Paths level would fear its flames, which burn at temperatures comparable to the sun's surface. After all, Raijin Jakka's Shurikai is more terrifying than some Zanpakuto's Bankai. Of course, Raijin Jakka's true strength comes from not the blade itself, but from Jinryusai, Shigekuni Yamamoto, but the potential still exists. Anyway, revealing the Mangekyou Sharingan this time didn't just shake Sarutobi, Hiruzen, it sent ripples through all of Konoha, especially among the elite clan members. True wealth and power don't require being flaunted at all, Kanzu mused. It's like walking through the night in a brocade robe. Even if I've revealed one of my trump cards, I feel rather satisfied. And he wasn't worried because more trump cards are yet to come. This confrontation had earned him a significant amount of evil points. He had publicly humiliated Sarutobi Hiruzen with Tsukuyomi and deliberately injured the two advisors, Yuditane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura. While he didn't receive any new jutsu as a reward, he had gained more than 100,000 evil points from this incident alone. With that, Kanzu's total had surpassed 400,000 evil points, not far now from the 1 million he needed to exchange for the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Chapter 56. Search for Tsunade? Hokage's residence. At the moment, the Sandaime Hokage was recuperating, having just been treated by medical Nin. How is he? Jiraiya asked the medic. The medical Nin replied, Hokage-sama has suffered mental trauma. There are only two possible paths to recovery. One is slow recuperation, which may take several months, possibly even a year. What about the other option? Hiruzen immediately asked, frowning at the first suggestion. A year of debilitating headaches was unacceptable, especially in his position. Even a few weeks of downtime could be enough for Danzo to make his move and try to force his retirement. The second option, the medic said, is to seek out Tsunade-sama. She may have a solution. A flicker of reverence crossed the medical ninja's eyes at the mention of Tsunade. Though he was currently the most skilled medical nin in Konoha, his abilities weren't even a tenth of hers. Tsunade, a complex emotion flashed through Hiruzen's eyes. After the Second Great Shinobi War, she had fallen into depression and developed a severe case of hemophobia following the deaths of her younger brother Nawaki and her lover, Kato Dan. For any ninja, especially a medical one, hemophobia was a crippling condition. Tsunade left Konoha shortly afterward, taking Dawn's young niece, Kato Shizun, who was only a year or two old at the time. She never returned. Still, was that the real reason Tsunade left the village? Even Hiruzen wasn't sure. "I'll go find her," Jiraiya offered. Hiruzen didn't object. He needed Tsunade's help, only she might be able to heal his mind. Of course, Jiraiya had another reason as well. Beyond wanting her help for Hiruzen's sake, he had always held quiet feelings for Tsunade. After Jiraiya left, Orochimaru came to visit Hiruzen. During the visit, Orochimaru managed to learn a few things about the Meijiki Sharingan from the Hokage. "Orochimaru, I hope you don't stray down the wrong path," Hiruzen warned quietly. There was a time when Hiruzen believed that Jiraiya, of all his three disciples, was the least dependable. But now, it seemed Jiraiya was the one he could trust the most. Back when Orochimaru was still under his tutelage, he had been considered a potential successor. However, as he grew older, Orochimaru's nature became increasingly dark. He wasn't just merciless toward his enemies, he seemed utterly indifferent to his fellow villagers as well. Eventually, Hiruzen had crossed him off the list of possible Hokage successors. Just then, Fugaku entered the room. "Hokage-sama," he said respectfully. "What is it?" Hiruzen asked. Despite his weakened state, he showed no signs of vulnerability in front of Fugaku. "I came to report the side effects of the Meijiki Sharingan," Fugaku said. As the son of a former Uchiha patriarch, Fugaku was well aware of its risks. Overuse of the Meijiki Sharingan could eventually lead to total blindness. "Side effects? Go on," Hiruzen said calmly, though his eyes flickered with interest. Although the Meijiki Sharingan is powerful, usage drains the user's visual prowess and vision, which can't be replenished. Uchiha Fugaku explained. Eventually, it leads to blindness. Fugaku played the loyal subordinate well, revealing everything he knew without hesitation. He wasn't doing it out of blind loyalty, far from it. He didn't want to come off as sycophantic, but if he wanted revenge, he had no choice but to rely on Hiruzen for now. On his own, he couldn't defeat Kanzu, especially not now that Kanzu had awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. Still, Fugaku intended to return to the Uchiha clan, reclaim his position as clan head, and take back everything that had been stolen from him, starting with his dignity. Most of all, he wanted revenge. Kanzu had turned him into a disgraced outcast, was indirectly responsible for his father's death, and even stolen his fiancée, publicly humiliating him in the process. It was obvious he was unable to swallow that. "Overuse can lead to blindness," Hiruzen murmured, nodding slowly. "I see." As for the side effects of the Meijiki Sharingan, Hiruzen had known about them for a long time. After all, he was the disciple of Senju Tobirama. No one understands you better than your enemy. The Uchiha and Senju clans had been enemies for generations, and during that time, there has been no shortage of Meijiki awakeners, so it was only natural that the Senju clan studied the power the Uchiha prided themselves on. They knew well that using the Meijiki Sharingan would eventually lead to blindness. In fact, Hiruzen even knew about the eternal Meijiki Sharingan that Fugaku didn't tell him about, although whether Fugaku knows of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan or not is still not certain. Perhaps he learned of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan after awakening his own Meijiki and reading the secret inscriptions on the Uchiha clan. S-Stone Tablet, a tablet left behind by the Sage of Six Paths, which only reveals deeper truths to those with Meijiki Sharingan. Or perhaps he already knows of the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, but chose not to reveal it regardless of the case. Hiruzen also knows of these secrets, so he didn't care much about what Fugaku told him. "You should report to the ENBU headquarters," Hiruzen said, dismissing Fugaku with a wave. As he left, Fugaku couldn't help but frown. Why did it feel like Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about the matter at all? Did he suspect that I was lying? Fugaku couldn't be sure. There was not even a flicker or surprise on Hiruzen's face when Fugaka told him about the weakness of Manjiki. It seemed as though he didn't believe Fugaka's words at all. Is it that he doesn't believe me? Or is it that he looks down on me? Thought Fugaka with a scowl. Oomph! Fugaka grunted in frustration. Once that bastard Kanzu is dead, we'll take back my position as head of the Uchiha clan, and after that, he'll get rid of Sarutobi Hiruzen too. He had no intention of being someone's pawn for the rest of his life. The only reason he aligned himself with Hiruzen was to take down Kanzu. Once that was done, and once he reclaimed his rightful place, it would be time to sever ties with Hiruzen as well. Right now, he played the role of a loyal subordinate, but what would Hiruzen think if he knew what Fugaka truly had in mind? But Fugaka was being naive. Did he really think Hiruzen was someone so easy to manipulate or escape from? If Hiruzen dared to use him, it was only because he had already prepared for the possibility of betrayal. To Hiruzen, Fugaka was nothing more than a tool, one he intended to use carefully and discard if necessary. The belief that the Uchiha clan could never be fully trusted was a conviction deeply etched into Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Chapter 57. If he's handsome, then all toads must be handsome. Patriarch, that bastard Fugaku has become the new ENBU commander. Won't he pose a threat to us? Shin and the others had already learned about Fugaka's appointment. Kanzu had analyzed the situation with them earlier. Sarutobi Hiruzen was bound to appoint one of his loyal followers to the position. Now that Fugaku held the title, it was obvious he had become nothing more than Hiruzen's puppet. He's just a stray dog, Kanzu replied calmly. Do you really think he could threaten us? He wasn't afraid of Hiruzen, so why would he care about one of Hiruzen's lapdogs? By the way, Kanzu added, all the major clans ganged up on me today, and Hyuga Hayashi was the first to step forward. So from now on, keep a close eye on the Hyuga clan for me. Kanzu hadn't forgotten his earlier threat to Hyuga Hayashi, and he had no intention of letting it remain just words. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey, the Hyuga clan, will be the first example. In addition, Kanzu continued, I have a mission for you. Spread word across the ninja world that Sarutobi Hiruzen has been seriously injured and is currently unable to fight. The two elder advisors are also not in any state to fight. The timing was perfect. Konoha had just lost the White Fang, Hataki Sakumo, and now, with the Hokage and his two elder advisors wounded, wouldn't other villages be tempted to make a move? The Hokage has been seriously injured? Asked Shin in surprise. His advisors, too? Suda murmured in surprise. That's right. I attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind with the Jinjutsu of my Manjiki Sharingan. As for Udatane and Midokado, their situation is even worse. Midokado has been blinded, and Udatane likely won't be able to bear children anymore, Kanzu confirmed with a smirk. Although he hadn't taken their lives, their strength had been drastically reduced. Udatane and Midokado weren't particularly strong to begin with, and now, with Midokado blinded and Udatane severely injured, their careers were as good as finished. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, while his condition wasn't as dire as his two companions after suffering 24 hours of deadly torture under Kansas Tsukuyomi, the damage was not something he could recover from easily. It was likely he wouldn't even be able to muster half of his former strength. As expected of our patriarch, rather than panicking, the clan members were filled with awe. Kanzu had wounded the Hokage himself, proof that not even Konoha's leader could match their patriarch. The future position of Hokage undoubtedly belonged to their patriarch. Hazuki, have one of the Zodiacs keep a close eye on Jiraiya over the next few days. If he tries to leave the village, inform me immediately and find a way to keep him here in Konoha. You may make use of the police force for that. Kanzu ordered Hazuki. Understood. Patriarch nodded Hazuki as she disappeared using the body flicker jutsu. Kanzu had inflicted severe mental trauma on Sarutobi Hiruzen, something the village's medical ninjas likely couldn't heal. That meant they would probably try to bring back Tsunade. And if anyone could convince Tsunade to return, it would be Jiraiya. Kanzu couldn't allow Hiruzen to recover so quickly, especially when his current condition created the perfect setup for starting a shinobi war. Leave the village? I'd like to see Jiraiya try without Kansas permission. Besides, Jiraiya had already shown signs of dissatisfaction with him. All the more reason to rein him in. Sure, Jiraiya might be a likable figure in the original story, but what did that matter to Kanzu? After issuing his orders, Kanzu returned home. He had no intention of handling things personally. He would leave the rest to his subordinates. Kansama, Mikoto said, approaching Kanzu, now that Fugaku has become the new Yanbiyu commander. Some members of the clan are starting to get some ideas. Mikoto was no longer just a housewife. Kanzu had entrusted her with managing clan affairs, and she now held full authority as the de facto leader in his stead. Their minds are wavering, huh? Are they seriously thinking of siding with Fugaku? Kanzu sneered. It's quite possible, Mikoto replied with a serious nod. After all, while the Uchiha had always managed the Konoha police force, they had struggled to enter Konoha's true inner circle of power. But now, with Fugaku becoming the Yanbiyu commander, a post second only to the Hokage in perceived status, excluding the elder advisors, the leader of Root, and the Genin commander, some within the clan, were inevitably beginning to entertain other loyalties. If they truly want to defect, let them. Don't waste time on them, Kanzu said to Mikoto. I have no use for disloyal, half-hearted traitors. In fact, this is a good chance to cleanse the clan of such weak-willed fools. Kanzu had no intention of tolerating future betrayal. If anyone wished to leave and follow Fugaku, so be it, let them go. They would only regret it later. Understood, nodded Mikoto, and just then a masked kunoichi appeared before the two and bowed to them. Patriarch Mikoto-sama, what is it? Suzum? Asked Kanzu, stopping his conversation with Mikoto and turning to a member of the Zodiacs. Sannin Jiraiya is attempting to leave Konoha. Tsuta-sama, as per Hazuki-sama's instruction, is temporarily stopping him. Hazuki-sama requests that you come quickly, explained Uchiha Suzum. Oh, that was quick, Kanzu said with a chuckle. He had expected Jiraiya would eventually leave the village to search for Tsunade, but he hadn't anticipated him moving this soon. Take me to him, said Kanzu, getting up. Yes, Patriarch, nodded Suzum, ready to leave. Just then, Mikoto asked Kanzu, Kansama, may I come with you? Sure thing, come along. Kanzu nodded, taking her along. Jiraiya, who had been stopped, was visibly irritated, especially since it was members of the Uchiha clan blocking his path. Move aside. Why are you stopping me? He snapped. Jiraiya-sama, I advise you not to make things difficult for me. Suda replied firmly, standing his ground. Several other Uchiha ninjas surrounded the area, ready to act if necessary. If you want move, don't blame me for taking action. You lot are already due for a lesson, Jiraiya warned coldly, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. He was usually cheerful and easygoing, but in this moment, Jiraiya was dead serious. Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin, truly intimidating when trying to disrupt the police force. Is this what you have been taught by Hokage-sama? Came Kanzu's taunt as he arrived on the scene. Hearing Kanzu's taunt, Jiraiya hesitated and turned his attention toward him, his expression growing more cautious. For the old man to suffer such a major setback and be forced to compromise, it was clear that Kanzu's threat had exceeded all expectations. Uchiha Kanzu, are you the one who had me stopped? What's the meaning of this? Jiraiya demanded angrily. It was the first time he had ever felt so stifled within Konoha village. That's right. I gave the order, Kanzu said coldly. As for the reason, Konoha's police force is out on duty, and our task is to make arrests. Arrest Jiraiya. Wait, what? Jiraiya's voice rose in disbelief. Why are you arresting me? He was seething. Kanzu could make up reasons to arrest members of other clans if he wanted, but to arrest him, the Toad Sage? He narrowed his eyes, wanting to see what excuse Kanzu would come up with. The reason? Kanzu replied flatly. There have been many reports from women about an ugly old man peeking into the women's bathhouse when they're taking baths. You seem to match the description of the pervert reported by them. So, naturally, you need to come with us. Hearing Kanzu's reason, Jiraiya's expression stiffened because he had actually done it. It's just the women shouldn't have described him as an ugly old man, right? Do you have any evidence? Jiraiya asked, trying to bluff his way out, and with thick skin, and obviously they're talking about someone ugly, and I'm quite handsome. You know, Makoto, what do you think? Is he handsome? Kanzu asked casually. Makoto looked at Jiraiya with disgust, as if staring at an ugly toad. She shook her head coldly. Not handsome at all. It's no wonder no woman wants to be his wife, and he has to resort to peeking at bathing women instead. What about you? Hazuki? Do you think Jiraiya-sama is handsome? Kanzu asked, turning to the dark gray-haired Kunoichi. Hazuki adjusted her glasses at the bridge of her nose and said coldly, If he's handsome, then I suppose all toads must be considered handsome. Several policemen nearby burst into loud laughter. You guys, Jiraiya winced, stung by the cold words of both Makoto and Hazuki. To be insulted like that by two incredibly beautiful Kunoichi, obviously, it hurt a lot. Although he wasn't seeking their validation or attention, it still hurt to be insulted like that by beautiful women. As for not being married yet, he wanted to protest to explain that the only reason he remained unmarried was because he was still pursuing the woman he loved. If not for that, there would have been plenty of women willing to marry him, but before he could say anything, Kanzu waved his hand, cutting him off. Since both Makoto and Hazuki say you're ugly, it means you are ugly, and this also means the reports are indeed about you. And if it's evidence you want, we'll have it ready once we take you to the Konoha police headquarters. Having said this, Kanzu signaled to the police force ninjas to move in at once and detain Jiraiya. Chapter 58, Konoha's infamous old pervert. Jiraiya, when the Konoha police force moved in to arrest him, Jiraiya naturally refused to be captured. He swiftly dodged one policeman's attack and countered another, breaking free from the encirclement with ease. Uchiha Kanzu, I don't have time to get tangled up with you right now. I'm on an important mission. When I return, I'll report to the Konoha police force myself, all right? He called out. I think you're just trying to flee in fear of facing the crimes you have committed. Kanzu replied coldly. I advise you not to resist otherwise. Don't blame me for showing no mercy. The aura around Kanzu grew increasingly menacing, the weight of his threat settling heavily over the area. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel a twinge of hesitation. What made matters worse was that standing only a step beside Kanzu, looking at him with scorn and disgust, was Uchiha Makoto. Hiruzen had warned him that she, too, had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, making her threat no less than Kanzu's fine. I'll go with you, Jiraiya muttered, abandoning any thought of resisting Kanzu for now. Even the Hokage had fallen into Kanzu's hands, and Jiraiya knew he didn't stand a chance against him. Let me make it clear, if you don't have any evidence, then you'd better let me go. Let's go, Kanzu said flatly. Don't touch me, I'll walk there myself. Jiraiya added quickly, seeing the Konoha police force begin to move in. They were out in public, and he didn't want to be manhandled on the street. The policeman ignored Jiraiya's words and looked to Kanzu for instruction. Show some respect, he's one of the legendary Sannin. Let him walk on his own, someone suggested. But Kanzu gave no response. He had already made up his mind Jiraiya was to be brought in. Whether he walked or was dragged didn't matter. Once he entered the Konoha police force's prison, things wouldn't be so simple anymore. Jiraiya's attempt to find Tsunade and treat Sarutobi Hiruzen had to be stopped for now. Kanzu couldn't allow him to succeed. Sarutobi Hiruzen really raised his disciples. Well, one is a pervert, the second is a drunk gambler, and the last one is a sick kidnapper, Kanzu remarked with a smirk. What's that supposed to mean? Jiraiya asked, irritated by the jab. Hey, isn't that the Sannin Jiraiya? Why is he being taken in? Who doesn't the Konoha police forces arrest these days? Even the Toad Sannin is going to be arrested? Is there anyone safe from them? They still call it the Konoha police force? Might as well rename it the Uchiha police force. That whole department does nothing but create trouble with everyone. Only for the Uchiha clan to get the benefits. Where are they serving Konoha? They're serving the Uchiha. Shoo, keep your voice down. Say that too loud, and the Uchiha police force will haul you in next. As they walked, passing ninjas and villagers began whispering among themselves. The pointing and murmurs made Jiraiya Increasingly uncomfortable, he just wanted to get to the police station and get it over with. After arriving at the Konoha Police Force headquarters, Kanzu used a Fuinjutsu to seal Jiraiya's chakra. What's the meaning of this? Jiraiya's expression darkened. With his chakra sealed, he had lost at least 80 of his combat ability. It's to prevent you, an old sleazy pervert, from escaping, Kanzu replied coolly. After all, you're one of the legendary Sannin, a dangerous criminal like you can't be taken lightly. Fine, then show me the evidence you mentioned. If you can't, am not admitting to anything, Jiraiya said firmly. Bring the evidence, Kanzu ordered Tsubaki. Tsubaki took out several photographs from a drawer and handed them over while looking at Jiraiya with pure contempt, as if looking at a piece of trash. Even as a Uchiha, Tsubaki used to have some degree of respect and admiration for Jiraiya, but all of that disappeared now that she has learned of his perverted activities. Receiving the photos, Kanzu tossed them on the table for Jiraiya to see. Jiraiya was taken aback to see himself in all of the photos. And in each of them, he was peeping at a woman's bathhouse. Well, still want to deny it? Kanzu asked, eyes mocking. Ahem, this isn't some serious crime, Jiraiya muttered, blushing. Can you just let me go for now? I really do have an important mission to complete. The evidence was undeniable. And even if he wanted to argue, he couldn't. When was I ever photographed? And how did I not notice someone tailing me? He couldn't help but think to himself, how about this take the punishment after I finish the mission? Jiraiya offered, trying to negotiate. Kanzu gave a cold smile. What if you die on your mission? Will I be searching for your corpse to punish? Turning to Suda, Kanzu instructed, take him on a public parade first. After that, lock him up in prison. No visitors allowed without my permission. Jiraiya's expression twisted in shock. Uchiha Kanzu, you're going too far. Parading him through the streets, did Kanzu want to completely ruin his reputation? Mikoto, bring me a wooden sign to hang around his neck, Kanzu said, ignoring Jiraiya's angry glare. Without a word, Mikoto fetched a wooden plaque and handed it over. Kanzu then picked up a brush and wrote in bold, unmistakable characters, Pervert Jiraiya public offender. Once he finished, Kanzu hung the sign around Jiraiya's neck. All right, take him out for a public parade, Kanzu ordered with a sneer. Uchiha Kanzu, you bastard. Just wait. Once I'm out of here, they'll make sure you pay for this. Jiraiya roared in fury. If they really dragged him through the streets like this, his reputation would be utterly destroyed. From now on, whenever someone mentioned the name Jiraiya, the word pervert would follow. You dare to shout in front of me? Sounds like you haven't been taught a proper lesson, Kanzu said with a cold smile as he looked at Jiraiya. He waved his hand slightly, and Suda immediately understood the signal. Without hesitation, he moved in and began beating Jiraiya. Konoha Sannin or not. With Kanzu backing him, Suda felt no fear. He pinned Jiraiya down and gave him a brutal beating, leaving Jiraiya's face bruised and swollen like a real toad. This bastard actually dared to have me beaten, Jiraiya thought bitterly. But then again, if Kanzu had the audacity to attack the Hokage, why wouldn't he dare attack him? With his chakra sealed and his body bound in unbreakable steel chains, Jiraiya couldn't resist. He could only watch as Suda continued the assault. Once satisfied, Suda signaled a few subordinates, and together they dragged Jiraiya out for the public parade. Jiraiya was dragged through the streets, attracting a great deal of attention. As people noticed the sign around his neck listing his crime, many in Konoha, especially the women, grew furious. Shameless old pervert. Beat him. I can't believe one of the legendary Sannin is this disgusting ugh. Hit him harder. I've heard rumors for years that Jiraiya was an old pervert, but to actually peep at the women's bathhouse? That's it. Let's teach him a lesson, sisters. The women's anger turned physical. With Jiraiya still bound and unable to move, they scratched and slapped his face, leaving him battered and bruised. And it wasn't just the women, some of the men joined in too. This bastard was peeping on the women's bathhouse. What if it was my wife or my daughter he saw? My daughter is not even 6 years old. You know, you pervert. Lulakan? One man yelled. Just the thought made their blood boil. And soon they, too, were in the mob, striking Jiraiya without holding back. Rotten vegetable leaves and eggs were hurled at Jiraiya one after another, splattering across his body. TSK. What a shame I didn't even gain any evil points, Kanza muttered with mild disappointment. But then again, Jiraiya really is guilty. I didn't have to frame him this time. He watched Jiraiya's pitiful state with amusement. The accusations were legitimate. There was no need for any dirty tricks. Shah! Suddenly, a kunai was thrown at Jiraiya. Ah! Who threw that kunai? Jiraiya suddenly shouted, panic in his voice. A kunai had landed dangerously close to a vital spot. Rotten food was humiliating, but at least it wasn't lethal. A kunai, though? That was a different story. In his bound state, if someone really intended to kill him, Jiraiya wouldn't stand a chance. I've always hated perverts like him, Mikoto said coldly, hurling another kunai with precision. The second blade sliced into Jiraiya's thigh. It was very close to a sensitive area, and he howled in pain once more. While hurling a kunai at Jiraiya, Mikoto turned to Kanzu and said softly, Kansama, I've never set foot in the Konoha bathhouse, so aside from you, no one has ever seen me. Please, believe me. Of course, I believe you, Kanzu replied, gently patting her head. Chapter 59. Eyeing Uzumaki Kushina again. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen soon received word that Jiraiya had been paraded through the streets. An AMBU operative delivered the news. Hokage-sama, should we move to rescue Jiraiya-sama? The AMBU asked. Hiruzen frowned but then slowly shook his head. His instincts told him that if he stepped in to save Jiraiya, Kanzu would seize the opportunity to exploit it. He had already been humiliated by Kansas Manjiki Sharingan. Among the various clans and Konoha's elite genin, his authority had taken a serious blow. His two advisors are still admitted in the hospital. If Kanzu struck again under the right circumstances, Hiruzen could be forced to abdicate. Let Jiraiya learn his lesson, Hiruzen said coldly. He had no intention of rescuing Jiraiya. If he did, Kanzu would likely twist the situation, spreading rumors that the Hokage was covering for his perverted disciple, damaging Hiruzen's already weakened reputation even further. Not to mention, Kanzu had already accused him of peeking at women once before, and although he believed Kanzu was exaggerating at the time and didn't have any real evidence, in his current situation, he wouldn't be able to resist if Kanzu decided to use force. So, he didn't dare interfere. Still, Tsunade had to be brought back. This splitting headache was truly unbearable. Send someone else from the ANBU to search for Tsunade in his place. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was being paraded through the streets in utter misery. Coincidentally, Uzumaki Kushina happened to pass by and immediately covered her face. What a disgrace, she muttered, deeply embarrassed. She didn't want anyone to know she had a connection with him and could be considered half his student. Good thing I've never been to the bathhouse. Otherwise, I might have lost control myself and participated in beating him up, she added under her breath. Beat him up? Suddenly, her eyes brightened as an idea popped into her head. Her eyes gleamed mischievously as she thought about using the opportunity to land a few punches on Jiraiya. She had been annoyed with him lately. He kept nagging her to end her friendship with Mikoto. Mikoto is one of the very few friends she has. In fact, it wouldn't even be wrong to say that Mikoto is her best friend, so being told many times to stay away from Mikoto obviously. Kushina is very annoyed and decided to take out her frustration on him. Without hesitation, Kushina grabbed a piece of cloth to cover her face, walked up to Jiraiya, and landed a solid punch on his face. Jiraiya yelped in pain, tears streaming from his eyes. Kushina, Jiraiya gritted his teeth hard. You recognize me so easily? Jiraiya-sama. How did you figure it out? Kushina asked in surprise when he called her name. Looking at her clueless expression, Jiraiya wanted to scream. Are you an idiot? He thought. Your hair is practically a beacon. How can I not notice? That bright red hair, far too distinctive. There was no mistaking it. In all of Konoha, there was only one red-haired girl, a very close friend of his disciple, Uzumaki Kushina. You think I want to hit you just because you figured out who I am? Kushina huffed, then ripped off the cloth, hiding her face, and punched him again hard. Already bruised and battered, Jiraiya now took several more hits. Kushina, just you wait, it'll give you a good lesson, he growled through clenched teeth. Trying to give me trouble? You've got no chance, Kushina snorted proudly. I'm applying for the Jonin assessment soon. She puffed her chest out, clearly pleased with herself. Once she became a Jonin, she wouldn't have to follow Jiraiya's command any longer. In other words, her wings would grow. There was no need to fear Jiraiya's petty revenge anymore. On the other side, Kansas' eyes locked onto the kunoichi with red hair, Uzumaki Kushina. After a long, steady stare, he smiled and slowly turned to Mikoto. Aren't you going to have a chat with your close friend? He suggested. Although it was a suggestion, Mikoto knew that it wasn't a casual suggestion, it was an unspoken instruction. She hesitated for a moment, then gave a small nod. I understand, Kin-sama. They'll take her to our home. She understood what Kanzu truly meant. She had already steeled herself for the guilt of betraying Kushina. The weight of it lingered in her heart, but without protest, Mikoto turned and walked toward her close friend. As Mikoto went to speak with Kushina, Hazuki approached Kanzu to report. Patriarch, some AMBU ninja attempted to leave the village. They've been stopped, as per your instructions. Good, Kanzu nodded. Keep a close watch. If any AMBU tries to leave the village, come up with a reason to stop them. Whatever it takes, delay them as much as possible. He knew full well that Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't sit idly by after Jiraiya's capture, had surely send someone else to find Tsunade. Kanzu wasn't under any illusion that he could prevent that entirely. But if he could buy enough time, it would be more than enough. Now, he muttered to himself, let's see how far the other villages are willing to go. Regardless, Kanzu had done everything he could. It was now up to Sunagakure, Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Kirigakure to seize the opportunity. He had already opened the door for them. On the other side, Mikoto had already approached her Kushina. Kushina-chan, finished with training? Mikoto called out. Hey, Mikoto-chan, I didn't expect to see you here, Kushina replied cheerfully. Seeing Kushina's bright smile stirred a fresh wave of guilt in Mikoto's heart. But guilt or not, she didn't turn back. How have you been lately? She asked. Too busy all because of that pervert, Kushina pouted, pointing at Jiraiya. But let's put him aside. Who wants to talk about a pervert, anyway? Then her gaze shifted to Mikoto. It had been quite some time since she last saw Mikoto. Their last meeting had been on the day of Mikoto's wedding. Although Mikoto had invited her to visit several times through letters, Kushina had never been able to go. Each attempt had been stopped, sometimes by the ANBU, other times by Jiraiya, or even Minato. And so, only now was she finally seeing Mikoto again. Looking at her now, Kushina couldn't help but remark, You seem different, Mikoto-chan. Doi. Mikoto blinked as she asked. In fact, she didn't even need to ask in her heart. She was very clear that she had changed. Compared to her past self, she was no longer a good person. By her own admission, she had become a bad woman, proven by the fact that she was about to do something very wrong to Kushina, something her former self would never have even considered. Still, she couldn't help but wonder what changes Kushina perceived in her. Unaware of Mikoto's thoughts, Kushina nodded innocently. Yup, you really have changed. She studied Mikoto again. The aura around her felt different now, and even her sense of dress seemed to have changed. Earlier, Mikoto had seemed like a kind and gentle elder sister, but now, she carried the air of a cold, unapproachable noble, as if a woman of higher status, if not for their existing friendship, and the fact that Mikoto had been the one to approach her first. Even Kushina might have found it difficult to speak to her so casually. Moreover, something in particular also caught Kushina's eyes. Since when did you start wearing black lipstick? Kushina has known Mikoto for many years, and in all those years, she has never once seen Mikoto wear black lipstick, but now, all of a sudden, she was wearing black lipstick. Does it look bad? Mikoto murmured, pressing her lips. Well, it's not that it looks bad. Actually, it suits you. It's just unexpected, Kushina explained. Ken-sama likes it, so I decided to wear black lipstick. It's a bit of a goth look, Mikoto said casually. Is it for Uchiha Kanzakuen? Kushina murmured, then leaned in with a mischievous grin. By the way, now that you're married, have you already gone out with him? You also seem a little more mature. Mikoto's cheeks flushed faintly. That's not something you should be asking, she murmured. Kushina blinked, her grin widening. So you really are seeing him? And asked with a somewhat flushed expression. How is it going? Come on, tell me the details when it came to things like that. Kushina was just as gossipy as any other girl, curious and eager to ask Mikoto, now an experienced woman, for some insight. After all, at some point, she too would have to face that step with Minato-kun, and she felt that she could learn a bit from Mikoto's experience. Seeing Kushina, Mikoto felt another pang of guilt and thought to herself, "You're about to experience it for yourself." Then, glancing around, she said, "As for the details, well, I can't share them here." After a pause, she added, "Let's go to my house. Kensama won't be home until night, so we can talk there." Kushina looked a little surprised at the invitation. What's this I see? You're inviting me? Last time, you seemed like you wanted to push me away." She spoke as if mildly offended. "You really hurt my feelings." Now Mikoto gave a slightly awkward smile. There were a lot of things happening back then, she said, then offered an apology. "I apologize for that time." Kushina smiled and waved it off. "It's okay, I forgive you." She knew Mikoto had been going through a lot at the time, and it was only natural not to want too many people involved. Besides, Kushina hadn't taken it to heart. She had only been worried about Mikoto. Mikoto then asked, "But Kushina-chan, were you so upset that you turned down several of my invitations afterward?" This time, it was Kushina's turn to laugh a little awkwardly. "I just had a lot going on, so I couldn't come." She quickly bowed her head in apology. "Please forgive me, it's okay. Now we're even," said Mikoto with a smile, before asking, "Anyway, do you want to come to my home? I guess I'll give you some details." Kushina's eyes lit up with excitement. "Oh, a newly married couple's love nest? I want to see what it's like." Jiraiya, who had stopped her again and again in the past, was now being paraded around and wouldn't be able to interfere today. That meant Kushina could finally catch up with Mikoto. As for the ANBU, humph, they'd better not interfere, she snorted inwardly, though a flicker of worry still lingered that they might appear at any moment. So, without hesitation, she quickly grabbed Mikoto's hand and nodded enthusiastically. "Okay, let's go," she said, practically dragging Mikoto along. Wait, slow down a little. The house isn't going anywhere." Mikoto tried to calm her down. Yeah, I guess," Kushina admitted with a sheepish laugh. But she didn't slow down. She hurried along with Mikoto, afraid the ANBU might show up to interfere. It's just that Kushina didn't realize that the quicker she walked, the faster she approached the pit of suffering prepared for her. Mikoto, who knew this all too well, sighed as she led her friend toward it. Chapter 60. Uzumaki Kushina is in danger. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, bruised and battered, caught sight of Kushina leaving with Uchiha Mikoto. His expression changed instantly. Just as he was about to call out, a rock came flying and smacked him right in the face. Jiraiya was struck by the stone and cried out in pain, losing the chance to stop Kushina. Following the direction the stone had come from, he looked up and saw Kanzu standing atop a nearby rooftop. Damn it! Uchiha Mikoto took Kushina with her. There must be some kind of scheme, Jiraiya thought, panicking. But it was too late. Kushina had already followed Mikoto, and no amount of shouting could bring her back now. As far as Kushina was concerned, Jiraiya deserved to be punished for peeping at the women's bathhouse, so she paid him no mind. Huh? Namikaze Minato? Just as Kanzu was about to leave, his eyes landed on a familiar figure, Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato, I'll have to apologize to you. Of course, the apology was purely sarcastic. Kanzu wasn't the kind of man to feel genuine remorse. With Mikoto taking Kushina away, everything was falling into place, and Kanzu couldn't let Namikaze Minato interfere with his plan. He did hold a certain appreciation for Namikaze Minato, a ninja from a humble background who rose to become the Yondaime Hokage and one of the strongest shinobi purely through his own talent and not inherited bloodline or something that alone was worthy of recognition. The Flying Raijin Jutsu, originally developed by the second Hokage, had been perfected and elevated by Minato. On top of that, he had created the Rasengan, rank A, powerful ninjutsu that didn't even require hand signs. A jutsu that can be used without the use of hand signs gives a significant edge in battle. No matter how fast one could form hand signs, it still took time. The ability to bypass that entirely, especially when paired with the Flying Thunder God technique, made Minato incredibly dangerous. So, there was indeed a certain admiration. But admiration aside, Kanzu wasn't about to show mercy. Minato had rushed over in a hurry after hearing that Jiraiya had been arrested, dragged through the streets like a criminal. He held deep respect for his sensei, and seeing him humiliated like that had struck a nerve. If it hadn't been for Jiraiya's guidance, Minato, born a civilian, would never have had access to so many advanced jutsu and resources, let alone the opportunity to learn the flying Raijin developed by the second Hokage. Jiraiya-sensei, what happened? How did you get caught? Did you really? Minato trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. He knew Jiraiya had a lecherous streak. He even wrote some rather indecent books, but had he really gone so far as to peep at the women's bathhouse and got caught? Seeing the look on Minato's face, so earnest and upright, made Jiraiya's heart sink. His face turned beet red with shame. In front of his most admired student, he had lost all dignity. But then, Jiraiya thought of Kushina being taken away by Uchiha Mikoto, and all concern for his own humiliation vanished. Kushina's safety came first. Uchiha Mikoto might be her friend, but with her husband, Uchiha Kanzu, lurking behind the scenes, Jiraiya couldn't shake the ominous feeling creeping up in his chest. That man was bold enough to attack the Hokage. Would he really hesitate to go after the Nine Tails? If Uchiha Kanzu managed to seize control of the Nine Tails, with his personality, Konoha would be in serious danger. Forget about me. Kushina might be in trouble. We need to find her. Jiraiya forcibly shifted the focus. Kushina's in danger? What happened to her? Minato's expression tightened with concern. She was taken away by Uchiha Mikoto. You should check on her, just in case. With Uchiha Mikoto-san? But Kushina and Mikoto-san are close friends, Minato replied, asking, it should be fine, right? Namake's Minato was a bit hesitant, not really sure whether Kushina would really be in danger with Mikoto. He personally didn't think she'd be because of being friends with Kushina. Minato has also met with Mikoto a few times in the past, and based on his own observations, Mikoto doesn't seem to have any ill will towards Kushina. He also couldn't think of any reason as to why Mikoto would want to harm Kushina. In fact, Minato still doesn't understand why Jiraiya was so concerned about Kushina being friends with Uchiha Mikoto. The 16-year-old Minato is actually quite ignorant about a lot of things, even though he has a somewhat close friendship with Uzumaki Kushina. He still doesn't know of the fact that Uzumaki Kushina is the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, which is why he couldn't figure out the reason behind Jiraiya's vigilance just recently. Jiraiya had asked him to persuade Kushina to keep her distance from Mikoto. That conversation had ended poorly. Kushina hadn't spoken to him for days and was still upset about it. And he has asked Jiraiya the reason, but Jiraiya hadn't told him much, but kept on insisting that Kushina has to remain away from Mikoto and the Uchiha clan. Whether or not Uchiha Mikoto holds ill will towards Kushina isn't the point, Jiraiya said. She's Uchiha Kanzu's wife. And Uchiha Kanzu, he's the real threat here. Think about everything Uchiha Kanzu has done lately. If he sets his sights on Kushina, do you really think she'll be safe? Jiraiya's warning was sharp and urgent. Standing not far away, the Konoha police force assigned to monitor Jiraiya suddenly pointed at Namake's Minato and shouted, "What? That pretty boy with blonde hair is an accomplice of this old pervert. 2. Bloody old pervert, go die. And you damn Raiju shine." One of the men growled. A female villager tilted her head and murmured, "Ahem, if this little handsome guy is also a peeping pervert, well, I suppose I can overlook it. I mean, look at him. How could someone that handsome be a creep?" Another woman chimed in. "My guess, even if he did something wrong, he was probably led astray by that ugly, old pervert Jiraiya." While the men fumed in righteous anger, the women weren't nearly as outraged. After all, Namake's Minato was strikingly handsome and a young, pretty boy is warm. Sunshine-like appearance made it difficult for anyone to dislike him. Listening to their double standards and being called ugly Jiraiya teared up in frustration. Damn it, I'm handsome too. In fact, Jiraiya wasn't bad-looking. The only problem was the ridiculous forehead protector and the 2 stripes of face paint. And his somewhat comical outfit. This pretty boy's teacher is that pervert Jiraiya, and now he's running around with him too. A middle-aged villager clenched his fists and shouted. His rage only grew stronger after noticing his wife staring at Namake's Minato with sparkling eyes. I swear, I didn't do anything. I've been wrongly accused. Minato quickly raised his hands in panic, trying to clear the misunderstanding. Whether you did or didn't, we'll determine that after a proper investigation. One of the policemen said sternly, to prove your innocence, you'll need to come with us to the Konoha Police Force HQ. Just then, Kanzu arrived with a group of his men. They'll take it from here, he said coldly. Minato could barely get a word out. His expression was conflicted. If he refused to go with them now, it would make him look guilty, like he had really been caught peeking at the women's bathhouse. That would be disastrous for his reputation. If Kushina heard about it, she'd be furious. What if she started ignoring him completely and thought that he was some kind of creep? Don't go. This is before Jiraiya could finish his sentence. Someone quickly stuffed something into his mouth to silence him, then dragged him down a different street. Jiraiya, now taken away, was burning with anxiety. Uchiha Kanzu shows up to escort Minato to prison. Right after Uchiha Mikoto had led Kushina off, it all pointed to something suspicious. He had a very bad feeling about it. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato called out when he saw Jiraiya being pulled away, and he tried to follow. But the glint of a blade blocking his path made him freeze in place. He had come here to help Jiraiya, but Jiraiya had already been taken away. Uchiha-sama, you must punish that pervert severely. Don't let him off lightly. That's right. We fully support Uchiha-sama in dealing harshly with this pretty boy, too. Most of Kansas supporters were middle-aged men, glaring at Namake's Minato as though he had personally stolen their wives' attention. And in a way, that was exactly how they felt. The moment Minato appeared, their middle-aged wives couldn't stop looking at him. Of course, Uchiha Kanzu also attracted attention from women. If Namake's Minato garnered the young, pretty boy-type attention from middle-aged wives who have grown tired of watching their ugly old husbands, then Kanzu garnered dominating, handsome gangster-type attention from the women in their youth. Older women like soft and pretty boys. Meanwhile, younger women are more into dominating and bad boys. But even if Kanzu garnered so much attention, no one dared say anything bad about him. In Konoha, Uchiha Kanzu and the Konoha police force were not people you wanted to cross unless you fancied to stay in their prison. Namake's Minato, Kanzu said calmly, come with me to the police force. If you're truly innocent, you'll make sure that's proven. But you can also try walking away right now. Just know that doing so will make you a wanted criminal in the eyes of the Konoha police force. The blatant threat forced Minato to back down. Although Jiraiya had warned him that it might be dangerous for Kushina to go off with Uchiha Mikoto, Minato didn't fully believe it. Kushina and Mikoto genuinely seemed like close friends, and from all the things Kushina has talked about when it comes to Mikoto, Minato couldn't imagine Mikoto hurting her. Besides, Minato hadn't seen any sign that Kanzu had ill intentions toward Kushina either. He'll go with you to the Konoha police force, Minato finally said. He hadn't done anything wrong, certainly nothing like peeping at the women's bathhouse, so he believed he'd be released quickly. Take him away, Kanzu ordered. At Kanzu's command, Namake's Minato was taken away by the Konoha police forces. What Minato didn't realize was that this decision, seemingly simple now, would become a source of deep regret in the future. But the world offers no medicine for regret. Chapter 61.1 Tread Carefully P. Jiraiya-sama Uchiha Police Station. Upon arriving at the Konoha Police Force Station, Kanzu personally sealed Minato's chakra. It was only then that Minato sensed something was truly wrong. "Why are you sealing my chakra?" Minato asked, frowning. With his chakra suppressed, his strength was all but gone. A wave of unease crept through him. Chakra was vital to a shinobi. While Minato's taijutsu was decent, it wasn't his strongest point. It was his ninjutsu and speed attained with body flicker jutsu that made him formidable. With his chakra sealed, he couldn't use either, which made him feel vulnerable. "It's standard procedure at the Konoha police force," Shin said calmly. "Everyone gets their chakras sealed." Shin approached Kanzu and asked in a low voice, "Patriarch, shall we give him special treatment?" Since the person was brought in by the patriarch himself, Shin assumed he must have offended Kanzu. He was asking whether they should rough up his pretty boy face a bit. "No need," Kanzu replied calmly. "Just keep him locked up in the cell for now. Give him proper food and everything. There's no need for anything else. Just make sure he doesn't escape. Don't worry, patriarche. Once someone ends up here, they're not going anywhere," Shin assured him. "Still, don't underestimate him," Kanzu warned. "He may be young, but he's not ordinary." Although Namikaze Minato's chakra had been sealed, the jutsu used was nowhere near the level of the Uzumaki clan's Fuin jutsu. Kanzu wasn't sure whether Minato had learned the Uzumaki clan's Fuin jutsu. If he had, there was a chance he might be able to break the Fuin jutsu, sealing his chakra on his own. After all, Minato was destined to become the Yondaime Hokage. Though still somewhat inexperienced because of his young age, he was not someone to underestimate. Kanzu knew better than to be careless. He didn't want things to fall apart due to a simple oversight. In too many stories, the protagonist shows up just in time to save the heroine. Namikaze Minato certainly has the template of a hero, with Uchiha Kanzu being the big bad villain. Knowing this, the big bad villain had no intention of letting the hero come at the last moment to save the beauty. The boy has already done so once, and that should be enough for him for a lifetime. It was now the villain's turn to take advantage of the beauty and let her fall into being a tragic heroine the hero couldn't save. Looking at Minato's back, who was being taken away, Kanzu thought deviously, "Kukuku. Namikaze Minato, I wonder what kind of face you'll make once you learn what's about to happen to your precious Uzumaki Kushina-chan." After temporarily imprisoning Namikaze Minato, Kanzu was ready to return. He hoped Mikoto wouldn't let him down. Just as he was about to leave the police force headquarters, he ran into Jiraiya being dragged back from the streets. "Uchiha Kanzu, are you planning to harm Kushina?" the battered Jiraiya questioned, his voice laced with anger. Kanzu gave him a clueless expression. "What are you talking about?" "Jiraiya-sama, why would I want to harm Uzumaki Kushina?" "Don't be dumb," Jiraiya snapped. "You know very well Kushina is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. If you dare lay a finger on her, Konoha won't forgive you." He glared fiercely, filled with rage towards someone who so casually feigned ignorance. "She's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki?" Kanzu blinked in mock surprise, then looked at Jiraiya and said, "Are you sure you should be telling someone like me such an important secret?" Looking at Kanzu, Jiraiya, for a moment, wondered if he really made a mistake. And Kanzu had no idea about Kushina's identity as Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, Kanzu gave a casual shrug. "They'll pretend I didn't hear anything then," in a calm but icy voice. Kanzu added, "Putting that aside, Jiraiya-sama, you're a notorious pervert who spies on women while they bathe. Even very young women, even children are among those you watch. TSK, TSK. Watching little girls bathe, are you sure you aren't distantly related to people like Diddy and Epstein?" Jiraiya froze. Conversations in the police station stopped. Everyone turned and stared. Their looks were heavy with scorn. To be accused of sneaking into a women's bathhouse, especially to watch children, was a nasty charge, and it landed hard. He didn't know who Kanzu meant by Diddy and Epstein, but the implication rankled. Jiraiya was an orphan. He had no family ties to speak of, neither close nor distant, and he was not that sort of person. Still, the accusation stung. "I don't do that sort of thing," Jiraiya protested. Kanzu paid him no heed and snorted. "So you say, but is that really the truth?" Jiraiya had no way to defend himself. The accusation of peeking into women's bathhouses was true accurate enough, that any denial would only sound hollow. Even if he hadn't paid attention to little girls, how could he possibly refute it when both old and young bathed there? Seeing him cornered and helpless, Kanza chuckled, leaning close to his ear. He murmured in a low, threatening voice, "Keep slandering me or interfering with my interests, and you'll only end up with a longer sentence for far worse crimes. So tread carefully, P. Jiraiya-sama." With that, Kanzu turned and walked away. Afterwards, Jiraiya was thrown into a prison cell, deliberately separated from Namikaze Minato. Kanzu had specifically ordered that they not be held together. By now, Jiraiya was absolutely certain that Kanzu was plotting something involving Kushina. He didn't know exactly what Kanzu intended, but he suspected it had to do with the Nine Tails. Even if Kanzu denied having known of Kushina being a Jinchuriki, he still couldn't shake the thought. However, what Jiraiya didn't realize was that Kanzu wasn't particularly interested in the Nine Tails itself. In Kanzu's eyes, the Nine Tails was insignificant compared to Uzumaki Kushina. It's not that the Nine Tails was weak after all. It was the strongest of the tailed beasts and served as the ultimate plug-in for Uzumaki Naruto in the original story. From the face of the Manjiki Sharingan, the Nine Tails is completely helpless. If it dared to show itself before Kanzu, he could, and most certainly would, control it on the spot without hesitation. When Uchiha Obito could control the Nine Tails with just a single Manjiki Sharingan, how could Kanzu, who possessed a complete pair, not be able to do the same? Of course, controlling the Nine Tails isn't easy. Unlike Obito, Kanzu hasn't transplanted Senju Hashirama cells, so he can't use his Manjiki Sharingan recklessly. Hashirama cells are like a universal cheat code in the Shinobi world. They offer countless benefits, including counteracting the Manjiki Sharingan side effects, such as excessive chakra drain and eventual blindness. While they can replenish Manjiki Sharingan's visual prowess, Kanzu never once considered implanting them. The risks were simply too great. If something went wrong, it could cost him his life. Worse still, he could end up with a grotesque face tattoo branded onto his body. Tattooing the face of Senju Hashirama might have been acceptable to the likes of Madara or Dan's, but for Kanzu, it was out of the question. No matter what, implanting those cells was not an option. Besides, Kanzu can gain power through the system, so there's no need to endanger himself with such a procedure. It's time to go home, but before that, there is still something that needs to be taken care of, murmured Kanzu as he walked out of the police force office and made his way to the Uchiha compound. Outside the Uchiha compound, a startled voice rang out from the rooftop of a nearby house before the masked ANBU fell into a dazed stupor. That takes care of that, Kanzu murmured, deactivating his Sharingan. He had just cast a Genjutsu on the ANBU operative assigned to tail Kushina, one of the guards responsible for monitoring her every move. Officially, it was to just ensure her safety, but that was just part of their duties aside from ensuring her safety. These ANBUs are also responsible for keeping tabs on everyone she interacts with, and to make sure she doesn't get too close to anyone she shouldn't. Personally, Kanzu didn't care much about the ANBU assigned to monitor Kushina. But today was different. He couldn't allow them to continue their surveillance. After all, Kushina was going to be spending the night in his bedroom. Naturally, he couldn't risk word of that reaching the Hokage halfway through the night. Because if the Hokage found out that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was staying overnight in the Uchiha compound, that too at his mansion, no matter how much it pained him, he would come and try to take her away driven by fear rather than reason. And Kanzu had no intention of letting that happen. He didn't want any interruptions. That's why using Genjutsu to take control of the ANBU watching over Kushina was the most efficient option. With the under his control, it's up to him what information concerning Kushina reaches the Hokage and what not. As Kanzu deactivated his Sharingan, Hazuki appeared before him and dropped to one knee. Kanzu-sama, the remaining ANBU tailing Uzumaki Kushina, are also under control, she reported. Good. Make sure there are no interruptions. Kanzu ordered. Understood. Hazuki replied with a nod, then added in a reluctant, envious tone, I wish you a pleasant night naturally. She knew exactly what was about to happen, and it made her very jealous how much she hopes to be in that woman's place, but Kanza doesn't. T seemed to show any intentions towards her, and this made her very envious. Kanzu looked at Hazuki. Of course, he could read her thoughts, but even with that, he could only shrug. It's still too early for you. Hazuki was still quite young, younger even than Kushina, which made Kanzu reluctant to push her down just yet. Yeah, it's best if she's shaped a little more, he thought, shifting his gaze away from Hazuki. He would eventually bring her under his control, just as he had once claimed her mother. Kanzu had no qualms about it, especially considering that Hazuki had been molded into his loyal subordinate from a very young age. For her to one day spend time with him was, in both their eyes, nothing more than a matter of course. But that day was still a little further off. For now, it's Uzumaki Kushina-chan's turn, Kanzu mused with a grin, adding to himself, I only hope the moment will be worth it. For Makoto, he had gained the Manjiki Sharingan and 80,000 evil points. It was no small sum, and so Kanzu hoped Kushina would yield something just as valuable. Maybe he'll be able to obtain the Uzumaki physique from Kushina-chan? He wondered before questioning the system directly. System? Will I get the Uzumaki physique from Uzumaki Kushina? Ding! Host rewards cannot be announced before the completion of the evil act. You are free to speculate, but I cannot give any confirmation. Is that so? Kanzu thought. Not particularly bothered, he still felt confident that his guess was right. In fact, even if the system didn't reward him much, she would still be worth it, for no other reason than she was the fiery redhead herself. Fufu Makoto should have done what was needed by now. It's time I head back home. Chuckling, Kanzu cast one last look at Hazuki before vanishing from the rooftop. Chapter 61.2 Kushina. Yexi stopped working. Patriarch's mansion, Uchiha compound. When Kanzu returned home, the sharp scent of sake hit him immediately. Stepping into the guest room, he spotted several empty bottles and half-eaten snacks scattered across the table. Kushina was already half passed out, slumped over in a drunken haze, while Makoto sat nearby tipsy, though not nearly as far gone. Kansama, you're back, Makoto greeted him, her eyes hazy with intoxication. Her flushed cheeks and drowsy gaze only made her look more alluring to Kanzu, and he felt the urge to toy with her. But tonight, his focus was fixed on someone else. Uzumaki Kushina. You got Kushina-chan drunk? He asked. Well, I didn't just get her drunk, Makoto admitted with a soft, drunken giggle. I gave her a little push with the Sharingan. Kansama, I must be such a bad woman, right? Indeed, Kanza murmured, leaning in to kiss her. But you're my bad woman, and I happen to like bad women. Though Makoto was clearly betraying her friend, Kanzu found her perfect in every way. After all, she was doing exactly what he wanted, and that made her perfect. Flushed by his words, Makoto's heart fluttered. She returned his kiss with tipsy passion. Whispering, Kansama, I love you. After a few heated moments, the two broke apart and glanced at Kushina, still slumped over the table, giggling to herself and mumbling in a drunken daze. Minato-kun here, look at this. Makoto looked at the redhead with pity before turning to Kanzu, her words slightly slurred. Kansama, Kushina-chan is yours. Do whatever you please with her. Yes, you did well. Kanza nodded with an appreciating smile. It'll be in the other room, is that all right? Makoto asked softly, swaying a little as she spoke, clearly not wanting to witness what came next. It's all right, Kanzu replied. Then I wish you a pleasant night, she said with a faint bow, clutching the unfinished bottle of sake as she quietly stumbled out of the room. Makoto rarely drank, and she had never allowed herself to get this intoxicated before. But tonight, she needed the numbness, anything to dull the heavy guilt pressing against her heart. Meanwhile, Kushina, completely drunk, giggled senselessly from where she was slumped, mumbling incoherent fragments of Minato's name between hiccups. After Makoto left, Kanzu turned to his prey. Kushina-tian hei Minato-kun. Huh? Why are you here? Kushina, who had been lying face down on the table, suddenly sat up when she heard his voice. Tilting her head cutely, she blinked at him with glassy, unfocused eyes. She wasn't just drunk. She was also caught under the sway of Mikoto's Mangeki Sharingan's Genjutsu, which made her mistake Kanzu for Minato. Minato couldn't hear me out Uchiha, Kanzu-kun, and Mikoto-chan, the Heshi slurred with a silly smile, crawling unsteadily toward him. Halfway across the floor, she lost her balance and tumbled. Uopsi, careful there, Kanzu caught her easily, pulling her into his arms. But his hands, his touch, and his intentions were anything but proper. Thoughts odd essence when you get so bold, Minato-kun? Kushina mumbled, her words tumbling out in a drunken slur as her flushed face deepened with shyness. After all, she who hadn't even held hands with Minato was now being touched by him. Although she and Minato clearly liked each other, he had always been overly upright, never once taking the initiative. As a result, the two had never officially started a relationship. And while Kushina was famous for her fiery, straightforward nature, the red-hot habanero, when it came to matters like this, she was still painfully shy and hesitant. Making the first move was never easy for her, so she had always hoped Minato would be the one to do it first. Unfortunately, Minato was just as shy and passive. Therefore, up until now, he hadn't taken that step, much to her frustration. Did he really expect her, a girl, to make the first move? Wouldn't that make her seem far too forward? Even though she carried the reputation of the red-hot habanero, Kushina didn't want that same image in the eyes of the man she loved. She was deeply frustrated, especially with so many people around her getting married or starting relationships one after another. Even those her age were moving ahead. Inuzuka Tsum, for instance, had recently married the Inuzuka patriarch. Watching them, all she could do was sigh and hope that her turn would come someday. And then, unexpectedly, today Minato made his move. Kushina-chan, you're truly beautiful, I can't help it, he said, a meaningful smile tugging at his lips. From here on, things were likely to head in a rather steamy direction. It's just the first time you talked to me like this, so close, Kushina slurred, though there was a faint note of happiness in her voice. Mikoto's Genjutsu is indeed powerful enough, thought Kanzu. Normally, Genjutsu had a limited effect on a Jinchuriki. The Sharingan could indeed control the Jinchuriki. But things are a bit complicated, and there's always a risk of breaking out, especially if the tailed beast disrupts the Jinchuriki's chakra. It's probably because of the Uzumaki clan's powerful Finjutsu. The Nine Tails likely can't sense Kushina's condition at all, Kanzu silently guessed. Even if the fox can sense, he probably wouldn't care anyway. And most likely, that guess was correct. After all, something similar had happened in the canon. Yonde Mizukichi had remained under Obito's Genjutsu for many years, yet Three Tails didn't seem to care. Considering Nine Tails' hatred towards Kushina, he'd probably not care if she is under a Genjutsu or not. Not that it mattered to Kanzu. What mattered was that he had succeeded. Kushina-chan. With a dazed expression, Kushina lifted her head to look at him. Hey, did you get taller or something? She suddenly squinted at him in confusion. Kanzu was indeed a head taller than Namikaze's Minato. Kushina sensed something was off, but with the alcohol and Genjutsu both fogging her mind, she brushed the thought aside. That's not important. You're drunk, now time to rest. Did drunk? Oh right, hick, I remember drinking with Mikoto-chan, he. Weird she go? Kushina mumbled, giggling faintly between hiccups. She's already passed out and gone to sleep. We'll take you back to rest as well. Kanzu gently stroked Kushina's soft red hair, whispering into her ear. Her steps were clumsy and unsteady from the sake, and she leaned heavily into his arms for support. Hold me, Minato-kun, I see can't walk, she giggled in a silly tone. As you wish, Kanzu replied with a smirk, effortlessly scooping her up into a princess carry. Kushina giggled again, her face flushed, and poked his cheek with a wobbly finger. You're being so forward today, Minato-kun, haha, do you hate it? Kanzu asked casually. I hate, and knew, I like it, Kushina mumbled with flushed cheeks. Normally, Minato wouldn't even dare hold her hand, let alone carry her like this. But tonight, he was acting surprisingly bold, and in her drunken haze, Kushina had to admit she liked this bold Minato. Is that so? Kanza teased in a playful tone. Then you won't mind what comes next, right? What's next? Kushina asked, tilting her head, eyes hazy with a muddled mix of confusion, curiosity, and anticipation. Fufu. Kanza merely smiled. Without saying another word, he carried her off toward his room, technically, the bedroom he shared with Mikoto. But tonight, Mikoto had deliberately vacated the room. Truthfully, Kanza wouldn't have minded if Mikoto had stayed rather. He would have preferred it. After all, what man doesn't want to enjoy some excitement? But it was clear she couldn't bring herself to accept such a situation not yet, even if she always obeyed her Dana-sama. In due time, she certainly would, but for now, it was still too early. Is this in my room? Kushina mumbled, swaying slightly as she looked around in a daze. Whysh it feel different. It's not your room, but it's all right. Just think of this place as your own for tonight, Kanzu whispered into her ear. Under normal circumstances, she would never have agreed so easily. But her mind was drowned in haze, and because she believed she was with Minato, she didn't refuse. No, she didn't just accept. Instead, she wrapped her arms clumsily around his neck, her breath warm and shyly slurred. Can you stay me tonight? A lone girl living in a place she don't know it's not good, right? Her glazed eyes shimmered with drunken embarrassment, but behind them flickered a quiet, hopeful anticipation as she gazed at his face, praying he'd say yes. Ever since the Kumogekure ninjas kidnapped her and she was later rescued by Namikaze's Minato, Kushina's impression of him had completely changed. She used to think Minato was a bit of a softy, maybe even a sissy. But after that daring rescue, she gradually began to fall for him. The whole hero saves the damsel story might be cliché, but it works especially when the hero isn't just brave, but also easy on the eyes. And Namikaze Minato was definitely handsome, which of course caused the damsel to develop a crush on the hero, and it just so happened that the hero liked the damsel very much too. Though the two clearly had feelings for each other, their relationship had never progressed beyond awkward, unconfessed affection. But tonight, Kushina's sake-clouded mind had made up its own decision. She hiccuped, swaying as she leaned in close with a goofy grin. Tonight I'm going to be bold. Hear me? I'm going to push things forward. Yakno. Marriage still felt like a distant dream for them, but at the very least, they needed to become boyfriend and girlfriend. They had to define their relationship quickly, or else Kushina feared that some flirtatious vixen might swoop in and steal him away from her. If Minato wasn't going to take the first step because of his shyness, then she would. Grandma Mito had told her that love isn't something you find by simply waiting. You have to make an effort for it. And tonight, Kushina was determined to make that effort. Normally, she wouldn't have had such courage, but tonight, she was very drunk. The alcohol gave her the reckless boldness she needed to finally take that first step. Ihi Minato Koen, she slurred. Her face flushed deep red as she clutched at Kanza's sleeve with unsteady hands. Why, you'll stay all right, right? How could I refuse such a request? Kanzu replied softly, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Leaving a beautiful girl alone in a strange place, obviously, I can't do that. With those words, he closed the door behind him and walked toward the bedding, where he gently laid Kushina down on the bed. Lying there, her face flushed scarlet. Kushina blinked up at him through her hazy, unfocused eyes. Clutching weakly at his sleeves, she slurred, Really? Minato-kun? Of course, Kanzu replied with a smile. He brushed his hand gently along her cheek, tucking her brilliant red hair behind her ear, before adding playfully, but for me to stay here, there'll be a cost. You know, you spoke just like me. Kushina giggled, poking his cheek, then blurted out clumsily, "See cost? What cost?" Instead of answering, Kanzu traced his fingers over her soft, red lips, making her squirm shyly. She seemed to understand what kind of cost Minato was hinting at, and in her drunken haze, she wanted the same thing. With a stutter and slurred breath, she mumbled, I don't mind, remember those are your words. Kushina-chan, Kanzu said with a grin. Kushina-chan? Kushina thought sluggishly. Although Minato has been calling her Kushina-chan for a while, it was only now that she noticed this oddity and recalled that Minato usually didn't call her that it felt a little strange. But her muddled mind gave her no time to dwell on it before Kanzu suddenly lowered his head and kissed her. Although Kushina understood what Minato was hinting at, especially when he traced his fingers over her lips and she had given her permission, she was still completely unprepared for him to kiss her so directly. She froze in shock, her eyes widening. After the initial shock, shyness mixed with sweetness and embarrassment washed over her. Her first kiss was gone just like that. But she didn't mind after all. It was Minato. Being kissed by him made her feel hot and flushed, her heart pounding so wildly it seemed as though it might burst right out of her chest. Thankfully, it didn't. But none of that changed the fact she had just been kissed by Minato. What do you do? Kushina thought to herself, her face crimson, unable to think straight. Even if she had heard plenty through gossip, when it really came down to it, Kushina was still a completely inexperienced teenage girl. Fortunately for her, Kanza knew exactly what to do and took the lead. He gently sucked on her lips while caressing her flushed cheeks with his fingers, coaxing her to loosen up and part her lips, granting him entry into her mouth. Choo-choo, the sound of their lips smacking echoed as, after a bit of coaxing, she parted her lips, giving Kanza the opening he needed to slip his tongue into her mouth. At once, he could taste the strong trace of sake she had been drinking only minutes ago, and began to explore the inside of her mouth. Kushina, too, though muddle-headed, slowly overcame her initial shock and confusion. Driven by instinct, she responded shyly, yet eagerly, though her movements were awkward, showing her inexperience. Shlu-chu, their tongues coiled around each other, exchanging saliva, and soon Kushina felt her body tremble as the heat of the kiss overwhelmed her, leaving her limbs weak. Minato-kun, chu, so good, she cried out amidst her tongue being sucked by him, and wanted to cling tighter to him. Instinctively, her hands began to move as she wrapped them around his head, pulling him closer while also trying to anchor herself against the dizzying rush in her chest. Fufu, Kanzu chuckled as he let go of her tongue, before sucking on her sweet, moist lips with practiced ease, occasionally brushing their tongue, drawing out muffled breaths and soft, broken sounds from her throat. Chu, every second seemed to stretch endlessly, her senses consumed by the closeness, the warmth, and the relentless pull of his mouth on hers as the kiss went on. It was only after several minutes, when Kushina had grown breathless, that Kanzu finally broke the kiss and leaned back. Ha ha ha, Kushina gasped for air, her drunken eyes locked on his with a haze of passion. Her hands wandered through his hair, and her nails dug into his scalp, sending a tingling sensation. Kanza blinked, then questioned her with a smirk. How did it feel? It felt good. Minato-kun, Kushina responded with a flushed face. Having never been kissed before, Kushina had no idea whether Minato was truly a good kisser or not, but it certainly felt like he was. After all, how else could just one kiss leave her feeling so good, so addicted? Indeed, she felt that she could get addicted to kissing him and felt her lips burn from it as her body became restless and craved more. She felt like she wanted nothing else, just to keep kissing and forget everything around her. It drove her crazy, leaving her hot all over, yet at the same time, it was strangely numbing, sending little electric jolts through her body. It was a strange sensation, one she couldn't quite describe and was unfamiliar with, but she liked it so much. If it felt so good, then do you want more? Asked Kanzu, once again caressing her lips. Kushina quickly nodded. Yeesh, although she felt embarrassed, she really wanted more of it. All right, Kanzu smirked, then kissed her again. This time, Kushina responded a little better, though it was still awkward. Kanzu didn't care. Instead, he deepened the kiss, pressing harder as he climbed on top of her. Kushina, wanting to be as close as possible to Minato, wrapped her legs around him, locking him tightly against her. The two of them squirmed, lost in the heat of their entangled kisses. Chu smooch, after a minute or two of heated exchange, the two pulled apart, both breathless. Haha, a thin string of saliva still connected their lips, which Kanzu quickly sucked up as he locked their mouths together again. Choo-choo, but this time, he didn't stop at just kissing her. His hands began to wander from her face, down her neck, and then to the swell of her developing breasts. Kushina stiffened at his unexpected touch, but under his relentless kisses and the haze clouding her already drunken mind, she gradually relaxed, allowing herself to lean into him. To her surprise, she even began to enjoy the warm, yet unfamiliar closeness he stirred within her. And in a soft moan escaped her lips as her body trembled and heat pooled within her. When their kiss broke again, Kushina gasped desperately for air. Ha, and she also couldn't help but whisper, "I'd feel so hot in her, the warmth of the sake." Combined with the rush of blood from their relentless kissing and the heated situation, left her flushed, sweaty, and unbearably hot. She felt an overwhelming urge to loosen up a little to get out of her clothes and become free. The thought made her flush even more. After all, Minato was still right there with her, kissing her. The embarrassed Kushina only needed a little push, and knowing this, Kanza leaned in. "If it's hot, then let's cool down a little, all right? It'll help you cool off with that." He rose slightly and reached to slip off Kushina's clothes. "Let's start by getting rid of this kimono first," but before Kanzu could do so, Kushina clumsily covered her chest with both hands, her face burning red. "I am embarrassed. You don't have to be embarrassed. It's just me here," Kanzu said softly, caressing her cheek. "Only will be seeing you, no one else. So it should be all right, right? Oni Minato-kun?" Kushina mumbled, tilting her head. After a pause, she gave a wobbly nod. If it's just Minato-kun, then Elriide, her face flushed crimson as she quickly added, But you gotta take off your clothes too. If it's just me, it'll be so shui him." "Fair enough," Kanza nodded, pulling off his black turtleneck along with the mesh undershirt and tossing them aside. His muscular, well-defined chest came into view, drawing Kushina's drunken gaze. "Minato-kun, you're muscular. Oh, look at all these muscles. Did ya always have him?" Kushina murmured, her fingers wandering clumsily across his chest and abs. She had always thought Minato was too thin, not all that muscular. In fact, it used to make her a little sad he hadn't seemed dependable at all. She would have preferred if he had been built a bit stronger. But now she saw that Minato was in truth well-muscled, a defined chest, firm abs, broad shoulders, heavy arms, and a slim waist. It was a lean, aesthetic, V-shaped, powerful build, one she'd simply never noticed before, hidden beneath his clothes. How do you like muscular guys?" Kanza chuckled, surprised by Kushina's preference. If that was truly the case, then Minato wasn't her type at all in this regard. Not only was he not particularly muscular, but he wasn't even tall enough. "Don't laugh at me, it's just a secret pre-preference," Kushina mumbled, her cheeks burning red. Even if Minato wasn't muscular or tall enough, she wouldn't have cared too much. After all, it was just a secret preference, nothing worth fussing over. Compared to her love for Minato, why would she worry about something so trivial? Still, she couldn't help but feel glad and very excited that Minato's body seemed to suit her taste perfectly. Okay, I won't tease you," Kanza chuckled. Kushina traced her fingers over the scars on his skin, her touch slow and clumsy. And these scars, naturally, there were a few scars on his body she couldn't ignore even if she was drunk. "Got them in battles," Kanzu shrugged casually. Kushina's expression softened, a flicker of sadness passing over her flushed face. "Zolvi. Minato-kun, you look so hard doing a V-thin, foul the village, and meanwhile, her words trailed off into hiccuped breaths, as though she were about to burst into tears, guilt welling up in her chest for not being able to do much in order to help him. Even though she is supposed to be the Jinchuriki of this powerful-tailed beast, but she is completely helpless. "Sure, it's all right. These things don't matter," Kanzu soothed, cutting off her tears before they could spill. He had no patience for melodrama, so, with a faint smile, he steered the conversation elsewhere. "Now that you've seen me naked and run your fingers over me to your heart's content, shouldn't you take responsibility and let me see you as well? Otherwise, that'd be quite unfair to me, don't you think?" I itch uptight. Minato-kun Kushina stuttered out a nod as she shyly lifted her hands, permitting him to strip her. Kanza wasted no time untying the knot of the obi at her waist. As the sash loosened, Kushina's breath hitched, her fingers twitching nervously at her sides. When he pulled the dark green half-kimono open and slipped it from her shoulders, she instinctively turned her face away, her cheeks burning red. The removal of the mesh undershirt made her shiver, goosebumps racing across her flushed skin as the cool air brushed her warmth. Layer by layer, he unveiled her upper body until only a white lacy bra with a front hook remained, the thin fabric straining to conceal her developing breasts. White? I guess Kushina-chan is indeed quite innocent, thought Kanzu with a smirk. Kushina grew painfully conscious and shy as each layer was peeled away by Minato. She could feel the cool air brushing against her hot, pale, sweaty skin, sending tingling shivers across her body. Noticing her squirm in embarrassment, Kanzu chuckled softly. Fufu, now it's time to reveal the surprise, he murmured as he reached for the last piece. Dee-don-don laugh, "K?" Kushina said shyly, standing still. But a flicker of worry lingered within her. She had never been seen by a man before, and the thought that Minato might laugh at her made her uneasy. She couldn't bear the thought of being laughed at by Minato-kun. All right, I won't laugh, Kanza nodded, assuring her slightly. Then he turned his gaze to her with sudden intensity, and Kushina instinctively tried to cover herself with her hands, her face burning with embarrassment as she turned away. But Kanzu caught her wrists, stopping her, and said with amusement, "How could I allow you to hide yourself?" Although shy and flustered, Kushina didn't resist, allowing her hands to be stopped by him. Holding her hands and entwining his fingers with hers, Kanzu let his gaze linger on her breasts. Yes, but not only that. He took in her entire upper body. Kushina's skin was fair, though not quite as pale as Mikoto's, still fair enough. And unlike Mikoto's slender frame, Kushina carried a touch more softness on her body, yet it was not misplaced. It only served to give her a fuller, well-shaped figure. Nodding lightly to himself in appreciation of her figure, Kanzu shifted his focus back to her breasts, which, under the pull of gravity, had fallen slightly to the sides. His first thought upon seeing them was to compare them to Mikoto's, and with just a single glance, he could tell Kushina's breasts were larger. Even though she was more than 3 years younger than Mikoto, who would soon turn 20, her breasts had already surpassed Mikoto's in size and would likely continue to grow, even if only slightly, for another 2 years. Dee-don stare, too much, Kushina mumbled, turning her blushing face away. Heat rushed through her as she felt his unrestrained, intense gaze fixed on her breasts. She didn't know whether he truly liked them or not, and a part of her desperately wanted to know if they suited his taste. Kanza chuckled. "Fufu, what are you worried about? I like the shape of your tits." His words gave Kushina a flicker of confidence, and she couldn't help but feel a little happy that he liked her breasts. Yet, under his lingering gaze, her shyness only deepened. Blushing, she murmured, "I ish okay if you want to look at my chest, B, but don't look too long, okay? Why'll make me blush, Fufu? All right then, I won't stare too much. Instead, I'll give you a compliment. You don't mind, do you?" Kanza said, leaving Kushina stunned. "P play with them? My boobies?" Minato-kun's being so naughty tonight, she stammered, her cheeks burning. She still hadn't even adjusted to the embarrassment of having her bare breasts stared at by him, and now he already wanted to play with them? It felt far too sudden, far too much right from the start. But even as he asked, Kanza never waited for her answer. Pinning her arms above her head, he suddenly commanded in a firm, dominating tone, "Kushina-chan, don't move. Keep your arms right where I put them." Kushina froze, startled by the sudden authority in his voice. It didn't sound like a request at all, it was an order. Yet that very tone sent a strange shiver through her. The usually gentle Minato had never spoken to her like this, and the unexpected dominance made her body tingle. Blushing, she obeyed, keeping her arms raised just as he instructed. "I like the ish. Oh, my arms feel shoe heavy, yes, just like that good girl," Kanza murmured, with a smile, patting her head lightly in praise. GGG, good girl? Kushina stuttered, her eyes widening as the same thought kept echoing in her mind. Minato-kun call me a good girl, HM? What's wrong? Aren't you a good girl? Kanzu asked, raising an eyebrow. And nothing, Kushina murmured, not daring to say more. Yet inside, she felt sluggish and dazed, that tingling again her cheeks burned, her body shivering as Kanzu's strong hands stroked through her hair. Kushina didn't understand why that tingling sensation stirred inside her, but she liked it far too much, and found herself wanting to hear him praise her as a good girl again. Teach that Minato-kun, could you call me good girl again? She asked, her face flushed red. Kanzu narrowed his eyes at her request, a sly smile tugging at his lips as he nodded. Kushina-chan is such a good girl. Chapter 61.4. After ordering Kushina to keep her hands behind her head, Kanzu leaned in close to her, steadying her as her drunken body swayed clumsily, a little frightened by the strange situation. Foreign touch she had never felt before. As his warm hands gently rested on her shoulders, she gradually relaxed, her skin warming under his palms. Before long, her body began to ease, soft sighs slipping from her lips. MHH Minato-kun, so warm. Each time he gently pressed against her or held her close, a small shiver ran through her, making her lean back slightly as his touch lingered possessively, deliberately, and unrelentingly. Fufufu, you seem to be enjoying this. Kushina-chan, Kanzu chuckled. It's not my fault, Minato-kun show good. Kushina slurred, her voice unsteady. Encouraged by her reaction, Kanzu became more proactive. Unlike Mikoto, Kushina's breasts were not only larger, but also more conical and perky. Until recently, Mikoto's had retained a slight conical contour as well, but that was now fading as her breasts grew rounder and began to hang with a subtle, pendulous weight. Kushina's, however, still held their youthful conical shape and were slightly asymmetric, with the left being just a bit larger than the right. In terms of feel, Kushina's were firmer and denser than Mikoto's, likely because they were not yet completely filled with fat. There was also a faintly nodular, tender quality to them, clear signs of ongoing development. In appearance, Kushina's breasts had smoother, tauter skin. Her areolae appeared larger, darker, and more prominent, while her nipples, though smaller, stood out firm, hard, and sensitive. That sensitivity showed immediately. Just the slightest brush of Kanzu's fingers was enough to make her react. While Kanzu was lost in his thoughts, Kushina noticed the distraction in his gaze, even as he held her close. His wandering focus made her feel a little unhappy. Reaching out, she cupped his face with her hands, her hazy eyes locking onto his. Minato-kun, where you looking? Look at me, just me, Don. Ignore Kushina. She didn't want him thinking about anything else in that moment. She wanted his eyes on her, his thoughts on her, and only her. HM? Yeah, Kanzu replied, blinking before letting his gaze linger on her blushing, disheveled state. A smirk tugged at his lips as he leaned down and captured her mouth in a kiss. The kiss lingered, deep and heated, before Kanzu pulled back, leaving her dazed and yearning. I want Marie, and try to pull him back. Nah. Kanzu denied her the chance, dodging her grasp. Kushina was a bit dissatisfied. She wanted to kiss him more and wanted to be kissed by him, yet he refused her that. Before she could voice her dissatisfaction, Kanzu's lips trailed down to her neck, brushing against her nape and collarbone. There he planted soft kisses and teasing licks, exploring her sensitive spots. Immediately, her earlier sadness melted away, quickly replaced by shivers of pleasure as she lost herself to his touch. Kanzu's prior experience with women, combined with Kushina's uninhibited reactions because of her drunken state, made it easy for him to notice her reactions. She exclaimed, hugging him tightly as Kanzu continued. Each time he noticed another reaction, he noted it with a soft touch, drawing an even stronger reaction from her. Minato-kun, you're so good. I can't stop laughing, she said, unable to stop herself from asking, How are you so good? Kanza didn't answer. Rather, he chose to continue what he was doing. Each of his playful moves made her squirm and giggle, her chest rising and falling as quiet gasps slipped past her lips. In no Soon, his attention shifted downward toward her. He leaned in close, and Kanzu shook his head with a playful brrrbbt, making her laugh. As she playfully cupped his face in her hands and blew warm breath onto his nose, it tickled and drew a strong reaction. Aha, that tickles. Ah, nu why you weirdo, hee stop it. Kushina giggled, shivering from the ticklish sensation of his breath as she watched him lean close to her. She never expected Minato to actually use his position so boldly. Fufu, I'm just getting started, Kushina-chan, Kanza chuckled, lifting his head to glance up at her. Then, smiling slyly, he leaned in closer to her, and she gasped immediately, arching her back as her body reacted to the unexpected attention. I'm Minato-kan. The moment sent shivers coursing through her as Kanzu held her close, gently pressing his lips against her. At times he brushed lightly over her skin with careful attention. Other times, he held her close, his touch sending a sharp mix of sensation that pulled her deeper into a hazy warmth. Choo-choo slrpchh as he lingered near her, lost in the moment while drawing her closer. He soon found it harder and harder to contain his own desire. Damn, I am aroused, Kanza thought, his body tensed with urgency, aching to find release near Kushina's beautiful figure. Pwah! Stepping back slightly, Kanzu stood up slightly and began to adjust his clothing as Kushina lifted her head, swaying a little, gazing at him with misty, drunken eyes, her cheeks flushed deep with sake. Minato-kun? Why you look funny standing there, she murmured, unsure of what he was doing, until her eyes fell on the obvious bulge in his pants. What is that? It's too big to be real, she stammered, squinting her hazy eyes, unable to believe the bulge she saw. Although she was no expert when it came to a man's crotch, she still felt that the bulge looked far too big to be natural. That Vasha can't be knocking, Shry? Kushina thought, watching with dazed eyes as Minato-kun began to tug down his pants. Flustered, she quickly covered her eyes with her fingers, her cheeks burning red. But her curiosity betrayed her embarrassment, and she couldn't help but peek through the narrow gaps between her fingers. Her doubts shattered the moment Kanza's pants and boxers slid down to his ankles, and she glimpsed him standing bare before her, straining upward as though to pierce the heavens, casting its shadow over the beautiful maiden beneath. As that imposing shadow fell across her face, Kushina froze in shock. Her lips parted, and before she could stop herself, a trembling whisper slipped out. So big. I itch like a log, or Shomthin. Kushina's odd whisper made him beam with pride. And Kanza's heart swelled. No matter how many times he heard women call him big, he never grew tired of it. This time was no different. With a playful smile, he replied, Thank you for the compliment, Kushina-chan. Kushina was stunned by his reply and blushed even harder, her face nearly as red as her fiery hair. And no, I didn't say anything, she stammered in embarrassment. But no matter how much she tried to deny it, the words had already slipped out. There was no taking them back. Flustered, she completely covered her eyes with both hands, too shy to look up at him. If anyone saw her now, they would never believe this was the same red-hot habanero who terrified half of Konoha. Kanzu chuckled at her reaction and lowered himself, positioning his knees to either side of her so that he loomed directly above the valley of her breasts. Kushina-chan, are you ready? Kanzu asked, his tone deliberate as he gathered his courage. Already? Already what? We playing a game now? Kushina slurred curiously, parting her fingers just enough to peek at him. The moment her eyes opened, she caught sight of him leaning close to her face, his expression intense and focused. Eek! She yelped softly and quickly covered her eyes again. On the other hand, Kanzu considered her words. A game? He blinked, tempted for a moment, but ultimately shook his head. We're doing something better than that, he said. The thought of turning it into a game was tempting, but Kanza didn't feel like doing it at that moment. Th then moi? Kushina asked, keeping her eyes closed. At the same time, she also felt her nose twitch as the musky, masculine scent from his body seeped into her senses, leaving her dazed and, for reasons she couldn't explain, burning with an uncomfortable heat. Kanza chuckled. Fufu, of course we're going to be together, he said. Tea together? Kushina echoed slowly, then gasped. W or B becoming a couple? Indeed. Haven't we already started? Or could it be you forgot? He teased. And no. How could I forget? Kushina stammered, blushing as she turned her head aside, still too flustered to look at him properly as he stood so close to her face. I see good that you didn't forget. It's time to move on to the next thing, Kanza said. All right. Kushina nodded quickly, biting her lip before slurring. He then washed the next thing? Next is Kanza murmured as he leaned close, letting his warm breath drift across her skin. Lowering himself, he pressed gently against her before answering. Next I'm going to use you for my own enjoyment, he said. And me again? Kushina asked, her eyes fluttering in haze and confusion. She wondered what he was planning to do. Yep, Kanza nodded, and without giving an explanation, he reached down and took hold of himself at the base. Slowly, he began to move it left and right, brushing against her, forward and back, grazing her neck, up and down, sweeping across her chest. Each motion spread the dampness from earlier along her skin with a soft, wet sound. Soft sounds filled the room, gentle rustling and quiet whispers. Aminato kun doing shomthin like the ish. Kushina shivered as warmth pulsed against her chest with every playful movement, a light sheen steadily gathering on her skin. Though shyness burned through her, the moment felt unbearably embarrassing for her innocent. Her hazy, clouded mind insisted she wasn't opposed to it. Be but Shinsich Minato kun, then. The thought of Minato being so close to her made her breath catch, a flutter of nervous excitement rising in her chest. She bit down on her lower lip, her heart racing as hot, uneven breaths escaped her mouth. Looking forward to it soon, everything was ready between them. Fufu, now that everything's ready, let's begin. Grinning, he gave her a playful smile and took her hand, drawing a sweet, trembling moan from her Minato-kun. He then held her close, pressing himself against her softly, as Kanza moved slowly at first, savoring the closeness between them as they moved together, each motion smoother than the last. Ich rub-in, show close. Kushina whimpered, her face burning hotter with every motion from him. She could feel the hard. Kanzu moved against her, each push making her heart race wildly and her breathing become ragged. The intensity of the moment filled the room, mixing with Kushina's uneven breaths. Yeah, this is it, Kanzu chuckled, his tone low and amused as he tightened his hold on her, pressing closer to her as the pressure between them increased. Feeling that increased closeness, he couldn't help but praise her. Kushina-chan, your figure's really lovely, very nice and snug, Kanza said. Didon say they. It's embarrassing. Kushina slurred, trying to complain. Yet in reality, Kanza's words sent a shiver through her. The attention made her flustered, and she wasn't sure how to respond. Are you really embarrassed to hear that, Kushina-chan? Kanzu asked with amusement, his lips curling as he gave a slow nod. All right, I won't say something like that, but then in exchange you won't mind if I do this, right? Without warning, he reached toward her and grabbed at her chest, giving it a sudden squeeze, sending intense sensations coursing through her body. NHHGG, Kushina cried out, her body shaking as she struggled to stay still. Watching her reaction, Kanzu felt a surge of excitement, his lips curling into a smirk. Truly, nothing beats the sight of a woman smiling with pure joy, and watching such a woman, the urge to tell her how he feels burns as it was burning in him at the moment, but for that, he needed her attention. He slowed, then stopped. Kushina-chan, haha w what ish it, Minato-kun? Kushina asked, dazed, breathless, and trying to focus her eyes on him. Help me out here, Kanzu said smoothly. Help? Hey, Chow. She slurred in confusion, not knowing what he wanted from her. She certainly wanted to help, but because she is a complete novice when it comes to sex, she didn't know what is it that she needed to do to help him. Hold your tits with your hands, Kanzu instructed. H hold my. She stammered, stunned. But after a moment's hesitation, she swallowed her embarrassment and obeyed, pressing her palms against her breast to push them together. I like this. More pressure, Kanzu corrected, laying his hands over hers and guiding her movements. Like this. I see, she whispered, nodding as she held him close. Yes, just like that, Kanzu nodded, leaning forward and bracing his hands beside her head as they pressed together warmly. Adjusting his stance, Kanzu pressed forward again, this time moving with greater intensity through the narrow gap she formed. Soft sounds echoed as he moved steadily past where Kushina held her ground. Steadying herself while Minato drove the motion, Kushina's cheeks burned hotter with each passing moment. So embarrassing. Although she had been too shy to even glance at him earlier, now her hazy eyes were drawn helplessly, watching as the moment grew unexpectedly close. It was so overwhelming that each movement brought a trembling sensation against her chin, grazing her lips as if trying to draw her in. Minato-kun comes so close every time, she thought, gulping nervously as her breath grew shallow. The strange scent and the sight tangled together in her mind, stirring odd thoughts and urge bubbling up inside her that she couldn't understand. Suddenly, her lips parted slightly. Should I? She hesitated, her courage faltering. The thought of what she was about to do felt so terribly improper that she didn't even know if she should. Yet her instincts, as a woman, screamed to her to go through with it. Vuvont Minato-kun fink im a pervert. She wondered. Her hazy eyes peeked up at his face, curious about his expression, and she saw him lost in pleasure. That look on him, she liked it far too much. Minato-kun looks so hot like the... She thought helplessly, her heart pounding. She wanted to see more of that expression. That desire gave her the courage to do the bold act. The next movement brought him close enough to graze her lower lip, and before she could stop herself, her lips parted in a trembling, tentative kiss. Instantly, the rush-off heat overwhelmed her senses. A rush of warmth and breath overwhelmed her senses. Chen, she whimpered, startled by her own action as her whole body flushed crimson. Kanzu paused, caught off guard as his eyes widened in surprise. He looked down at the girl, who seemed frozen in place. Feeling his gaze on her, Kushina panicked, not knowing where to look. She quickly averted her eyes and withdrew her tongue, too flustered to meet his stare. In her heart, she feared that Minato would call her indecent dirty. But instead, a low, pleased chuckle rumbled from his chest. Well, Kushina-chan, feeling the urge to get closer to me? The Kushina stammered, her face burning red, unable to explain the strange urge welling up inside her. Fufu, don't worry, I like it, Kanzu said, patting her head. He had been surprised when Kushina suddenly moved in close, but more than anything, it thrilled him, and he ordered her, continue doing it, Minato-kun likes it. Kushina thought, a rush of excitement flooding her chest. Yeah, then okay, she giggled tipsily, and feeling more courageous, she parted her lips wider, once again sticking out her tongue. Kanzu smirked and leaned in closer to Kushina, who, despite her shyness, tried her best to please him. Tentatively at first, she leaned forward, doing what she could. Each time, a faint, unfamiliar taste lingered in her mouth, sending an unexpected shiver through her body. Kanzu savored the strange sensation. Kushina pressed close to him, warm and tight, and now, with every movement, a soft brush of her lips brushed against him. It's not bad at all. The sensation alone is heavenly, and this added touch is exquisite, Kanzu thought, exhaling a slow breath. After a few careful moments, Kushina's courage seemed to swell. Encouraged by his pleased expression, she leaned in closer. This time, instead of hesitating, she dared to take a bold step. MMHH, she said, her expression flustered as she focused on the moment. It's a lot to handle. Kanzu only grew more excited by her boldness, and his pace quickened again. Splah, 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 splah. Kanzu let out a low groan, clearly pleased. Hafufu, you're doing great, Kushina-chan. Hearing his praise, Kushina's heart skipped. He really likes this. Minato-kun really likes this. The way he looked, pleased and excited, made her chest flutter with a thrill, and she couldn't stop at all. The chorus continued as Kanzu, feeling the moment building, quickened his pace. Kanzu pressed closer to Kushina, who hesitated but did not pull away. Her expression was dazed and conflicted. Kushina-chan, you're making me feel good. I might just lose control here, Kanzu said, his body tensing on the edge of release. Feeling the pulse build harder and harder, Kushina realized what was coming, what he meant when he said he might lose control. Her eyes widened. Minato-kun is about to? Of course, she didn't let go. It's okay, Minato-kun. I can take it, she mumbled. If you say that, then I really can't hold back, Kanzu growled, and with one final pull, he released it all. Then take it. Guh. Chapter 61.5. Pleasure of a woman adult am going all out, Kushina-chan. Kushina-chan. While more dripped down her chin and streaked across the tops of her chest. MHHFF. She gagged faintly, stunned as the warmth flooded her mouth. The taste hit her all at once, salty, faintly bitter, and heavy. So strange, so strong and bitter this ish Minato-kunsh. Her thoughts whirled in dazed disbelief, her face crimson with both embarrassment and confusion. Never in her life had she imagined herself in such a compromising situation, and the whole thing felt unbearably wrong to her. Even as she scolded herself for how improper this was, she swallowed hard and tried to push the moment from her mind. Why am I swallowing it? She thought frantically, but her body acted on its own, betraying her shame. Hot, messy strands continued to drip down onto her, pooling and running down her skin. By the time Kanzu finally stopped twitching, she was trembling. She looked thoroughly disheveled, her face flushed, her chest damp, her expression weary. Kanzu exhaled roughly, savoring the sight of her worn state. His lips curved into a satisfied grin. You did good, but don't waste any of it. Make sure you finish every bit of it. Kushina froze, her blush deepening to the roots of her hair. Minato-kun, that's so embarrassing, she mumbled, her voice muffled and weak, dripping with shyness. Even if it's embarrassing, you have to do it, Kushina-chan. It's not good to waste any of it. A good girl never wastes what's given to her, Kanzu said with an extremely serious expression. Really? Kushina asked, her eyes fluttering in disbelief and surprise. Of course. It's customary not to refuse intimacy when it's offered, and letting the moment go to waste would mean you're not interested in me. It would also mean you're not a good girl. Kanzu nodded with a straight face before asking, Kushina-chan, you're a good girl, aren't you? Kushina nodded at once. Why, yes, Kushina is a good girl. Since that's the case, you have to swallow all of it, Kanzu said firmly, trying not to smirk, then added, otherwise you won't be a good girl, is that so? Mumbled Kushina, still a little doubtful, yet even as she appeared a little doubtful, her hands hesitantly rose. She trembled as she cleaned up the mess from her chest, shivering at the sensation. This is so embarrassing, but since Minato-kun wants it, with her heart beating rapidly, she lifted her fingers to her mouth, closing her lips around them and swallowing slowly, a bitter taste clinging to her skin. She repeated the humiliating act again and again, wiping the residue from her skin, tasting it from her fingers, her face burning hotter with every gulp. Kanzu joined in, helping her gather what had fallen across her face and tasting it. Here you go, Kushina-chan. Thank you, Minato-kun, she murmured, her cheeks red as she swallowed. MMPH. Then hesitantly, she added, but it's still not completely clean, right? Without waiting for a reply, she lifted her head a little as her lips hovered close to him. Her tongue slipped out, tentative, trembling, and she moved it slowly along the surface before lifting it away with a satisfied sound. MMHH, she murmured softly. Her breath caught at her own bold move, yet she lingered, finishing the gesture with careful attention as though polishing it clean. I can't believe I'm doing this, she thought, humiliated and dazed, yet unable to stop herself as she focused entirely on Minato-kun. Her cheeks moved slightly as she finished, lashes lowering as she finally pulled back. Her lips were slick, her entire body flushed red with embarrassment. Kanzu, a little surprised by her daring, chuckled softly and stroked her hair. Fufu, Kushina-chan, very good. You did great. I like that. Her heart skipped another beat at the praise, and she asked softly, And I did what Minato-kun asked. I'm a good girl, right? Yeah. Kushina-chan is a good girl. And good girls deserve a reward. Kanzu leaned down, his grin widening as he whispered into her ear, They'll give you a reward. Kushina blinked, stunned, then lifted her gaze back to him. Reward. What kind of reward? It'll let you experience something you've probably never truly known before, Kanzu said with a sly grin as he shifted closer to her. And what is that? She asked, her cheeks flushed. The real pleasure of being alive. As he spoke, his hands drifted lower, tracing along her thighs until they reached the edge of her thigh highs. Hearing that, Kushina gulped nervously in anticipation. Gudong. Fufu Kanzu chuckled, and with deliberate slowness, he peeled down her black thigh highs, one by one, his eyes never leaving her flustered face. Feeling his gaze on her, Kushina's breath grew shallow, her cheeks burning. Minato-kun, we don't have to do this, right? She stammered, her hands gripping the bedsheet. Shoo! Kanzu's voice was calm but firm. If you're a good girl, you'll trust me. Her heart thudded violently at those words, and she couldn't stop herself from trembling as he removed them completely, baring her legs. The moment her bare feet were revealed, her toes curled as if she could somehow hide them from his gaze. But of course, she couldn't. Why, am I just from my legs? Kushina thought shyly. They were just her legs. There was no reason to feel embarrassed about having them exposed to him, especially when he had already seen her breasts. And yet for some reason, she still felt shy under his gaze. Fufu, even your feet are cute, he teased, glancing down briefly before lightly touching them, making her shiver. So small, so delicate. Her feet were pale and soft, the skin smooth, unmarred, girlish. She pulled back slightly in embarrassment, but Kanzu's closeness kept her from retreating. Red-faced, Kushina covered her cheeks with the backs of her hands, seeing how flustered she was. Kanzu decided to tease her further. He lifted her feet gently and held them for a moment, smiling. Ju-ju, n. Kushina made an uncertain sound, her voice full of doubt and confusion. The sensation was so strange, so unexpected, that she couldn't stop herself from wondering, How could I feel so flustered just from having my feet teased by Minato-kun? They were only her feet, yet for some reason, being touched by him, there made her heart race and her face grow hot. Each time his fingers traced along them, or his lips pressed against them, a shiver ran through her body, a feeling she had never known before. After spending a little while longer, he returned to what he had originally intended and reached for the elastic of her shorts at her waist. Gripping the band, he tugged them both down at once slowly, deliberately. He didn't even need to instruct Kushina subconsciously, and despite her shyness and embarrassment, she lifted her hips on her own, making it easier for him to slide the garments past her ass. Inch by inch, the fabric and protective armor slipped lower, bearing more of her thighs, until at last he pulled them free of her ankles and tossed them aside, exposing the full length of her pale legs. Now she was left only in her white lace undergarments, the last covering she still wore, revealing the soft curve where her thighs met her body and the faint flush of skin beneath tracing what lay hidden by the thin fabric. As for her thighs, they were thick, smooth, and pale, glowing faintly in the dim light, their softness apparent even without touch. The gentle curve from hip to knee held a subtle firmness born of training, yet they still looked delicate and inviting. A faint flush of pink spread across them from her embarrassment, making them appear even more tender. They looked so enticing that Kanzu couldn't help but feel drawn to them. But it was the faint outline of her figure, peeking through the damp fabric of her clothing, that looked even more captivating, drawing all of his attention. Feeling his unbridled gaze, Kushina whispered, "And no, didn't look so much, it's embarrassing." She pulled her cloak tightly around herself, as if to shield something she was holding. But Kanzu only chuckled, his tone both coaxing and commanding. "Come now, Kushina-chan, don't hide from me. Show me what you've got." "I can't." She shook her head, her eyes watery as she kept her knees pressed together. Kanzu leaned closer, his breath warm against her ear. "If you truly mean it, you'll listen to me. Let go." Slowly, his words sent that strange tightness through her chest again, the same one Shed felt every time he gave her a command. "Okay." Minato-kun, shy and trembling, she obeyed, pulling back slightly as he moved closer. Smiling softly, Kanzu reached toward her, making her gasp, "Ah!" And no, her whole face turned scarlet as he gently tugged at the edge of her clothing, letting the elastic snap lightly against her skin. Kushina gasped again at the sensation, her hands twitching as though she might cover herself, yet she didn't move, her face burning crimson. With deliberate slowness, and never breaking eye contact with her, Kanzu began to slide the fabric down. The lace shifted and folded, sliding over the gentle rise of her hips, then down past the soft curve of her legs. The last layer of her clothing gave way, exposing more of her bare skin to the cool air. She instinctively shifted her position, as if to hide herself, but it was already too late. He pulled the flimsy white garment from her grasp, tossing it aside as she quickly tried to shield herself from his gaze. "Don't look. Please don't look." But Kanzu caught her wrists with ease, holding them firmly in place. "No hiding, Kusina-chan. I want to see you." She struggled briefly, her face flushed with embarrassment. "So you really are a redhead," he said with a teasing grin. "HM?" said Kanzu with a smirk, his eyes drinking in the sight of the neat patch of red hair just above her, noting it's the same red color as the hair on her head. "Woo, don't tease me, Minato-kun," Kushina said, trembling and embarrassed. She felt that Minato was making fun of her. "Fufu," Kanzu only chuckled, neither agreeing nor denying, as his gaze drifted downward to the place that captured his full attention. There, a soft hint of color peeked out shyly from beneath the fabric. The subtle sheen clearly highlighted her interest, evidence of the moisture already gathering in her clothing. Whether from their earlier kissing, the teasing of her most sensitive spots, the way her body had been cherished by his hands and lips, or the bold acts of intimacy Shed shared with him. "Look at this, even while acting so shy. You're bogus honest," Kanzu teased, his eyes gleaming. "You look so flustered, Kushina-chan, it's kinda cute." Kushina squirmed, her face turning bright red. "You don't say that. It's all cause of Minato-kun, you got me all worked up. Oh, otherwise I wouldn't be like this," she muttered, crossing her arms defensively, only for Kanzu's firm hands to keep her exposed as his eyes roamed lower with unhurried interest. While her exposed skin trembled with every shiver of her body, the surrounding area was also laid bare, clenching shyly as though trying to hide itself from his gaze. "Fufu, such honesty," Kanzu murmured, smirking as his eyes swept over it. "Even back here, Kushina-chan, you're bogus blushing for me." "Ah, don't look there too." Kushina squealed. She wriggled, mortified that even that part of her most private self was being seen by him. "No hiding. I want to see every inch of you." "Kushina-chan, you belong to me," said Kanzu, holding her in place before him. Her heart hammered in her chest, her distress unbearable as tears pricked the corners of her eyes. Her body trembled as she stood there, betraying her no matter how much she wished it wouldn't under his gaze. "Well, now that I've drunk in the sight, it's time to get started," he said, reaching out with his hands, tracing slowly along her trembling thigh as she held her breath, before tapping lightly against her, making her jolt. Kushina flinched with a gasp. "You don't touch there, ah." Her voice was small and panicked, her whole body quivering with nervousness. Kanzu tilted his head at her reaction, his smirk widening. Fufu, tell me, Kushina-chan, have you ever done anything like this before? Her eyes widened as though he had accused her of a crime. And no, and never. I'm not that kind of indecent girl. She protested at once, afraid that even a moment's hesitation would make him misunderstand her. She truly wasn't indecent, at least. She didn't want Minato to think she was, even though she had dared to do something so intimate with him that morning. Just remembering it made her want to bury her face in shame. Hearing her words, Kanzu felt nothing but delight. He had been quite certain she was a virgin, but not entirely sure if she had ever been intimate with anyone before. Now, judging by her reactions, he was convinced she had never experienced anything like this, and that certainty thrilled him even more. It meant he truly would be the first to win her heart well. He already was the first to kiss her lips. Ha, perfect! Chuckling darkly, Kanza leaned closer. That means he'll be the very first to show you the true pleasure of being a woman, and he'll make sure you never forget it. Kushina's chest rose and fell rapidly. A reward? She echoed nervously, remembering that he had promised it for being obedient. She swallowed hard, caught between nervousness and anticipation. Yes, Kanza nodded, his tone low and certain. Tonight, you'll understand what it truly means. Then let's start, shall we? Without giving her a chance to retreat or even prepare herself, Kanzu reached toward her in an intimate way. Chapter 61.6 Kushina-chan, call me Daddy R, 18. Without giving her a chance to retreat or even prepare herself, Kanzu suddenly pulled her close, surprising her. Ah, Kushina gasped, her back arching as a shock jolted through her body. Her eyes squeezed shut, her thighs trembling violently. Thatch not right. Kanzu grinned, pressing his hand slowly up and down, gathering moisture along his fingertip. Not right? Then listen to your voice tremble, Kushina-chan, even though you are denying it. Aren't you feeling good? Already? Not in. She tried to deny him, but a sharp gasp slipped out the moment his finger brushed against her sensitive spot, making her twitch uncontrollably. Sure, relax, Kanzu coaxed softly. This is only the beginning. A good girl like you deserves to be rewarded properly. But Minato-kun, it feels strange. She whimpered, her toes curling as her body squirmed with every touch. That strangeness is just discomfort. Try to relax. Kushina-chan, don't resist, said Kanzu, then pressed his hand lower against her. Discomfort? Kushina mumbled, failing to keep a straight expression at his prodding. Yeah, it is, he nodded, then said, I'm checking a little further. This will sting at first, but you'll get used to it. Before she could protest further, he proceeded with the examination. Kushina cried out, her whole body jerking. And why your hand? It's touching me. She gripped the sheets, her nails digging in as her shoulders tensed. Kanza chuckled, feeling her tremble beneath his gentle grasp. Fufu, so this is your first time experiencing this. You're clinging to my hand as if you never want to let go. How delicious. Stop saying that. Kushina begged, her face soaked in tears. Yet, despite her distress, she struggled against his grip. He moved his hand slowly, and her legs trembled as she tried to pull away, causing her to bite her lip hard, holding back a gasp. It's too much, Minato-kun. Too much already? But I have only just begun, so what will you do when I push you further? Kanza teased her with a wicked smirk as he continued, testing her resolve. Kanzu watched her closely as her composure began to crack, small gasps escaping her with each deliberate movement, a wet sound echoing softly between them. Kushina whimpered, her voice trembling under the strain. Tears began to bead at the corners of her eyes as Kanza watched, his expression unreadable, her lips trembling as she tried and failed to hold back her cries. That's it. Your body is already begging for more, Kushina-chan. And with that, he pressed his ring finger against her, pushing slowly. Kushina's eyes flew open wide, her whole body stiffening. Wait. And no, she cried, her voice breaking into a sob. Her body quaked as she struggled against his touch. The moment was unbearable, yet her body clung to him desperately, pulling him in closer with each gentle movement. Her head turned from side to side, fiery hair sticking to her damp cheeks. NNNHHH. Tea too much, I see can't. Kushina cried out, her toes curling against the sheets. But obviously, Kanza didn't listen. Not only did he not listen, he leaned closer, teasing her with a knowing grin. Can't you say? Then what's this, Kushina-chan? You're trembling so much you might squeeze my hand in half. On. Stop saying such embarrassing things, Al already. She cried, her voice dissolving into another shaky breath as the moment overwhelmed her. Her legs trembled, trying to close, but his body kept them apart as his free hand pressed firmly on her stomach. Minato held her close as they moved together in a passionate embrace. Suddenly, Kushina gasped, and Minato-kun. As something's happening, something's coming. Her back arched as she clutched the sheets with white-knuckled fists. I see, then don't hold it back. Let it happen. Let it come, it's good for you. Kanzu encouraged her, working his hands faster with steady precision. Let it come? But Kushina hesitated, her face twisting in panic. It felt as though she was on the verge of peeing. Peeing in such a situation, wouldn't that be unbearably embarrassing? She was certain she'd never be able to face Minato-kun again if that happened. It's not pee, Kanzu said with a slight frown, even as he wondered. Why do so many women feel a strange, unexpected sensation the first time something like that happens? Still, his curiosity didn't matter. Kanzu kept moving with her, relentless, as her cries grew sharper and broken, her body lifting and responding uncontrollably. The sound of their movement filled the air, louder now as the overwhelming sensation inside her built beyond her control. And Minato-kun, I can't take it. Then don't hold back. Kanza growled, delivering a sharp strike with his other hand cha. The impact broke what little composure she had left. Her body tensed up, and in an instant her restraint broke in a sudden, overwhelming wave of emotion. Ahak! She gasped and cried out, her whole body trembling as she clung tightly to him. Kushina screamed out, tears spilling down her flushed cheeks as she shook beneath him, her whole body trembling with the intensity of the overwhelming moment. Kanzu watched with satisfaction as she broke down beneath him. Fufu, that's it, Kushina-chan. Let it out. Give it to me, like the good girl you are. Her legs kicked weakly. She trembled, overwhelmed. Her vision blurred, her voice reduced to faint, hiccuping sounds as she slowly came back to herself, slumping back into the mattress with her chest heaving. Ha, Minato-kun, she breathed, her voice fragile and dazed, her body still trembling. Kanzu slowly withdrew his hand, watching her reaction with a dark smirk. Remember this, Kushina-chan. This is what it means to feel truly alive. Her expression wavered, caught between shock and something deeper she couldn't name. But no words came, only a shy, tearful nod. She murmured softly, turning her face away, utterly undone. Kanzu then shifted his weight forward, pressing close against her in an intimate moment, touching it carefully, as each pass made Kushina flinch, a tremor running through her despite her attempt to stay still. Minato-kun, she whispered, confused by the strange mix of fear and uncertainty that coiled inside her. He leaned forward, bracing both hands beside her head, bringing his face close. His breath brushed her ear as he whispered in a low, commanding tone. Did you like the pleasure I gave you earlier, Kushina-chan? Her cheeks flushed crimson. She gave a small, shy nod, her lips trembling. I liked it since you liked it. Do you want more? His tone was low, teasing, as he held himself close to her without going further, which made her breath catch and her heart race. She squeezed her eyes shut, trembling, but still nodded. I wanna... Minato-kun. I just want more, Kanza chuckled, deliberately moving his waist in a slow, steady fashion. That's right. Looking at the way you're trembling just from this, your body is really craving more, then paused and said, I can get it to you just like you want. but there's one requirement. Kushina blinked up at him nervously. Requirement. What is it? You have to stop calling me Minato-kun, he murmured, eyes glinting. From now on, call me Daddy. Of course, Kanzu had his own reasons for forcing this on her. Being called Minato-kun again and again while he was with her irked him. He had tolerated it up until now, but when he was with her, what he wanted was for Kushina to call out his name as she lost herself in the moment. But asking her to call him Kanzu-kun was out of the question. If he demanded that, then even drunk, delirious, or under Jinjutsu, she would immediately realize something was wrong after all. Why would Minato-kun suddenly want her to call him Kanzu-kun? Since she saw him as her Minato-kun, and he was maintaining that facade while being intimate with her, the mask had to remain in place. So it had to be something else, something other than Minato-kun or Kanzu-kun. And that's where Daddy came in. It wasn't just safer. It was humiliating for her, intoxicating for him, and perfectly suited to the twisted game he was playing. And Kanzu knew he'd enjoy hearing it from her lips, after all. Kanzu gave Kushina a confident look. Yes, he said with a smirk. Kushina's eyes widened. What? Why you want me to call you? She stammered in shock. Daddy? Kanzu nodded. Yes. Kushina-chan, I want you to call me something special, he said. Minato-kun. I didn't expect you to be like this. I thought you were so shy, but to actually say something like that. Ah? She hid her face with her hands, voice trembling. You're too naughty tonight. Are you really the Minato-kun I know? Kanzu's heart gave a sharp skip at her question. Without warning, he brushed teasingly against her, making her squeal and break from her thoughts. So what's it going to be? Kushina-chan? Kanzu's voice turned low and dangerous. Are you going to say the word so that I can give you what you want or not? Because I want to give you what you crave until you say it. Another firm slap made her hips jolt and a soft cry spill from her lips. And no, don't do that there, Okami-sama. It's too embarrassing, she cried, trembling. But. Oh, okay. They'll call you whatever you want. Just please. That's my good girl, Kanzu murmured, his grin widening as he leaned closer. Now, be a good girl and beg Daddy properly to let him have his way with you. I am waiting. Kushina's breath came out in ragged gasps, her embarrassment and desire colliding until she could barely think. Her hands clutched at the sheets, her face crimson, her hips trembling. Finally, she whispered, voice breaking, Daddy, please put it inside Kushina. The moment Kushina begged, calling him Daddy, Kanzu's grin sharpened. His body shivered in delight, his arousal twitching as it hardened even more, straining as if it might burst. He almost felt as though it had grown an inch or two just from hearing those words fall from her lips. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Fufa ha 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 ha. You don't laugh at me, Kushina whimpered, her eyes glistening on the verge of tears. I only said it because you wanted me to be, but if you laugh, then I want. I'm not laughing at you, I'm laughing at something else. Kanzu said smoothly as he tucked her hair back behind her ears, still unable to hold his laughter. Is that so? Kushina asked, somewhat relieved, but still flushed with embarrassment when she saw him laugh. Imachim. Kanzu nodded, though inwardly he sneered. Namikaze Minato, the woman you love is in my arms, calling me Daddy as she clings to me. It wasn't just the thought of having outsmarted Minato that made him laugh, it was also the sheer fact that Kushina, the supposed mother of the protagonist of this world, was addressing him with such unexpected familiarity. The realization sent an unusual thrill rushing through him. He leaned in close and spoke firmly. Since Kushina-chan begged Daddy for a kiss, then obviously Daddy won't refuse. Here you go. Kushina-chan, feel Daddy's warm embrace as he holds you close. Why yes, hold me, Daddy. Kushina whispered softly. Without hesitation, he pulled her gently into his arms, wrapping her in a tender embrace. Kushina's whole body jolted violently at the sudden, overwhelming moment. Her hands shot up to clutch his bare back, nails digging deep into his skin as a cry tore from her throat. Her breath caught sharply, and something tender and raw passed between them in the silence that followed. Ahan, Daddy, you're with me. You're right here with Kushina. Uchiha Police Station. Inside one of the isolated prison cells, Namake's Minato sat quietly, holding onto his knee, wondering to himself, "How long do I have to stay here?" It had already been nearly half a day since his arrest, and night had fallen, but there was still no sign of him being released. It wasn't that the prison cell was uncomfortable or unlivable, far from it. In fact, it was surprisingly clean and well-maintained. The walls were swept, the floor spotless, even the bedding was fresh, and the urinal carried no stench. It was nothing like the grim, filthy dungeons one might expect from the Uchiha Police Station. The food given to him earlier was also not bad. Minato had no real complaints in any regard, and staying inside the cell posed no difficulty for him. But that wasn't the problem. He had been thrown behind bars as a suspect, accused of being an accomplice to his teacher, Jiraiya, who had been caught for the crime of peeping at women in the bathhouse. Minato, however, was imprisoned merely on suspicion, without any real proof against him. Of course, Minato had never done anything like that, so he was confident they wouldn't find any evidence against him. But still he had a bad feeling. From the Uchiha clan's various activities, he knew they weren't exactly honest police officers and could easily incriminate him on false charges if they wished. If he were falsely accused, that could become a real problem. Rumors might spread. Even if not everyone believed it, some would, and that thought alone made him anxious. The mere idea of being labeled a pervert who peeped at women in the bathhouse made Minato feel it would be better to die. I just hope Kushina doesn't think him that kind of person. That was what worried him most. If Kushina ever thought of him as such a pervert, Minato knew he would never be able to raise his head in front of her again. At the same time, he also couldn't help but wonder, did I offend someone in the Uchiha clan or something? He genuinely couldn't think of when he might have crossed Uchiha Kanzu or anyone else from the clan, and he could only hope that wasn't the reason he had ended up here. The thought of escaping lingered in his mind, but given his current situation, he neither dared to try nor knew if he even could. Talented and capable as he was, his chakra had been sealed, leaving him almost powerless. The seal placed on him was also exceptionally strong. No matter how he tried, he couldn't break it. He felt it might take several days, even with his best efforts, to undo it. But even with that, if he really did break out, wouldn't that only make him look guilty? If he appeared guilty of something so shameful, he didn't know how he'd ever face Kushina or anyone else, for that matter. So all he could do was sit quietly and cling to hope. Hope that someone would see reason and release him soon. While he hoped he would be released soon, Minato's mind also kept returning to Jiraiya's words. Uchiha Kanzu might have bad intentions toward Kushina. The thought that Kushina might be in danger made his heart pound. He didn't know exactly why Jiraiya kept insisting that Kushina might be in danger, but Minato believed him. After all, Jiraiya was his mentor and had no reason to lie to him. With both of them imprisoned, Minato's worry only deepened. If Kushina really was in danger, there might not be anyone left to protect her. Although Minato's own squad mates from Team 6 were there, could the two of them alone really do anything against Uchiha Kanzu to protect Kushina? But then he remembered the ANBU. A squad of ANBU, appointed directly by the Hokage, was always assigned to follow Kushina and protect her. Minato didn't know the exact reason why she was under such tight protection, only that her identity was important. Considering the kidnapping attempt that had once targeted her, that much made sense. Minato suspects that it might have something to do with her being an Uzumaki, and that's all he knows. But that wasn't important right now. What mattered was that she was always under the secret protection of ANBU, specifically appointed by the Hokage. If someone tries to do anything to Kushina, the ANBU would immediately interfere, Minato thought, feeling a slight sense of relief. He knew Uchiha Kanzu was brazen and probably wouldn't care about the ANBU, but if Kanzu really tried to harm Kushina, Minato was certain the information would reach the Hokage. And knowing the Hokage, he believed Hiruzen wouldn't sit idly by. He would make sure nothing happened to Kushina. Why, Kushina should be safe, Minato reassured himself, placing his confidence in the Hokage. After all, the Sandaime Hokage is the greatest Hokage. Unless by some rare oversight, he would never allow harm to come to a fellow villager, especially someone like Kushina, who clearly held great significance. Like most of Konoha's citizens, the young and naive Minato, shaped by the will of fire and the propaganda spread by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cronies, believes that the Sandaime Hokage is the greatest Hokage. He trusts completely that Hiruzen will never allow harm to befall his fellow villagers, and thus places unwavering faith in him. It's a pity that Sarutobi Hiruzen is not what Minato believes. He also has no idea about the extent of the mental injury Hiruzen has suffered at Kanza's hands. That information was highly classified and had never been revealed to anyone beyond those who witnessed it firsthand and the doctors involved in Hiruzen's treatment. The reason was simple. If word spread that the Hokage was seriously injured and unable to exert much of his combat power, it would spell disaster for Konoha. So no one wanted that truth exposed, no one except Kanzu. But that was another matter entirely. What mattered here was that even Minato remained completely clueless. In fact, even if Hiruzen were perfectly fine, Kushina still wouldn't be safe because the news of Kushina being in danger would never reach Hokage or anyone else for that matter. Unless Kanzu wants it to, after all, the ANBU assigned to watch over her were already under Kanzu's control. Meanwhile, Minato sat in silence, blissfully unaware, hugging his knees as he clung to the belief, no, the hope that Kushina was safe. But as he thought this, an odd heaviness settled in his head. Why do I feel so heavy in the head? He wondered, not knowing when a green hat had appeared on his head. As the wearer of the green hat, it was only natural that he could not see it. Yet even if the hat itself was not visible to him, an unpleasant unease gnawed at his chest. It felt as though he had lost something precious, something he couldn't quite name, making him feel strangely restless. It must be because I'm too anxious from being imprisoned. I should rest a little, Minato told himself as he lay down on the bed, trying to calm his restless heart, completely unaware that, at that very moment, his beloved, intoxicated by alcohol and trapped under Genjutsu, was being taken advantage of by Uchiha Kanzu. Had he known, he would never have been able to sit still. But since he didn't know, he could still try to calm himself. So, I suppose, ignorance truly is bliss, even if such bliss lasts only a short while, and eventually leads to regret and heartbreak. But that is still far in the future. For now, in this moment, something else holds far greater importance, and as for what that is, well, about that chapter 61.7. Kushinash, a good girl. 18. Since Kushina-chan begged Daddy to be intimate with her, then of course Daddy won't refuse, Kanzu said. Why yes, please, Daddy, Kushina whispered eagerly. Here I go then. Kanzu nodded, moving closer to her. As he began to press against her, Kushina suddenly gulped in nervousness, her words shaky. Will it even fit inside me? Although she had indeed begged him earlier to go ahead. Driven by her overwhelming desire and the wish to be one with him, the man she loved so much, now that she was once again looking at him so closely, she couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Just from his touch earlier, she had felt unbearably stretched, so the thought of something so much larger going inside her filled her with fear. Surely it would be too much, right? The thought alone made fear creep in, and second thoughts began to stir. And maybe doing it tonight isn't such a good idea, and maybe we should wait a little until my Junin promotion is confirmed, she whispered nervously. Of course, it was nothing more than an excuse, and she knew it. As if becoming a Junin would somehow make her more confident in herself. Obviously, something like that was not going to happen. At most, she might slowly grow more comfortable, loosening up a little over time and making it somewhat easier for her to handle. But even then, it was far from a perfect solution. After all, fingers could never prepare her enough for something like his compared to mere fingers. That was a real challenge. It's just that she couldn't think of any other excuse in the heat of the moment. So she brought up her Junin promotion, hoping he might agree. But Kanzu had no intention of giving her the chance. Keeping her pressed underneath him, he said, shaking his head, Too late for that now, Kushina-chan. Even if you want me to, I'm not stopping. am way too determined to quit halfway, and since you started all this, then even if you were afraid, you got to see it through, you know? Hearing him deny her request directly, Kushina bit her lip. If it had been the usual gentle Minato, he probably would have agreed without hesitation, but the one he was with tonight wasn't the usual Minato. This was the bold Minato, the daring Minato who didn't shy away from making the first move with someone he had only just met tonight. And, surprisingly, she liked this side of him even more than the gentle one. Yes, she liked this Minato more than the gentle one. Even though he had been unusually assertive with her, she still went along with it despite the embarrassment, because of a single reason, because she wanted to please him. From the look in his eyes, she was certain he wouldn't back down or let her go until she felt completely overwhelmed. And truthfully, she was far too worked up to want him to stop, either. Indeed, even though she was afraid of being torn apart and was having second thoughts, she was also far too eager to actually stop halfway herself. She really wanted to take that step tonight because if she didn't, she had no idea how long she'd have to wait before this bold, unrestrained, and perverse Minato reappeared before her. Stopping halfway would also leave things unbearably awkward and uncomfortable between them. I shouldn't push him away at the last minute just because I'm a little scared. He must be uncomfortable, and he is right. Since it was me who made him like this, then I must take responsibility. Kushina told herself, steeling her resolve to let things continue. After drawing a few shaky breaths to calm the fear in her heart, she looked up at him through her blurry eyes and begged pitifully. Then, Daddy, PL, please be gentle with Kushina Fufu, don't worry. Kushina-chan, Daddy will try to make it easier for you. Itil only heard at first, then Itil started to feel better. With those words, he pressed forward slowly, trying to be as careful as he could. Deliberately, Kushina gasped sharply, her body tensing. Her hands tightened around his back, nails digging into his skin. NNNHHH. Slow down, Daddy. Relax, Kushina-chan, and take deep breaths, Kanza murmured, his tone both soothing and commanding. If you tense up, I'll hurt more. Please let me in. Her hazy eyes fluttered, tears brimming as she nodded weakly. Why, yes, I'll try. She sucked in shaky breaths, forcing herself to relax. Kanzu pressed forward slowly, coaxing her to accept him. The intensity of the moment overwhelmed her, her body trembling despite her resistance. On, D-Daddy Yo, you are hurting me, Kushina said, her entire body trembling and sweating. Her nails dug harder into his back, leaving faint red trails. Tears spilled from the corners of her eyes, but her hips still lifted unconsciously. As Kanzu pressed closer, he paused at the threshold, smirking as he whispered, Kushina-chan, I'm almost there, standing at the door of your heart. Just one step, and you'll begin a whole new chapter. Then, after a deliberate pause, he asked, Shall I take that step? Kushina nodded weakly, her voice barely audible. How about you ask me nicely to come closer, Kanza murmured. Kushina's lips quivered as she whispered pitifully, but haven't I already? It's because I like to see you ask me like that, he interrupted smoothly, and added, I also want to be sure that you really want it from me. After all, when the effects of sake and genjutsu fade from your mind, I'll have to remind you, it was you who begged me again and again, right? He thought with a smirk, already imagining the look on her face when she remembered everything. I can't wait for that then. Leaning close, he spoke in a commanding tone. Come. He pressed past that final moment of hesitation and crossed the line, moving forward as he watched her every reaction, the way her lips parted, the way her eyes closed, as everything changed in a single steady push. It was intoxicating. The sight alone stirred a dark satisfaction in him, a reminder that yet another naive one had fallen to his methods. Kanza laughed inwardly, fufu ha ha, amusement bubbling in his chest. Kushina, on the other hand, let out a choked cry, a whimper breaking free. And her body arched violently, her nails raking down his back, while her teeth sank into his shoulder as pain and pleasure collided within her trembling form. Pain and heat exploded inside her, leaving her trembling and gasping for breath. Yet her body seemed to enjoy this intimate moment as they became closer than ever before, clenched around him hungrily, pulsing as if unwilling to let him go. A thin trickle of blood, as red as her hair, welled from their union, sliding down her pale thighs and dripping onto the sheets, staining them red in the shape of a flower. Kushina shivered. It hurts," she whimpered, turning away. Kanzu glanced down, watching the tearful girl with concern. "There," he whispered softly, trying to ease her discomfort, patting her head like she had done a very good job, and spoke in amusement. "Now you're no longer a girl, but a full-fledged woman. Congratulations on your graduation into womanhood." Kushina-chan, hey, Kushina let out a flustered giggle that was all she could come up with as a response, because she didn't know how else to respond to those sudden congratulatory wishes from him. On top of that, his tone almost sounded mocking, as if he were making fun of her for being caught off guard. "Teach, that's not right? She thought, feeling that maybe she was mistaken. After all, why would Minato ever mock her for giving her virginity, especially to him? Unless Minato didn't truly love her and was only using her, but in this, Kushina had no doubts. She was absolutely certain that Minato loved her, and she loved him just as much. The only thing that had ever kept them from becoming lovers before was their shyness, which had made it harder for two of them to confess their feelings to each other up until now. But now that they had given themselves wholly to one another, they had not only crossed a barrier, but stepped into a completely different domain. From this moment on, they were bound as lovers know, not merely lovers, but something more. They may not have taken the vows yet, but their situation isn't any different. After all, they have already done what married couples do on their wedding night. From here on, their bond would only deepen, blossoming beyond the fleeting affection of a boy and a girl, maturing into the timeless love of a man and a woman, a husband and a wife. Realizing the extent to which her relationship had progressed with Minato in just one night, Kushina felt overwhelmed from the storm of emotions swelling in her heart. Although she also felt that they might have taken things a little too quickly, but at this point, she didn't seem to care at the same time. The fleeting doubt that had arisen in her heart earlier that he might have been mocking her slipped away, replaced by the truth. She was no longer just a girl, but a full-fledged woman, and perhaps his beloved partner. And she had no regrets because her life had been changed by the man she loved. The realization yet again filled her with overwhelming joy, knowing she was finally one with him, one with her Minato-kun. And the overwhelming joy made her moan again, as she wanted to celebrate this moment with a kiss like the vow kiss she had once read about in manga and fantasized over for so long. She reached for his lips with her own, yearning for that passionate kiss, for the warmth of his lips against hers in a moment of deep intimacy. But the kiss she longed for never came. It was neither accepted nor returned, leaving her feeling lost, sad, dazed. "Minato-kun." She called out his name, hoping that he'd respond to her kiss, yet he didn't, causing a sudden heart-aching emptiness to spread through her chest at being denied the kiss she desired from him while feeling emotionally overwhelmed. "Minato-kun, why won't you kiss me?" she thought, feeling tearful, yet she had no time to dwell on it. For instead of a kiss, she felt his teeth sink into the tender skin of her neck and nape, leaving bites in their wake while at the same time, his body pressed closer against hers, drawing her in completely. And Kushina cried out again, her body nearly convulsing as her back arched from the relentless intensity of their encounter. She could feel herself being overwhelmed at the very limit, pushed to the brink. "Does it hurt, Kushina-chan?" Kanzu asked, lifting his head from the nape of her neck to look at her. Her heart skipped a beat at his words. Feeling his concern, she blushed, overwhelmed by the flood of emotion, and gasped out, "It hurts, but it also feels so overwhelming." At the same time, she also seemed to be on the verge of losing all control over her body. "It's coming again. No need to hold back. Come for me, Kushina-chan. Come for your daddy," Kanzu commanded. "Yes, daddy, I'm letting go for you," Kushina cried, obeying his order as she completely surrendered, giving herself over without resistance as her body trembled and her mind went utterly blank with overwhelming release. Gush, squelch, squelch. In a moment of overwhelming intensity, her thoughts dissolved into pure static, and she couldn't help but notice his eyes, the gentle, calm blue that always gave her reassurance, for some reason, now appeared black, dominating and abyssal, like a bottomless void. Why would Minato-kun's eyes look so black? Doubt flickered through her dazed mind, but she couldn't hold on to the doubt for long. Beneath that overwhelming, abyssal gaze that seemed to swallow her whole, Kushina lost all control, her breath catching as waves of feeling washed over her, making her lose all reason. After riding several waves, her breathing finally began to ease, giving her a moment to catch her breath. Ha, but before she could truly recover, Kanza murmured, "I'm starting to move," and, without giving her a moment to prepare or react, he drew his hips back, pulling away with steady, deliberate control, only to drive it back in again. "Bah, N, D Daddy, W wait, I'm still listening to Sevia," Kushina cried, wanting him not to start moving just yet, as her body was still reeling from the lingering sensations, and if he started moving, it would only send sparks exploding inside her, pushing her past her limits. But obviously, Kanza wasn't about to listen to her. In the first place, why would he listen to her? What did it matter to him that she was still sensitive? What mattered to him was the aching need for release, as he held her close and overwhelmed her with the intensity of the moment, making every passing second feel tighter, hotter, and maddeningly consuming. Sensitive or not, Kushina-chan, the way you're holding on to me is so intense. I can't help but want to move closer. Not to mention, aren't you also aching for more? He grinned darkly while drawing her closer, slowly but mercilessly, each one pressing forward. Bah, on, T-thatch true, she whimpered, nodding her head, agreeing with his words as her body responded to him. Bah. The rhythmic sounds echoed through the room. Kushina cried out as the two were lost in the intensity of the moment, her voice breaking with each desperate gasp. Didadian. Her voice cracked into raw, breathless cries as her body jolted with each movement. Tears streamed down her cheeks, no longer just from pain, but from an overwhelming wave of emotion spilling out along with her unrestrained sobs. Her nails raked down his back again, leaving angry red trails. But she couldn't stop herself, her body wanted more. Didadia. Every time you move, I itch, making me go crashy. Kanza growled, nibbling at her ear. That's right, lose yourself for Daddy. Be a good girl, and let Daddy drive you insane, Yesh. Kushinash a good girl. A good girl for Daddy. She confessed deliriously, her voice breaking as she clung to him, overwhelmed and breathless, lost in the moment between them. Bah. Her body trembled with each surge of emotion, her waist pressed close to his, and the sheets beneath them. Kanzu smirked as he glanced down, noticing the evidence of their encounter. Look at this Kushina-chan is so shameless. Didadi, don't sit that, she wailed, burying her face against his chest. Yet she felt her body tremble in response. It's okay, Kushina-chan, be honest. I won't be upset that you're feeling emotional, Kanza murmured gently. Really you feel that way too? Kushina asked softly, her half-lidded eyes dazed as she looked up at him. Once again, she noticed his eyes appeared black rather than their usual blue, but she didn't think much of it, only assuming her mind was too clouded to see properly. Yeah, both start with B for blue, B for black, it must just be me not seeing clearly. She reasoned hazily, unaware of Kushina's wandering thoughts. Kanzu felt the tension building inside him. Yes, Daddy is ready, he murmured with a nod. The instant she heard that, Kushina's trembling legs lifted and wrapped tightly around his waist. Kanza blinked, amused by her action, and teased with a smirk, Kushina-chan clinging to me like that the moment you hear, what's coming are you that eager, little one? And Kushina's whole body jolted, her flushed face burying against his chest as she tried to deny it. And no, you don't say it like, say it, It's too shameless. How could I? Kushina isn't so shameless. Yet even as she protested, her legs only squeezed tighter around his waist, as if her body itself was giving the honest answer for her, since she was too ashamed to do so. Kanzu chuckled darkly. Fufu Kushina-chan, your mouth says no, but your body is telling me a different story. So tell me, whose truth should I believe? Your words? Or your secrets? I don't know, Kushina whimpered, refusing to answer with her lips, even though her body had already done so more than once. But Kanzu wasn't the type to accept such a half-hearted answer. He smirked, warning her, Kushina-chan, if you don't say it, if you don't beg for it, I won't let you off easy. You know? You are. Didadi stop teasing me. She wailed, her entire face blazing crimson from shame. Then say it, Kanzu growled, ordering her. Beg for it properly. Beg daddy for what you really want. Kushina bit her lip, too shy to actually beg for him. But when those abyssal black eyes bore down on her again, her breath hitched, her body shivered, and her mind went blank until she could do nothing but give in to his demand. With her whole face was aflame from humiliation and her lips trembling, she stuttered out, D-Daddy, please, fill me up with your seeds. Kushina begs you. Kanzu's body shivered in delight, his body twitching and pulsating again. It really was like that every time Kushina begged him, whether to be taken, to have her innocence taken away, or to be loved completely. It gave him a unique thrill, a pleasure unlike anything else. Fufu, that's more like it. Such a good girl when you beg properly, Kanzu murmured. Now, it was Kushina's turn to shiver, and she did so with a shameless cry. Awayesh Kushinash, a good girl. Kanzu drank in the sight of her, the irresistible tension telling him the end was near. All right, I'm right here, Kushina-chan, he growled, nodding as he planted both hands firmly on either side of her head. Then, with a fierce snarl, he moved with relentless intensity. And, Didadi, Kushina cried out, her body trembling beneath him. Every movement pushed to its limit, leaving her breathless and overwhelmed. Slap, slap, slap. The fierce rhythm of strikes echoed with every merciless blow. Kanzu's breath grew ragged, his growl low and primal as he drove his attack forward. Ha, Kushina-chan, I'm going to finish this. Her teary eyes fluttered open, dazed yet burning with fierce determination. Yes, Daddy, give it all to me. Fi-ma. With a final, powerful thrust, Kanzu slammed himself forward slamp. He groaned as he released deep inside her, the intense moment leaving them both breathless. Kanzu's roar shook against her ear as he pinned her down against the sheets in a surge of overwhelming sensation. And, Daddy, Kushina screamed, her body arching as the moment overwhelmed her. Shuddering once more in perfect sync with his release, completely lost to the storm of pleasure. Then keep taking it, Kanzu growled again, staying close to her as his body twitched. More thick ropes of fluid poured out, flooding without pause. Her body, already trembling on its own. A wet, slick sound rose as the hot mixture spilled back out around him. And, Eshamuch, Kushina wailed, her toes curling as her back arched high off the bed. Her belly felt hot, heavy, and swollen with a rush of fluid, while down below her body trembled uncontrollably. With each faint movement Kanzu made to lean in closer, more of the dampness showed itself. Plop dribble, SHBLS small strands seeped from her swollen area, trailing down and staining the sheets beneath. Didadi, she can't take a nimmery, she cried out, her body trembling as her hips continued to move, her skin flushed and damp under the dim light. Every movement made soft sounds that filled the room. She looked down at the sight before her. Her face streaked with tears, drool dripping from her lips, and she smirked. Fufu, what a mess you've become, Kushina-chan. He overwhelmed you so much you can't even keep it together. Igriegajis, Kushina Ishamesh. She cried deliriously, no longer caring about her embarrassment. Her hands moved away as the warm liquid continued to spill out. Splish plop, dribbly, the fluid dripped onto the sheets, pooling beneath her and soaking everything. The air was thick with the heavy scent of the moment, wrapping around her as her mind drifted into blank, corrupted bliss. Seeing her in such a state, Kansas' body tensed again. Even after finishing inside her, he still felt unbearably hard. With a smirk, he murmured, "But Kushina-chan, you don't think it's over already, do you?" It's not," she asked, wide-eyed and breathless. Kansas didn't even need to answer. She could already feel that he was more than ready. He had already finished twice, yet she was stunned to realize he still seemed eager for more. Daddy-o, you really can." "Yeah, I can go another round, so." "Shall we continue?" Kanzu asked with a wicked grin. Her eyes shimmered intensely as she cried out, "Yes, Daddy." Emery, G give, Kushina Mori. Even as she trembled, her entire body shook with a maddening need that refused to fade. "Fufu, then let's continue," Kanzu chuckled darkly. Still pressed close against her, Kanzu suddenly shifted positions, lifting her up with ease. Startled, Kushina let out a squeal, but before she could fully react, he had already settled back against the headboard. Now she was seated on his thighs, her feet pressed into the bed, knees bent, her hands still looped tightly around his neck. In this position, Kushina found herself seated over him, close and intimate, their bodies pressed together. This is too much," she murmured breathlessly as she felt the weight pressing down on her, each movement leaving her breathless. Too much. Ngh. "I'm starting to move, Kushina-chan," Kanza warned her, his tone low and deliberate. Kushina netted deliberately, glancing up at his face. As she gazed at his face, her hazy eyes caught something strange beyond those abyss-like black eyes that had been raising doubts in her clouded mind. His hair, it didn't look as spiky as Minato's locks, she remembered. In fact, not only did it seem less spiky, it looked black. Her heart skipped a beat, confusion swirling in her drunken mind. Black. Why is Minato-kun's hair be black? For a fleeting moment, a strange doubt flickered inside her. Could it be? But she quickly shook her head, unable to hold the thought steady. And no, that's just silly this no. It must be my clouded mind playing tricks on me again. Well, both black and blonde start with B. It has to be my hazy mind messing with me, she told herself, trying to dismiss the creeping doubt as she buried her face against his shoulder. Unaware of the storm in Kushina's thoughts, or perhaps simply uncaring, Kanzu gripped her closely and began moving with her as their intimate moment continued. The soft sounds filled the room once more, and her doubts melted away. Daddy. Fresh sighs spilled from her lips, her eyes closing as her body trembled with each breath. In another room, Mikoto sat with her back against the wall, listening as the sounds filtered through. It feels so strange. So good, Minato-kun, you're so bold in no what? Why you want to call you by that name? Minato-kun, I didn't expect you to be like this. I thought you were so traditional, but to actually ask for that and not there, oh Kami-sama, okay, I'll say it D-daddy, please, more yes, daddy, more. Daddy. Hearing those sounds, tears slipped from Mikoto's eye, tracing a path down her cheeks. She had known this moment would come, but now that it had, her chest tightened painfully. "Kansama, Kushina-chan," she murmured, lifting the bottle of sake and taking a long, bitter drink, trying to drown the ache in her heart. Chapter 62. How can someone be so shameless? Last night, Kushina had lost everything, both what should and shouldn't have been lost. After all, Kanzu had already received the system reward. Ding. Used underhanded means to get close to Uzumaki Kushina reward. Uzumaki Sage Body, 100,000 evil points. As expected, the reward was quite generous, and it was exactly what he had guessed. The Uzumaki Sage Body likely refers to the sage body with which the Uzumaki clansmen are born. Although it wasn't quite as impressive as the Manjiki Sharingan he earned from claiming Mikoto, the evil points granted this time were also a staggering 100,000. No doubt about it, Uzumaki Kushina is a rare treasure, just like Mikoto. Yesterday, Kanza hadn't had the time to properly check the reward. He had more pressing matters to deal with. Now, though, he finally took a moment to extract it. Instantly, 100,000 evil points were added to his total, pushing him beyond 500,000. He was getting closer and closer to reaching 1 million points, enough to exchange for the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. After obtaining the Uzumaki Sage Body, Kanza's chakra surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, his chakra reserves had grown to 7 times what they were before, and he knew this wasn't even the limit. Along with chakra, his vitality also increased significantly. It was the incredible life force within those cells that produced such a vast chakra reserve. Kanzu estimated that the Uzumaki Sage Body could boost his chakra output by at least a dozen times. What's more, he could feel an increase in the visual prowess of his Mangeki Sharingan. As expected, the synergy between the body of the sage and the eyes of a sage was truly remarkable. Although Uzumaki Sage Body and Mangekyo Sharingan are only the half-hearted versions of the real body of the sage and the eyes of the sage, it's still very good for the time being. By early morning, before the exhausted Kushina had woken up, Kanzu left the bedroom. Mikoto, who had sobered up from last night's drinking, stood by the window with a melancholic expression on her face. "What's wrong? Regretting it already?" Kanzu wrapped his arms around Mikoto's waist from behind and whispered softly into her ears while resting his chin on her shoulder. Mikoto reached out, gently tracing her fingers along his cheek as she leaned into his embrace, and shook her head. "It's not regret. Regret wouldn't change anything, and it really wasn't what troubled her. What troubled her was something else. I don't know how to face Kushina-chan," she admitted. The thought of seeing hatred in Kushina's eyes made her want to curl up and disappear. A part of her even thought death might be the only way to apologize, an atonement for betraying the trust of a dear friend. Kushina had trusted her completely, and Mikoto had taken advantage of that trust to betray her. The more she thought about it, the more unforgivable her actions felt. Yet, when it came down to it, she wasn't truly willing to die, not because she feared death, but because she couldn't bear to leave Kanzu. The idea of parting with Kanzu scared her more than the idea of death. Since marrying Kanzu, Mikoto had come to realize just how deeply she had grown dependent on him. Of course, she knew this dependence wasn't healthy. It stemmed from her fear of being abandoned by him, and perhaps in part from something like Stockholm Syndrome, considering the abuse she has gone through. Yet it was still a dependence she had willingly embraced. Part of it came from a love that had bloomed in her heart while caring for him and staying by his side. Part of it came from the control Kanzu held over her, control she had not only accepted, but had come to desire. All in all, she knew she couldn't live without him, and she didn't want to part from him, not even in death, which was why, to live with him and to please him, she was willing to go to any lengths. If not for that, she might never have helped him deceive Kushina. But now that she has deceived her, she has to face the consequences of deceiving her. "You're afraid Kushina-chan will hate you, aren't you?" Kanzu asked, looking at Mikoto. Mikoto nodded softly. Yes, she was afraid Kushina would hate her, which was only natural. As a woman herself, she understood all too well what her actions toward another woman meant, especially toward a woman in love with a man. If someone had done to her what she had done to Kushina, forcing her to be with a man other than Kanzu, using Jinjutsu on her to make her mistake that man, as Kanzu Mikoto knew, she could never forgive it, no matter the reason. Forget forgiveness. She would have nursed unbridled hatred, swearing a lifetime of vengeance and suffering upon that woman. And so, she knew Kushina would never forgive her. Their friendship, it was over. In fact, it would no longer be friendship at all, but enmity. Kanzu read Mikoto's thoughts, but he wasn't the least bit worried. "Mikoto, you're overthinking. You don't need to worry about anything," he murmured, gently nibbling at her earlobe. "Leave it all to me. I promise you, Kushina-chan won't hate you. In fact, she'll even feel guilty toward you." His words slipped into her ear in a low, reassuring whisper. "Really?" Mikoto asked, a glimmer of hope lighting up her eyes. "Of course it's true," nodded Kanzu with a smile. Mikoto was surprised and wondered. How would you do that, Kinsama? And asked him, a Jinjutsu? If they were to use Jinjutsu on Kushina and modify her memories. Something like that indeed becomes possible, but Jinjutsu isn't a permanent solution. I don't need to use Jinjutsu for something so simple, chuckled Kanzu. If not Jinjutsu, then what? Asked Makoto, more confused. Even she couldn't understand how Kanza planned to not only prevent Kushina from hating her, but also make her feel guilty instead, without even making use of Jinjutsu. Just watch Kanzu smile mysteriously, and without explaining much, he simply gave her the instructions. Now listen to me. Go back to sleep. If you can't fall asleep, then at least pretend that you're sleeping. Just make sure you act like you're asleep, and don't let her notice anything when she comes to your room. All right, I'll do as you say, Kansama. Makoto nodded obediently. She returned to the room where Shed rested the night before and laid down on the bed. As for sleep, it had eluded her all night. The guilt gnawed at her relentlessly, especially as she lay awake, forced to listen to giggling and moaning sounds coming from the other room. Even now, sleep wouldn't come. She could only pretend. I hope it goes smoothly whatever Kinsama intends to do, she thought, closing her eyes. After making sure Makoto had settled down, Kanzu turned and headed back to the bedroom. Kushin was still fast asleep. He didn't wake her right away. Instead, he sat down on the edge of the bed, studying her tired, peaceful face with a thoughtful expression. I should probably do something about the Nine Tails. It wasn't the beast itself that concerned him. It was what the fox might say to Kushina. If the Nine Tails decided to tell Kushina what had really happened last night, it could easily trigger a storm of emotions strong enough to crack the seal. In the canon, the Nine Tails used to haunt her dreams often, trying to manipulate her into losing control. It wouldn't be strange if it tried the same thing here. Given how tailed beasts could often perceive what their Jinchuriki saw, the fox likely knew that it had been Makoto's Jinjutsu at work last night, and that made the situation potentially dangerous. Yeah, I did promise Makoto I wouldn't let Kushina-chan find out the truth, so the Nine Tails has to be dealt with. After all, the fox was the only other witness. And if that witness was handled properly, Kushina would never be able to learn what truly happened. With that thought, Kanzu placed his hand on Kushina's forehead, letting his consciousness slip into her inner world, and began searching for the place where the Nine Tails was sealed. It didn't take long. Once inside, the immense chakra of the beast was like a beacon of light and practically pulled him toward it. So this is where you're hiding, Kanza murmured as his gaze fell upon the enormous fox bound to a massive boulder floating in midair, its orange fur blazing like fire even in the dim plane of the seal. Its huge Kanzu couldn't help but think as he looked at the fox. The sheer size of the fox's body reminded him of the complete body Susanoo, something he had never manifested himself. But seeing the Nine Tails now, he could finally grasp just how enormous that form must truly be. And its size wasn't the only thing impressive. The dense, overwhelming chakra radiating from the beast pressed against his senses like an ocean of raw power. The Nine Tails truly impressive, Kanzu admitted to himself, giving a faint nod. Even he had to acknowledge that the creature was every bit as formidable as the legends claimed. As Kanzu studied the beast, the Nine Tails' massive crimson eye snapped open, fixing on him with a piercing glare. Uchiha the fox rumbled, its deep voice reverberating through the sealed space like rolling thunder. It could sense it immediately, the same sinister chakra it once felt from Madara. Having been bound and controlled by Madara like a mere pet, and tormented by Indra's descendants for nearly a millennium, the Nine Tails knew the chakra of the Uchiha clan all too well. It took the beast only a moment to recognize what the boy before it was. But then, the fox's gaze narrowed. Beneath that familiar Uchiha chakra, it sensed something else, something strange. A faint trace that reminded it of Kushina and even Mito before her. How? Why does that same chakra flow within this boy? The beast murmured, suspicion flickering in its crimson eyes. So you can already sense it, Kanza muttered, unfazed. He wasn't surprised in the slightest that the Nine Tails could detect the faint traces of Uzumaki chakra within him. After all, the beast was among the finest sensory beings in existence. Such perception was only natural. Boy, who exactly are you? The fox growled, its voice echoing through the sealed space. Kanza gave a faint shrug. Don't you already know? He replied coolly. He doubted the beast was truly ignorant after all. Not long ago, had been inside, its Jinchuriki, tormenting her relentlessly. The fox fell silent for a moment. Then, with a rumbling voice laced in cunning, it said, Release me, and it'll give you whatever you desire. Huh? Really now? Kanzu smirked, amusement flickering in his eyes. You'll give me whatever I want. Is that it? Then how about this, give me all your chakra and the root of your existence? Do that, and maybe you'll consider setting you free. The Nine-Tails massive, I twitched at his brazen demand. Asking for its chakra was one thing, but the root of its existence? Even if the fox knew how to hand that over, it never would. To give away its very essence would mean erasing itself from existence entirely. And that was something the proud beast could never accept. When the fox stayed silent, Kanzu snorted. What's wrong? Cat got you tongue? You really thought I'd fall for a cheap offer like that? Kanzu's words made the Nine-Tails bristle with rage. The beast wanted nothing more than to rip the insolent boy to shreds. But aside from roaring, it could do nothing. More than a dozen massive iron stakes pinned each of its tails, limbs, and even its torso, while countless chains coiled tightly around its body, glowing faintly with sealing scripts. The Nine-Tails was completely restrained, unable to move an inch. If it could move, things might have been a little more entertaining. But as it stood, nothing was interesting about a helpless fox. Even its enraged roars didn't faze Kanzu in the slightest. He knew the beast was powerless. Still, he couldn't help but think, Kushina-chan must really be terrified of the Nine-Tails if she weren't. There wouldn't be this many stakes and chains driven into the creature. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Let's just finish what I came here for and leave, Kanzu thought as his Mangeki Sharingan spun to life. Those eyes the Nine-Tails growled, its massive head lowering, eyes widening in shock as some bad memories flashed before its eyes. You should already know what these eyes can do, Kanzu said with a smirk. His gaze locked onto the beast's, and in the next instant, his Mangeki power surged forth. The Nine-Tails didn't even have the chance to roar. Its pupils shifted from vertical slits to the unmistakable pattern of 3 black tomo, its body falling eerily, still under Kanzu's control. Controlling the Nine-Tails, it really isn't that hard, Kanzu murmured, studying the now-silent beast. Though he said it lightly, Kanzu knew that if he had tried to control the Nine-Tails before, it wouldn't have gone nearly as smoothly. It was only thanks to acquiring the Uzumaki Sage body that he succeeded so effortlessly. After all, that fusion had dramatically enhanced his visual prowess beyond its previous limits. Heck, the fusion not only amplified his visual prowess, but even restored the eyesight he had once lost from using his Mangeki Sharingan. His condition now was comparable to a Beto, or perhaps even superior, for Kanzu's Uzumaki Sage body was perfectly fused in its purest form, and he also had both the Mangeki. Since even One-Eyed Obito had been able to control the Nine-Tails, it was only natural that Kanzu could do the same without issue. Now that the Nine-Tails is under my control, there's no need to worry about Kushina-chan finding out the truth, he murmured with a faint smirk. With that, he gave the fox a few simple orders, continued doing what it always did with Kushina: whisper through her dreams, feed her nightmares, and occasionally struggle against the seal. Just enough to make everything seem normal. Once that was done, Kanzu cast one last glance at the subdued beast before withdrawing from Kushina's plane of consciousness. "Time to wake up," said Kanzu, slapping the naked-ass cheek of hers that was peeking out of the blanket. "Ja!" The crisp sound and sharp pain woke her up at once. With tired, muddle-headed eyes, she stirred awake and glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings, then at the person watching her with a confused expression. For a moment, she felt so dazed that she did not even recognize him and mistook him. "Minato-kun," she called softly. "Wrong answer," Kanzu replied casually. She rubbed at her eyes, squinting until his face came into focus. Slowly, recognition dawned, and she murmured in confusion, Uchiha, Kanzu-kun? She wondered what he was doing there when she woke up, and became more confused. Don't you recall what happened last night? Questioned Kanzu. Happened last night? Huh? She murmured, realizing that her memories of the previous night were hazy and her eyes appeared uncertain. Though she couldn't clearly recall everything that happened last night, as it was all very blurry, she felt deeply unsettled and sensed that something important had been taken from her, something she could not fully name, marking a traumatic turning point in her life. Besides her, only Uchiha Kanzu was present. He had done something terrible to her. Pain flashed across Kushina's face as she wished desperately that it had all been a nightmare. What the hell happened last night? Tell me, the furious Kushina demanded, glaring at Kanzu. Yesterday, you got drunk and mistook me for Namikaze Minato, just like you did now. And after that, well, I don't think I need to explain much, you should be aware of it, he said, smiling playfully. I mistook you, and you actually dared to? She demanded, scowling. Kanzu shrugged. The desert came to me on its own, even repeatedly begged me to eat. It was, I suppose, to just leave it untouched. I mean, I am not diabetic. Yak now, his indifferent tone, only fueled Kushina's fury. Her anger erupted, rising straight to her head. Chakra flared violently around her, and her hair whipped into the air like the angry tails of a nine-tailed fox. Careful not to mess up the room's decor, Kanzu said calmly. Everything's damn expensive, the decor. Kushina growled in a low, dangerous voice. You think I care about the decor? Well, maybe not so much, Kanzu replied with a smirk. But you'd better not make any loud noise, because that would wake up Mikoto, and if Mikoto wakes up, well, that would be very bad for you. I mean, think about it. If Mikoto finds out you betrayed her trust and got involved with her husband, what do you think she'd do to you? His words struck her like a blow. Kushina froze, and the violent chakra that had been raging around her vanished in an instant. Where's Mikoto-chan? This was the room shared by this bastard and Mikoto. Where had Mikoto gone? Mikoto was drunk last night, too, and she happened to have fallen asleep in the guest room. She's probably still asleep. I suggest you clean up the traces while you still can. If she notices something off, it'll be difficult for you to explain to her, Kanzu said, crossing his legs leisurely as he looked at Kushina with an infuriatingly smug smile. Aren't you afraid of what Mikoto-chan will do to you if she finds out about this? Kushina snapped. It's fine, Kanzu replied with unsettling calm. Even if she does, she won't hold it against me for long. After all, it wasn't me who betrayed her, it was you. You were the one who tempted me into making this mistake. At most, I'll apologize, and though she might be angry for a while, in the end she'll forgive me, because she loves me too much. But do you really think Mikoto will forgive you just because you're her best friend? Think about it, you betrayed her in her own house, going behind her back right under her roof. Kushina froze, her breath catching as his words cut into her like a blade. Not only did he show no guilt, but he shifted all the blame onto her. Seeing her sitting there stunned, Kanzu snapped his fingers in front of her eyes to jolt her back and said coldly, Why are you just sitting there? Clean up the room. If you don't move quickly, I might just tell Mikoto directly that you were the one who seduced me into making a mistake. You shameless bastard. Kushina spat through clenched teeth. Kushina could barely contain the urge to smash this shameless dog's face in with a punch. How can anyone be this despicable? Did I say anything wrong? Kanzu said smugly. You were the one who threw yourself at me, begged me repeatedly to stay with you, and even shamelessly clung to me. I merely made a little mistake under the temptation of a temptress like you. Ding! The host's shamelessness has shocked the system 100,000 evil points. Even the system was stunned by Kanzu's brazenness. Clearly, it had chosen the right person, someone so morally corrupt it was practically radiating off him. Shameless? Maybe, but he'll gladly accept the reward anyway. Kanzu thought with a smirk. He couldn't care less about the system's reaction, but he was very pleased with the reward. Evil points was exactly what he needed most right now. His total evil points had now reached more than 600,000. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan was not too far ahead. On the other hand, Kushina flinched at the memory of the previous night, and noticing the stain on the bedsheet, she was reminded once again of what had happened. At the same time, a dull ache lingered in her body from the rough encounter. The memory was at once physical and humiliating. Uchiha Kanzu, she spat, every word trembling with fury. Her whole body shook. I, Uzumaki Kushina, will never forgive you. I swear I will make you pay. Ha! Am trembling in fright. Kanzu mocked with a cruel laugh. So, why don't you make me pay for it then? How are you going to do it, though, with your mouth? Or could it be that you want to use that against me again? Kushina's fists clenched tight in fury, but given her current condition, she restrained herself. After all, she had only just woken up, and she wasn't even dressed yet. At the same time, a deep anxiety gnawed at her heart. What if Mikoto was disturbed? What if Mikoto had noticed? If Mikoto found out, how could she ever face her again? How could she look her in the eye? I used to think you might not be so bad, despite your reputation, but it seems I was blind. She had once believed that Kanzu, even with all the rumors around him, might not be the scoundrel people claimed he was. She had even thought him better than Fugaku. But now, she realized just how wrong she had been. This man was nothing but a vile scoundrel, a predator who preys on defenseless people. Get out! Kushina snapped, pointing at him, her voice trembling with fury. Oh, but my body is quite sore after everything that happened last night, Kanzu drawled lazily, making no effort to rise. Watching her with twisted amusement, he smirked. Seems like I can't get up. Yu Kushina's fury only increased. By the way, let me remind you Mikoto always wakes up early, he added with a smirk. Even if she was drunk last night, she should be waking up about now. His words were a subtle threat, and Kushina felt like breaking down. Gritting her teeth to hold back the tears and pain, she got up. She refused to show weakness in front of this bastard. When she stood, a clammy, unwelcome sensation clung to her skin, a stark reminder of what he had done to her. The realization made her stomach twist with disgust. Worse still was the fear gnawing at her chest, the fear of getting pregnant with his child. She knew she wasn't in her ovulating days, but that did little to calm her. Panic made her want to wash it all away immediately. Yet for now, there was something more pressing. Swallowing down her dread, she simply cleaned herself with a cloth and began silently putting her clothes back on. Kanzu's gaze lingered on her, amused by the sight. Noticing the mess, he thought casually, I should probably take care of that. Wouldn't want her coming to me later claiming she's pregnant with my child. His eyes flicked briefly toward the bottle of pills Mikoto used. But there was no rush. Letting her stew in that anxiety would be far more entertaining. Smirking, he leaned back and watched quietly as she dressed, her unease only fueling his twisted satisfaction. Kushina could feel his eyes on her as she dressed, shamelessly drinking in her humiliation, but there was nothing she could do. Her fists clenched at her sides, her whole body trembling with rage. She wanted to strike him, to scream, to unleash every ounce of fury burning inside her, but the fear of Mikoto finding out chained her in place. Not here. Not now. If Mikoto learned the truth, everything would collapse. So she swallowed her anger, forcing herself to move. In silence, she straightened the room, erasing every trace of what had happened the night before. Chapter 63.1. How about you keep calling me Daddy? After removing the blood-stained sheets, Kushina found a similar one and quickly spread it over the bed. Then, she meticulously cleaned every trace of last night's activities left in the room by wiping the floor and blowing out the air from the bedroom by opening the windows. By the time she was done, she finally let out a deep sigh of relief. But the moment her eyes landed on the man who had taken her innocence from her, her expression darkened with fury. I will never forgive you, she growled through clenched teeth. Kanzu, however, paid her words no mind. Threats like that were meaningless to him. He could silence her easily. After all, what if he used Namike's Minato, currently locked in a Konoha police force prison? As leverage? Or worse, what if he threatened her with ratting her out to Mikoto and making her actions of seducing him known to the entire Konoha? Kushina had no idea that Mikoto had also played a role in this scheme. Right now, she still thought she had betrayed her friend, not the other way around. Because of that guilt, she couldn't bring herself to let Mikoto know the truth. Not to mention, she is a young girl who should be very afraid of the entire village learning of her actions, and that gave Kanzu all the power he needed over Kushina. Chuckling to himself, Kanzu rose to his feet. He stepped forward, seized Kushina, and pulled her firmly into his arms. Tilting her chin up with one hand, he forced her to meet his gaze. This kind of threat means nothing to me, Kushina-chan. Let me go, Kushina demanded, struggling in his grip, only to realize she couldn't break free. She had no strength left. After what happened last night, she was still exhausted and needed rest. Even with the Uzumaki clan's powerful recovery, she needed some time before returning to her usual strength, so she took it easy for the day. She considered releasing her chakra to force him back, but then Kanzu whispered, "Do you really want Mikoto to hear any noise?" At his words, Kushina froze, biting her lip in frustration. She didn't dare make a sound, afraid that Mikoto might wake. Ninjas were light sleepers. The slightest noise could rouse them. Last night, Mikoto hadn't stirred despite all the sounds, but that had only been because she was drunk. If she heard anything now, there was no guarantee she would stay asleep. After taking some advantage of her silence, Kanzu finally released her. There was still a lot of time. There was no need for a fiery, seductive Uzumaki Kushina to meet a tragic end just yet. Sometimes you have to cut the knot with sharp blade, but other times you have to boil the frog slowly in warm water. When a person compromises once, they'll compromise again and again, until it becomes a never-ending cycle. Uchiha Kanzu, you bastard. It'll make Mikoto-chan see your true colors. Kushina snapped, her lips slightly red and swollen as she glared at Kanzu with fury. "Yaudare?" Kanzu asked with a mocking smile. "Yeah, I dare," she shot back coldly. She swore she would expose him. Mikoto deserved to know the kind of man she had married. Kushina would make her see the truth. "Well then, I look forward to it," chuckled Kanzu, not at all afraid, which only made Kushina angrier. Fuming, she stormed out of the bedroom. Kanzu casually followed, watching her closely as she glanced around at the other rooms in the house. "Which room is Mikoto-chan in now?" Kushina asked coldly. She wanted to check on Mikoto, but at the same time, she was deeply worried that Mikoto might already know what had happened between her and Uchiha Kanzu. Even though Kushina wanted Mikoto to see Kanzu's true face, this wasn't the way. She couldn't let Mikoto find out about this, because there would be no way to explain it. If Kanzu turned the story around and claimed she had seduced him, how could she possibly defend herself? And, based on the foggy pieces of memory, Kushina could recall it did seem like she had made the first move. She had been the one to reach out to him. She had been the one to ask him to carry her. She had been the one to ask him to stay. She had been the one to beg him to the thoughts, made her feel sick and disgusted at her own self. Yes, Uchiha Kanzu was absolutely a scoundrel who took advantage of her vulnerability, but part of her couldn't ignore that she bore some responsibility, too. Even though she wanted to deny her own role in the situation, she knew in her heart that she had pushed things further and urged him on. How could I beg him like that? Unaware of the storm raging in Kushina's heart, Kanzu said calmly, pointing ahead, "This room." Cautiously, Kushina slid the door open and walked into the room. When she saw Mikoto still sleeping soundly, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Seeing Mikoto so peacefully asleep reassured her. She clearly didn't know anything yet. Then, moving silently on tiptoe, she approached the bed and carefully lifted Mikoto. "Huh? What are you doing?" Kanzu frowned, questioning Kushina. "Taking her to your bedroom," Kushina whispered back, her voice low and tense. "Now stop standing there and help me. We need to hurry, or she might wake up. Why are you even doing that in the first place?" Kanzu thought, though he kept the question to himself. Wouldn't it be better for her to just leave Mikoto here to sleep and slip away quietly? He still couldn't help but think Kushina's choice was foolish, and she was kicking her own feet. Could it be that she isn't thinking clearly right now, acting out of anxiety? He wondered, still uncertain, but chose not to stop her. Mikoto, who had been awake the whole time, kept her eyes shut and continued pretending to sleep. Also couldn't help but think to herself in frustration, Kushina-chan, what are you doing? You should just leave quickly. But Kushina, too anxious to notice the foolishness of her actions, pressed Kanzu again in a low, urgent voice. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Kanzu sighed, though a smirk tugged at his lips. Since you're digging your own grave, don't blame me for finding a little amusement in it, he thought as he stepped toward Mikoto. Instead of helping Kushina carry her, he leaned down and gently patted Mikoto's cheek. Mikoto, my dear wife, time to wake up? As a seasoned kunoichi with the rank of a genin, it would have been suspicious if Mikoto hadn't woken up from being moved between rooms. Even a carefree person like Kushina wasn't this foolish. She hadn't noticed anything because of feeling anxious, but if she gave it any real thought, she would surely notice that something wasn't quite right. Seeing Kanzu move to wake Mikoto, Kushina felt a wave of panic. Deep down she wanted him to stop. But it was already too late, as Mikoto had slowly opened her eyes and was feigning the dazed look of someone just waking up. What? Where am I? Kushina-chan? In truth, she was flustered and wanted nothing more than to avoid facing Kushina. Kushina, on the other hand, wasn't any better. As Mikoto woke up, cold sweat formed on her forehead, and she couldn't bring herself to meet her friend's eyes. Both women carried guilt in their hearts. If Kushina knew the full truth, she wouldn't have remained silent. She would have exploded in rage and turned on Mikoto immediately. Mikoto, you really overdid it with the drinking yesterday. You slept this long. That's so unlike you, Kanzu said casually. I know, Kinsama, I really did drink a bit too much sake. My head's still pounding, Mikoto replied, glancing at Kanzu and playing along. Though the part of having drunk too much wasn't false, Kanzu gave Mikoto an approving nod. Despite no prior rehearsal, she was playing along perfectly as they made their way to the master bedroom in an awkward silence. Then, from an angle where Kushina couldn't see, Kanzu subtly flashed a note at Mikoto. Having read the note, Mikoto hesitated for a moment before following the cue and saying, while looking at the bedsheet, Why does this sheet look different? Kansama, did you change it? The moment Mikoto spoke, Kushina's heart skipped a beat. She had gone out of her way to find a similar sheet to replace the original. Yet Mikoto still noticed the difference. When Mikoto questioned Kanzu, Kushina briefly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly glanced at him, signaling for him to nod along so that the matter could be put behind them. But Kanzu only smirked, clearly unwilling to play along, and answered truthfully, It wasn't me, it was Kushina-chan. She changed the sheets. Bastard! Kushina screamed inwardly. What he said was true. She had changed the sheets. But he wasn't supposed to actually say it, which made her panic. What if Mikoto-chan misunderstands? And a misunderstanding would be completely natural because something had really happened. Sure enough, Mikoto turned toward her, frowning in doubt. Kushina-chan changed the sheets? Why? That Kushina stammered, unable to explain. After all, she had changed the sheets of the master bedroom, the room of privacy and intimacy between a married couple. For her to have done so was clearly inappropriate. Forget changing the sheets. She shouldn't have even stepped foot in that room without her permission. She knew that anything she said now would sound like nothing more than an excuse. Watching Kushina panic, Kanzu's lips curled into a smug, playful smile. Well? Mikoto pressed again, her eyes narrowing as she urged for a response. That I actually, Kushina stammered, unable to form words. Her mind felt overloaded, unable to think of anything, and her body began to tremble with guilt. Tears welled at the corners of her eyes before she even realized it. And then, almost involuntarily, she blurted out an apology. I'm sorry bad, moved Kanzu thought, barely suppressing his laughter. An apology in this situation was practically an invitation to be pressed further. Sorry? Why apologize? Did you do something that warrants an apology? Makoto asked, her eyes narrowing further, the pressure around her growing heavier. It was then that Kushina realized she should never have apologized. Her words had only deepened Makoto's suspicion and cornered her further. The weight of guilt and pressure made her tremble even more, her eyes glistening with tears. Kanzu only made matters worse, as he added with a sly tone, "Yes, Kushina-chan. It's best if you confess everything. If you tell the truth and admit your mistake, Makoto might not be angry with you, It was obviously Kushina murmured, horrified. She knew she was being wronged, but the situation had already spiraled out of control. Worse yet, Kanzu was clearly laughing at her plight, which only fueled her frustration and anger. Kushina-chan, did something happen last night? Makoto asked, acting as if she had sensed that something was wrong. She stepped closer, as if to press the question directly. But the moment Kushina saw Makoto approach, fear overwhelmed her. It's over, she thought, stumbling a step back as she stammered. Didonai was seeing her struggle to say anything. Kanzu spoke again. Well, if you want to say it, then I have no choice but to. Kushina's expression grew even more horrified as she tried to stop him, even going so far as to cover his mouth with her hands. No, don't. But before she could, Kanzu caught her by the head, keeping her at a hand's distance, and continued anyway. Actually, just like you, Kushina-chan was also extremely drunk last night. She ended up stumbling into this room and vomiting on the bed. Since it was she who did that, I had her change the sheets after she woke up. Yes, that's right. He's telling the truth, Kushina nodded, instinctively going along with Kanzu's nonsense. Still, anxiety gnawed at her. She had no idea if Makoto would actually believe Kanzu's story. Makoto was extremely sharp and sensitive to the smallest details, and Kushina feared she would instantly see through Kanzu's nonsense. Fortunately for her, Makoto's trust in Kanzu seemed absolute. Hearing his explanation, Makoto even giggled softly before turning to Kushina. It's just that? Well, then what's there to be so embarrassed about? Besides, you still change the sheets. Don't worry, I won't be dissatisfied with you over something so trivial. Ahaha, I am glad. Kushina laughed awkwardly, though inside she was a storm of emotions, relieved that Makoto had bought the story, guilty for deceiving her, angry that she had been forced into the lie, and bitter over what had happened to her. Even with everything that had just happened, Kushina began to feel somewhat relieved that it was finally over and that she could go home. But that relief lasted only a few moments. Noticing another subtle signal from Kanzu, Makoto suddenly widened her eyes and asked, "Wait a minute, Kushina-chan. Since you barfed on the sheets here and also changed the sheets so early in the morning, did you sleep here last night?" After a brief pause, she pressed further, "Where did you sleep?" Then, turning to Kanzu with a trace of doubt, she asked, "And Kansama, where did you sleep?" Instantly, the tension in Kushina's body, barely eased a moment ago, snapped tight again. Huh? She gasped before blurting out, guest room. Huh? But wasn't I the one sleeping in the guest room? Makoto immediately pointed out. Kushina froze, realizing she had made another mistake. In her anxiety, she had almost forgotten that Makoto had been the one occupying the guest room. Hurriedly, she glanced at Kanzu, her expression practically begging him to say something that would convince Makoto again. "It was the other guest room," Kanzu replied calmly, before adding, "Meanwhile, I slept in my old room." I see. Makoto nodded, seemingly convinced. She even apologized. "I'm truly sorry, Kushina-chan. You were supposed to be the guest, and I should have taken proper care of you. But I got so drunk, I don't even remember what happened last night, or how I ended up in that guest room. It's okay. I wasn't any better." Kushina replied awkwardly, unsure of what else to say. Deep down, she was glad the uncomfortable moment had passed. "Don't worry, Makoto," Kanzu assured her smoothly. "I made sure Kushina-chan had a pleasant stay last night." Then he turned to Kushina with a teasing look. "Isn't that right, Kushina-chan? Last night was comfortable enough, and I am sure that you enjoyed the sleepover. I trust there weren't any problems?" Kushina wanted nothing more than to punch him in the face. Comfortable? She was still struggling to stand properly. Every movement ached. Comfortable was the last word Shed used. And beyond that, were they even supposed to do that? Obviously not. But even though she felt beaten and exhausted, and very wronged about it, she could only force an awkward smile and nod. It was very comfortable, and I slept peacefully. I see, that's a relief. Mikoto nodded with a sigh before adding, well then, since you're here in the morning, please join us for breakfast. It might take a little time to prepare, but I'll make sure it's extravagant enough to make up for any lack of hospitality. And no, Kushina hurriedly refused, quickly adding an excuse. I have some really important work today, so I'm afraid I can't stay any longer. Really? An hour or two shouldn't be a problem, Mikoto said, trying to persuade her. Yeah, Kushina-chan, it's not every day that Mikoto's friends stay over. I'd like you to stay for breakfast too. As Mikoto's husband, I must say, her cooking is excellent, Kanzu added as he walked to Mikoto's side and wrapped an arm around her waist. Mikoto immediately blushed, flustered by Kanzu's intimate touch, especially with Kushina standing right in front of them. Kushina too froze for a moment, dazed by how casually Kanzu held Mikoto like that. Instantly, she recalled the way he had held her last night. Her face turned red, and anger surged through her, silently cursing him again and again. But forcing herself not to let it show, she managed a polite refusal. No, really, I must decline this time. I have to go. Is that so? Mikoto's eyes dimmed slightly, though she didn't press further. All right then, but next time, I won't take no for an answer. Why, yeah, of course, Kushina nodded hurriedly, all the while thinking, next time I'm definitely not coming here. Quickly cutting off the conversation, she said, and anyway, I'm getting late. I've got something else to take care of, so I'll head out. With that, Kushina turned to leave. She didn't want to linger any longer. Staying might lead to her slipping up. She knew Mikoto was sharp, and even the smallest crack in her composure could be noticed. Even though she was the one wronged, she now found herself suffocating in silence. A flicker of surprise flashed in Mikoto's eyes. Why would Kushina-chan cooperate with Kan-sama and lie again and again? She had expected Kushina to lash out and fight her the moment she woke up. Still, without a cue from Kanzu, Mikoto wouldn't say anything to expose the lie. Mikoto, prepare some tea to clear up your head, Kanzu said smoothly. He'll go drop Kushina-chan. His words made Kushina freeze. She didn't want anything more to do with him. She feared that if she saw his face again, she might lose control and punch the bastard. All right, sorry for the trouble, Ken-sama. Kushina-chan, they'll see you later, Mikoto said, finally breathing a sigh of relief. She had been mentally prepared to face a complete fallout with Kushina, but Kanzu had somehow managed to smooth things over for now. While Mikoto made her way to the kitchen, Kanzu took Kushina to the exit door of the house. As they stepped towards the exit, Kushina let out a cold snort and muttered under her breath, "Don't pretend to see me off. And you'd better keep your mouth shut. If Mikoto-chan finds out, it won't end well for you." Even while leaving, she didn't forget to give Kanzu a warning. What she didn't realize was that Mikoto already knew everything and had even been involved. Kushina-chan, see you next time, Kanzu said with a smile, waving at her. You'd better hope there isn't next time. If it weren't for the fear of Mikoto discovering the truth. Hey, you'll come crawling back to me soon, begging me for forgiveness, just like last time, Kanzu said with a meaningful smirk. After all, Namake's Minato was still imprisoned. And if Kanzu didn't take the opportunity to toy with that situation, it wouldn't be like him at all. Me? Crawling back to you and begging you? And calling you Daddy? In your dreams. You'd better hope that I don't kill you the next time I see you. You bastard, she spat, feeling ashamed at her own self for agreeing to call him something like that last night. With that, Kushina refused to waste another word on him. She could barely stop herself from punching him right then and there. This wasn't over. First, she would break things off between him and Mikoto, and then she would take a revenge. I'll be waiting for you to call me Daddy, Kanzu replied with a chuckle, turning and walking back into the house. Unless Kushina truly didn't care about Minato, Kanzu was confident he'd have her right where he wanted. As soon as Kushina left the Uchiha compound, the tears she had been holding back finally spilled down her cheeks, uncontrollably. In front of Kanzu, she had refused to show any weakness. That bastard would have laughed at her the moment she cried. "If I don't settle this score with you," she muttered through gritted teeth, "then I'm not Uzumaki Kushina." Wiping her tears, she walked away. Only she knew how much pain she was hiding in her heart. Chapter 63.2. Mikoto wants to clean up her Danasama. IR 18 fufufu. It won't be long before she returns to me. Kanzu chuckled. The results of his plan had far exceeded expectations. According to his follow-up strategy, there was still more to gain, and he was already looking forward to exploiting Kushina further. In excellent spirits, he returned home. Mikoto had already prepared tea. Curiosity shimmered in her eyes as she asked, "Kan-sama, how did you get Kushina-chan to hold it in?" Knowing Kushina's temperament, Mikoto had fully expected her to explode and possibly tear the place apart. The fact that her fiery friend had remained silent was shocking. She, the bad woman who had betrayed her friend, had somehow escaped unscathed. Kanzu sat down and drew Mikoto into his arms. The faint scent of Kushina lingered on him, and Mikoto couldn't help but feel a tight, bitter pang in her chest. It wouldn't be wrong to say that she wasn't jealous at the thought of another woman's scent lingering on her husband's body, but there was nothing to be done about it. The reason she kept quiet and didn't make a scene is simple. Kanzu whispered into Mikoto's ear. "It's because she thinks she is the one who betrayed you." He didn't need to spell it out. Mikoto understood immediately. Kushina hadn't realized she had been placed under Jinjutsu by Mikoto last night. She likely assumed she had simply gotten drunk and that something regrettable had happened between her and Kanzu. Most likely, she felt guilty, believing she had betrayed Mikoto by seducing her husband. Now that Mikoto understood the situation more clearly, the guilt in her heart only grew heavier, and it made her even more afraid of Kushina ever discovering the real truth. If Kushina ever found out that Mikoto had been Kanzu's accomplice, cutting ties would be the least of it. There was a real chance she'd be out for her blood. "Don't worry," Kanzu said reassuringly. "They'll never tell Kushina-chan that you were in on it. They'll help you hide the truth for the rest of your life. She'll never know that her close friend was the bad woman who betrayed her." "I really am a bad woman, aren't I?" Mikoto murmured with a soft laugh. It was hard to tell whether it came from happiness or sorrow. If anyone else, even Kushina, called her that, she wouldn't be able to defend herself. She'd feel sorrow at being called a bad woman. But hearing it from Kanzu stung in a different way. She felt a twinge of happiness. It felt like a praise for her dishonest actions. "I'm not a good man," Kanzu replied, gazing at her with a strange tenderness. "Only bad women are worthy of someone like me. If you were too kind and good, I'd just end up throwing you away." In the past, Kanzu had only been drawn to Mikoto for her beauty and body. But now, he genuinely liked the Mikoto who was willing to do anything for him. He liked the bad Mikoto, in fact. He wanted her to become evil. He wanted her to transform from bad to evil. "Even if Kushina-chan never finds out, the guilt I feel for her won't go away," Mikoto murmured. "Kan-sama, could you restrain yourself from doing anything harmful to Kushina-chan in the future?" She knew Kanzu wouldn't easily let Kushina go ahead, definitely set his sights on her again. So, she wanted to at least be sure that he wouldn't harm her. "I'll try my best," Kanzu replied, not giving a firm promise. "If Kushina-chan fully submits, they'll treat her more kindly." "So, Mikoto, would you help me make that happen sooner?" Mikoto couldn't bring herself to say yes, but she couldn't outright refuse him either. She already felt so guilty that she momentarily considered ending her own life. If she betrayed Kushina again, she didn't think she'd ever be able to look herself in the eyes again. As she hesitated, not sure how to respond. "I'm just teasing you," Kanzu said with a faint smile. "I won't make you suffer any further embarrassment, and I won't need your help again, either." He leaned in and kissed Mikoto gently on the cheek. Her assistance had been crucial in setting things in motion. The beginning is always the hardest part, and without Mikoto's help, it would have been much more difficult for Kanzu to make his move on Kushina. At the very least, he would have needed to go through the trouble of crafting an elaborate plan. "Thank you, Kansama," Mikoto whispered, genuinely moved by his words. "You didn't sleep at all last night, right? Stay home and get some rest today," Kanzu instructed. "He'll head over to the police station." Mikoto nodded, then shyly made a request. "But Kansama, before that, can we take a bath first?" Together, she wasn't just looking for a relaxing soak. What she truly wanted was to wash away the lingering scent of Kushina from Kanzu, and she wanted to do it herself, clean every nook and cranny. The thought of Kushina's scent lingering on Kanzu for the entire day stirred uncontrollable jealousy in her heart. Kanza blinked, sensing Mikoto's jealousy, then gave a small nod. "Very well, let's bathe together. He'll leave washing my body to you," he said with a smirk. Without another word, he scooped Mikoto up in a princess carry and made his way toward the bath. Yes, that's what I want to do too," nodded Mikoto, wrapping her arms around his neck and beginning to kiss him. Wearing a towel around his waist, Kanzu entered the bathroom with Mikoto following close behind, who had a bath towel wrapped around her otherwise bare body. "Kansama, please sit down. They'll turn on the heating for the bathtub," Mikoto said softly. Kanzu hummed lightly as he went over to the side, turned the faucet, letting the cold water fill the buckets. He then unwrapped the towel from his waist, sat down on one of the two wooden stools, and draped the towel across his thighs. Meanwhile,